Planet Leader Letties, our help signal cannot be sent. Planet Chief Letties frowned, and then looked at the three-dimensional immediate battlefield map. All defense systems were either destroyed or paralyzed. Hongxia has been restrained by a Gundam. At present, Planet Chief Letties is not worried that the Wall of Zeus on the Hemla asteroid will be pierced. The leader of the planet Letus has also undergone simulation tests. The destruction cannon of Wing Gundam and the super mega particle cannon of Argama can be resisted by the Wall of Zeus. The Wall of Zeus has a very high defense capability against laser and particle energy weapons. According to the information we have, the Tianyi mercenary group only owns one Wing Gundam and two pseudo-Agama MS motherships. As long as two of them didn't come to the battlefield at the same time and launch their super weapons at the same time, the Wall of Zeus would definitely be able to block the attack of one of them. Check the fleet of the three Tianyi mercenary groups and MS to see if there are Wing Gundam and Nyagama battleships. A Fenrir mobile fortress fighting in wolf form was besieged by several Knight MS. A Pale Knight aimed at the target Fenrir with a special grid gun, while it dodged the White Knight's long-range shooting and another Pale Knight's Gatling machine gun fired. Aiming at the target and calculating the dodge trajectory, a huge high-voltage power grid captured Fenrir, and the ultra-high voltage electrified Fenrir's body. Fortunately, Fenrir has an anti-voltage device. Although it did not cause damage to the driver, it made the body's movements a little slow. The Pale Knight holding a Gatling machine gun hit Fenrir with countless bullets. The bullets were specially made spiral bullets. The countless bullets hit Fenrir with many sparks. Countless spiral bullets are drilling holes in Fenrir's fuselage. What's worse is that some of the propellers are pierced by the spiral bullets, which directly affects Fenrir's movements. Suddenly, sparks emanated from Fenrir's wolf head and neck, and the sparks flew from left to right, and then the wolf head and body separated. Then the White Knight used its weapon, and the huge beam directly penetrated Fenrir's body. Just as these Knight MS were about to look for the next target, two meteor-like trajectories intersected near them. It's the YXS with boost mode turned on and Hongxia with boost mode fighting. YXS's left hand was cut off, the beam cannon on the left thigh was cut off, and the two beam cannons on the back were destroyed. Hongxia's right hand was cut off, her right leg was blown off, and the cannon on her back was left usable. Both of them are fighting each other, and neither can suppress the other. Melia suddenly sensed a crisis behind her. Hongxia moved aside, and dozens of spiral bullets passed by. Then another huge light beam hit. Hongxia had no choice but to avoid it. Damn it! Melia saw the red-eyed Pale Knight waiting for MS to attack her from the screen. Melia wanted to retreat immediately, but Li Xiuqing would not give her a chance. Hongxia was entangled by YXS, unable to escape at all, and was besieged by the Knight series who activated the exam system. Melia was shocked by the fact that the drivers of these red-eyed mobile suits were ordinary humans. So why did they have the driving skills and premonition abilities of new humans? The EXS reflector income hit and destroyed the last cannon behind Hongxia. The shield in Hongxia's left hand can only block the beam saber. Melia wanted to flee the scene, but unfortunately things backfired, and she felt an invisible crisis descending on her. A sense of crisis made her whole back feel chilly, and with a pull of the lever, Hongxia rushed up quickly, making Melia feel that she had escaped the crisis, but immediately felt more sense of crisis enveloped. The beam cannons of the EXS attacked Hongxia one after another. Although Hongxia escaped the first day of the Lunar New Year, she couldn't dodge the 15th day. After dodging all the beam cannons, countless spiral bullets directly hit Hongxia's body. The thrusters were even broken. EXS cut off Hongxia's left hand and left leg. Bastard, despicable bastard. Melia was really unconvinced. She refused to admit that she was defeated by her opponent. Bring it back. Li Xiuqing gave instructions to his subordinates. I also have to go back to the mothership for repairs and replace parts A and B. Li Xiuqing's Ms. mothership is the Song-Ji, and the Song-Ji is a battleship that Long Fei handed over to the Shadow Mad Dog team as a command battleship. The Diva is shown in assault mode. EXS entered the Diva's hangar, began to separate, and prepared to assemble parts A and B. Li Xiuqing walked out of the hangar to take a drink from the maintenance personnel, took a short rest, and then looked at the Hongxia holy machine captured in the hangar. This is one of the few Dion troops they can catch, the number 2 colonial area, the Tianyi mercenary group, and in the fights between Dion's army, most of them fought to the death and could not be arrested. Only a small part of Dion's army was captured. Moreover, useful and important information cannot be obtained. The cockpit of Hongxia Xingji was forcibly opened. Come out. Li Xiuqing saw a woman in a red space combat suit coming out of the cockpit. Take off the helmet. Melia reluctantly took off the helmet. Only then did Li Xiuqing see his opponent's true face in Lu Shan, a somewhat pretty black-haired beauty with her long hair tied behind her head. Melia looked at the Tianyi mercenaries in Spartan II-type battle suits in front of her, and felt that the surrounding Tianyi mercenaries were ordinary people, and even the entire battleship. It's an ordinary human being. This made her feel very frustrated, because according to the information she learned from it, the Shadow Mad Dog Squad was one of the units directly under Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group, an army composed of a group of ordinary human elites. Originally, Melia believed that the so-called elite troops were always ordinary humans, and no matter how strong ordinary humans were, they were no better than new humans. But today's battle made her feel like she was being slapped in the face. She couldn't beat her opponent with all her strength. She was obviously an ordinary human being, but it made her feel a great sense of frustration. After that, she was still captured by ordinary humans. If she was captured by new humans, she could still accept failure. Melia was led to the corridor by several Tianyi mercenaries. Melia suddenly felt gravity in the corridor. Li Xiuqing walked up to Melia. Melia looked at Li Xiuqing and frowned and asked, "Are you the pilot of that Gundam?" "Yes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Xiuqing, the leader of the Shadow Mad Dogs team. I didn't expect that I would lose to lowly people like you." Just when someone was about to hit Melia with a stick in the back of the head, Li Xiuqing raised his hand to stop, walked up to Melia to face her, and punched Melia hard in the stomach. "Wow!" Melia screamed, kneeling on the ground. Then, Li Xiuqing sat down on Melia, and Melia tried to get up, but couldn't. How does a battleship have gravity? It's a surprise. This is our technology called artificial gravity. If necessary, the entire area of the battleship has gravity. Melia really couldn't believe that the artificial gravity technology in her country was still under research, and a private armed organization actually possessed such advanced technology. Li Xiuqing sat on Melia's back and said, "Now you are our captive, our prisoner. You have to figure out your current situation, otherwise, we have hundreds of ways to entertain you." In the hangar of the Song-Ji, another Gundam AG-3 standard model returned to the hangar, and the driver was Lieutenant Song Guowei. Lieutenant Song Guowei had just started to test and evaluate the comprehensive ability of new humans with C-. With many battles and acquired efforts, the comprehensive ability evaluation of new humans has been upgraded to B+. Lieutenant Song Guowei was not very outstanding in terms of the comprehensive ability of new humans. At best, he could only be regarded as above average. In terms of driving skills, with his many efforts, he is indeed an ace pilot and is qualified to drive Gundam. But the main reason why he is an AG-3 Gundam driver is that he is an X-rounder among the new humans. Long Fei almost copied the divisions of the new human beings distinguished by the Dion Empire. For the wild new humans distinguished by the Dion Empire, Long Fei compiled a new name for the X-rounder system, and the brain quantum wave system Long Fei compiled a new name for the change system. After Long Fei's research, the Transformation Department found that humans in the Transformation Department can use their powerful brain quantum waves to control some communication equipment and machines that include some brainwave remote control. However, like the device controlled by the spiritual power of the Sekima system, the new human beings of the Transformation System can be controlled by brain quantum waves, which is very unsatisfactory. Lieutenant Song Guowei is an X-rounder. Among the Tianyi mercenaries, he is currently the only X-rounder. There are several transformational mercenaries. Therefore, when Long Fei handed the diva to the Shadow Mad Dogs, he transferred Song Guowei to the Shadow Mad Dogs, and even handed over the AG-3 Gundam to Song Guowei. It can be said that only Song Guowei in the Shadow Mad Dogs is a new human being. Song Guowei drank a refreshing drink, looked at the assembled EXS Gundam, and the preparers made the final adjustment details. Song Guowei looked at the AG-3 Gundam and felt that its performance was similar to that of the ZZ Gundam. but it didn't have as many weapons as the ZZ Gundam. A maintenance worker came to Song Wei and said, "We will change your AG-3 Gundam to a rail type." "Okay, sorry to bother you." Li Xiuqing came to the hangar at this time, patted Song Wei on the shoulder, and entered the EXS cockpit. Song Wei watched his team leader attack. About 15 minutes. "Lieutenant Song, the AG-3 orbital refit is complete." "Okay, I get it." After Song Wei took a look at the AG-3 orbital model, it was somewhat different from the standard model. The shape of the body was changed to a streamlined shape, the power of the main injector was enhanced, and a large number of propellers were added to various parts of the body. Then, Song Wei entered the cockpit. Song Wei, AG-3 orbital attack. The AG-3 track type makes Song Wei feel that it is different from the standard type. The track type can instantly change direction and move at high speed. It's really fast. Song Wei looked at Ms. Dianjun in front of the screen. The AG-3 orbital Sigma-Sis long cannon fires continuously at high speed, and the beam energy directly attacks the target in an arc-shaped trajectory. Some blood-red pilots who were engrossed in the battle had no idea that someone was attacking them. In an instant, many blood-reds were penetrated by the beam energy and turned into fireworks. The emerald green new human driver with the ability to sense danger quickly dodged the beam energy. The emerald green that reacted slowly was unlucky like the blood red before and turned into a ball of fireworks. Fortunately, it was just a broken arm or foot. Originally, in this battle area, the two sides fought 55 to 50. With the addition of the AG-3 orbital type, the advantage suddenly tilted to the Tianyi mercenary group. The AG-3 orbital type used the Sigma-Sis long cannon to fire at high speed, knocking down many emerald floating cannons. A magic wolf and moon howler locks on the AG-3 orbital type. The AG-3 orbital type used the high-speed movement that can change the direction instantly at the moment of dodging the pounce of the magic wolf Yuexiao, and drew out the beam saber with his left hand, and opened a hole in the magic wolf Yuexiao's fuselage with one sword. The Sigma-Sis long cannon in the right hand fired at the opening one after another. The demon wolf moon howler directly exploded inside, turning into a huge cloud of fireworks. One Quamansha fired mega particle cannons one after another and released many floating cannons, crushing and hitting several Bylon. When a blue pilot was destroying several floating cannons, although he felt the sense of crisis coming from behind him, he immediately dodged, but was still penetrated by the energy beam. Song Wei is using his brain power to liberate the combat field at this moment, allowing him to read out the opponent's next move first. Song Wei was able to succeed mainly because his new human beings were more capable than the target, which allowed him to kill the target. After Song Wei killed a few more targets, he looked at his colleagues behind him. These colleagues were all ordinary troops and elite troops. Song Wei checked the current situation on the battlefield. At our 3 battle sites, all troops have begun to advance step by step. Captain Letties looked at the current 3-dimensional map of the battlefield situation. If they can hold out for a few weeks, their colleagues will definitely find that their side is under attack, and they will definitely send reinforcements to rescue them. Moreover, there is also a factory inside the Hemla asteroid, which can repair and manufacture new MS, mobile fortresses and battleships. Even if our signal cannot be sent, as long as we can last 2 weeks, the victory will be ours. Leader of the planet Letus found a suspected Yagama Ms. mothership in the Tianyi mercenary fleet at 6 o'clock. Enlarge the image of that battleship. Letties looked at the image of the diva, frowned, and said, "I haven't seen this warship from the data. Could it be a new warship developed by the Tianyi mercenary corps? But it's just a new warship developed by you. Even if this warship, the mega particle cannon of the battleship, is more powerful than the mega particle cannon of Argama, but it still cannot penetrate the wall of Zeus." Planet Leader Letties, there is a report from the factory that a batch of 60 Blood Red MS and 3 Finra Moss have been manufactured. Do you want to arrange an attack? Do we still have a driver? Yes, some newly rescued drivers can arrange for them to attack. Okay, let these drivers go to the 6 o'clock direction. The AG-3 orbiter shot down a Bylon, and Song Wei looked at the screen showing how many enemy planes he had shot down so far. A total of 3 mobile fortresses and a total of 47 MS. This record also includes the previous standard type. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came from Song Guowei's upper left, and the AG-3 orbital type immediately moved away from the side. A huge giant claw flew past the AG-3 orbital type, then changed direction at high speed, and then attacked the AG-3 orbital type. The AG-3 orbital dodges again, and then the Sigma this long cannon attacks the giant claw. What? Song Guowei was surprised. The beam energy of the Sigma-Sis long cannon was bounced off by the giant claw armor. AG-3 orbital type, and then dodge immediately. The giant claw did not change direction this time, but returned to the body. Is this their holy machine? Or mobile fortress? Song Guowei looked a little puzzled. A red-black humanoid body with a height of 40 meters. The head looks a bit like a tiger's head. The most special thing is the pair of big claws. There is also a firearm designed in the Middle Ages on the back, and the feet are triangular claws. This huge humanoid body is one of the largest among the holy machines developed by the Dian Empire. The armor is made of alloy armor, made of some special metals from Mars, which can deflect most energy weapons and is immune to beam sabers. The name of this holy machine is Xiongjiu, and the driver is a male, a burly man with yellow hair. The AG-3 orbital Sigma-Sis long cannon fired one after another, and the energy of the beam hit Xiongjiu, and the energy of the beam was directly reflected. Heroic took the line of fire gun mounted on the back and fired directly at the AG-3 orbital type. A ball of flames hit the AG-3 orbital type. The AG-3 orbital type dodges with its super speed, and the fire hits a damaged machine and explodes into a larger fireball. The fireball directly blasted the damaged body into slag. Several J-gangs mounted missile magazines and fired towards Xiong. Xiongjiu immediately shot down all the incoming missiles with the 90mm machine guns on his chest and head. Song Guowei could see that the armor of the hero must use live ammunition physical weapons to effectively damage it. Song Guowei contacted the rear and asked for a heavy-duty model. Song Guowei originally requested to dispatch the Gundam Zeminli Charger to deal with Xiong, but the Gundam Zeminli Charger was in the direction of the Tianyi mercenary fleet at 9 o'clock, and it was impossible to come to help in a short time. In addition to waiting for new equipment, Song Guowei called his colleagues in the Shadow Mad Dog team to help, and even told them to use live ammunition. Although your Tianyi mercenary group has technology that is no less than that of our country, as long as you use targeted methods, you can still restrain you. Huang Fanon said very proudly. Xiongjiu not only beat the AG-3 orbital type to scurry around, but also shot down several Jie gang who came to help. The sirens sounded, and the Huang-haired man felt a sense of crisis and instantly dodged the attack. Several rockets flew past Xiongjiu. 3 Pale Knights, cosmic live ammunition specifications, rushed to the scene. Lieutenant Song, your equipment is coming. Leave it to us first, and you go to change the equipment first. Okay, sorry to bother you. A Pale Knight Gatling machine gun, high-explosive bullet, fired at Xiongjiu, who was relatively large in size, and was still hit by many bullets while dodging with powerful propellers. When the bullet hit the body, the light beam did not bounce off like before, and the bullet exploded instantly when it hit the body. Several different rockets struck Xiongjiu from different directions. Dodge the 2 rockets aggressively, but you can't avoid the 3rd rocket directly hitting the chest of the body. The violent explosion made Huang-haired man look at the screen showing the body damage report, and the body was currently slightly damaged. The yellow-haired man pressed the button and fired the rocket claw. A pair of rocket flying claws locked on the 2 Pale Knights, and the right claw flew out to attack the other Pale Knight. The Pale Knight put on a 135mm pulse machine gun and shot at Fei Claw. Under the mental control of Huang-haired man, Fei Claw avoided the bullets of the pulse machine gun. Upon seeing this, all the drivers of the Pale Knight activated the exam system immediately, and the Pale Knight's eyes changed from blue to red. Pilots all saw the evasive trajectory of their target claws and reacted one step faster from it. Many bullets hit the flying claws. Damn it! The yellow-haired man was very annoyed. Looking at the red eyes of the target's Pale Knight, he thought, damn it! This is their special system, which can allow ordinary humans to have the abilities of our new humans. I really don't know what it is, a system developed by some scientist. The rocket claw returns to the body. Xiongjiu held a line gun and shot at the Pale Knight, One of them dodged, and the other two counterattacked. Relying on his powerful defense, Xiongjiu rushed towards one of the pale knights. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came from Huang-haired man's back, and Xiongjiu stepped aside immediately. The yellow-haired man felt that it was dangerous, and when he came to the front, he immediately pressed the joystick button, and the 90mm machine guns on his head and chest were fired, and sparks were set off not far from the screen. A black knight was hit by a machine gun and appeared, and the revealed black knight also turned on the exam system and rushed towards the hero with a knife in both hands. Xiongjiao grabbed the black knight's swords with both claws and was about to entertain the black knight with a 90mm cannon. The black knight immediately let go of the dual sabers, stepped back, and drew out the electromagnetic gun. At the same time, several rockets hit Xiongjiu's back. Xiongjiu can only dodge. The black knight is closer to Xiongjiu. Several electromagnetic bullets hit Xiongjiu, causing some damage, leaving a few potholes in the armor. However, Xiongjiu also launched a rocket claw in his left hand to attack the black knight. If it was just a rocket flying claw, the black knight could still dodge, but Huang-haired man had already expected the black knight's dodge trajectory, and the line gun in his right hand hit the black knight. It directly made the black knight unable to act for a while. It was too late for the other pale knights to save their companions, and the rocket claws directly penetrated the black knight. The pilots of the pale knight watched their companions die in battle and desperately launched towards Xiongxia, wanting to avenge their fallen companions. Don't worry if you want to avenge your companions. I will send you to meet your dead companions. I am a very nice person. Xiong Yao launched his claws, and under the mental control of Huang-haired man, he locked two of the pale knights, and the other used Xiongjiu to chase and kill them. The firehand rocket claw and the body chase and kill the air target. The pale knight not only uses live ammunition to attack the rocket claw, but also has to dodge the majestic line gun. After chasing the target at a certain distance, the 90mm machine gun fired at the pale knight. The pale knight who was hit by the 90mm machine gun became a little uncoordinated. Taking advantage of the poor coordination of the opponent's movements, Xiongjiu hit the pale knight with a line of fire. Seeing that the rocket claw was about to pass through behind the pale knight, a figure held a hammer and hit the rocket claw heavily. The rocket talon is deformed by a hammer blow. What? The yellow-haired man looked at the AG-3 Gundam from the screen, and the appearance was completely different. The Gundam AG-3 heavy armor stood in front of the pale knight, holding two Dagon hammers in both hands, and the gears of the Dagon hammers began to rotate at high speed. Huang-haired man always felt a little bit bad, and immediately recalled all the rocket claws. The Gundam AG-3 reloaded type rushed towards Xiongyao, and the Xiongyao line gun fired towards the Gundam AG-3 reloaded type, and the high-speed auto-rotating gear of Dagon's heavy hammer directly smashed the incoming bullets. The explosion of bullets cannot do any damage to Dagon hammer. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man was about to retreat. The other pale knights used either machine guns or rockets to hail Xiong-Yao to prevent him from escaping. In addition to dodging these attacks, Xiong-Jiu must also pay attention to the Gundam AG-3 heavy armor. Heroically launches the two-legged rocket flying claws and attacks the Gundam AG-3 heavy model. The Gundam AG-3 heavy armor swings the Dagon hammer with both hands, and the moment the big arrow and flying claws change direction, the action of the Gundam AG-3 heavy armor also changes. Moreover, Song Weigua's combat field allowed him to better predict the next step of Rocket Claw. A pair of Dagon heavy hammers directly hit the rocket flying claws at the same time, directly setting off violent sparks, and the rocket flying claws were split into two and turned into fireworks. Damn it, doesn't this new human have the glory of a new human? He joined hands with these low-class people to beat his compatriots. Sure enough, the new human with ordinary humans will also fall. Huang Fanon was very embarrassed at the moment, manipulating in addition to dodging the Gundam AG-3 heavy armor and approaching him aggressively. He also needs to be on guard from time to time. The pale knight who attacks him at any time. At this time, Xiongjiu was hit by a rocket in the back, and his movements stopped immediately. Oops! Song Weigua seized the opportunity. The Gundam AG-3 reloaded model rushed to the target, and a Dagon hammer directly slashed at Xiongjiu. Xiong Zhao used the fireline gun to resist, and the fireline gun was torn off by Dagon's heavy hammer like a piece of paper. Xiong Zhao tried his best to avoid it, but his entire right arm was chopped off by Dagon's heavy hammer. The remaining left hand is still firing the rocket-flying claws, trying to make a last stand. It's a pity that in Song Weigua's battlefield, his stubborn resistance was futile. The last rocket-flying claw was also directly smashed by Dagon's heavy hammer, and then the head of the machine was also smashed by Dagon's heavy hammer. Take him away. The three pale knights brought the headshot, broken arms, and legs back to the diva. Then, the Sky Fighter just sent the AG-3 standard equipment and the combined parts of the Sigma-6 rifle. Song Weigua replaced the AG-3 with the standard model, and the Sky Fighter brought the heavy model back to the diva. Song Weigua received an order from the group leader Li Xiuqing, and AG-3 immediately moved forward to designate a location. On the way, the Sigma-6 rifle shot through and devoured several enemy planes one after another. The standard type and all-round performance are average, but the maneuverability response is not as good as the orbital type. AG-3 rushed into another engagement area. As long as the Ms troops of the Tianyi mercenary group break through the battle area here, they can rush into the Dian Army's second line of defense battleships. The battleship group of the second line of defense does not have skyrocket battleships, because the area of the battleship group of the second line of defense has strong min-of-particle interference. As a result, the accurate computer of the skyrocket battleship cannot be used, and it is impossible to accurately calculate the exact direction of the enemy's navigation and launch the skyrocket. Therefore, the skyrocket battleship can only retreat to the first line of defense. Song Weigua saw from the screen that there were shadow mad dogs on the battlefield. In the MS Battle of the Cavaliers series, there were also ordinary and elite troops fighting the enemy on the battlefield. EXS also fought in this area. AG-3 launched a beam saber from the front of the shield in his left hand to split a blood red in half. AG-3 came to EXS. Head, the subordinates are late. No, Lieutenant Song, you came at the right time. There are a bunch of enemy planes right in front of you. Let's fire with me. The Sigma-6 rifle and Elven beam cannon fire together. Many of the enemy's holy machines dodged. Only 2 blood reds, 1 emerald green, and a few armored monsters were destroyed. The holy machine that got out of the way was suppressed by the firepower of other MS. At present, many holy machines have turned on the boost mode, and there are also many MS on the Tianyi mercenary side who have turned on the boost mode to fight. Since the Rider series was replaced with new specification parts and more advanced technology, the all-round performance of the Rider series has improved a lot. The performance of the Knight series basically suppresses the emerald green and wins the blue. Many holy machines of the Dian army are locked by the MS of the Knight series. Especially the blue is targeted by the Pale Knight D2 and the Death Knight. Especially the Death Knight's all-round performance is basically crushing the blue. The wired guided gun of the Death Knight is more capable of shooting down the blue floating gun, because the performance of the former is much better than that of the latter. Other MS, such as Blood Red and Unmanned Scorpio, are completely suppressed by mass-produced MS, such as Delta and other mass-produced Gundams and Jiegang. As for the Mobile Fortress, it was also the Mobile Fortress on the side of the Tianyi mercenaries that suppressed the Dian army. Lieutenant Song, you and the others break through the battle zone and kill their warships. Got it, Captain. AG-3 and some MS, such as Jiegang, 3 Malawian Quaches, Kuei Mansha, and the Mobile Fortress broke through the battle zone and went to the 2nd Defense Line Battleship Group. The 2nd Line of Defense, the battleship group of the Dian Army, sent MS and Mobile Fortress troops to block the battleship group. The AG-3 Sigma-6 rifle smashed the Demon Wolf Moon Howl with one shot, and moved forward with the cover of several Death Knights, and assembled the components mounted behind it with the Sigma-6 rifle to form a Blushja cannon, also known as the Blushja cannon. It is a miniature photon ring mine, miniature photon ring ray. The Blasty cannon began to recharge, and several Death Knights beside AG-3 provided guards to lock the target with an effective range. Song Weigua's target is a 1,500-meter-long giant Ms mothership, codenamed Sisigli, and named Kula, which is the command ship of the 2nd Defense Line Dian Army Battleship Group. The captain and commander of Kara found AG-3 charging, and immediately ordered all MS and mobile fortresses to knock down AG-3, and even ordered the ship to maximize the shield energy. The relationship between men of particles is only can reach a mere 50%. Several Death Knights tried their best to protect AG-3. Other MS and mobile fortresses also prevented the enemy from attacking AG-3. If it weren't for the men of particles on the Dion warships, all the warships would have to launch guided missiles, and the AG-3 must be shot down. The troops on both sides fought fiercely, and both MS and the mobile fortress were shot down. At 100% charge for 2 minutes, the Brasti cannon fires a massive blue-white photon beam cannon. One shot directly pierced through the energy shield of the Karam's mothership, and even penetrated the hull, and hit the Brock frigate behind Kara. After passing through the 5th battleship, the energy shield of the battleship was pierced. Although it did not penetrate the entire hull, it still caused great damage to the battleship. This shot not only stunned the two sides fighting on the spot, even Song Weigwa was very surprised. He didn't expect the Brasti cannon to be so powerful. At this moment, the components of the Brasti cannon are emitting some electric wires. Song Weigwa looks at the screen, and it shows that the components must wait another 5 minutes before firing the Brasti cannon again. In the original book, the components are actually useless as soon as they are fired. Long Fei passed by. After a series of improvements, as long as it is recharged and launched after 5 minutes, the components will not be destroyed. Captain Letties was very surprised when he saw the video of the Blasti cannon launching. He really didn't understand how the Tianyi mercenary group developed such a powerful weapon, and it only needs to be launched by MS. With such a weapon's power, only some unique warships of the country are so powerful. In terms of power, it is stronger than the Wing Gundam's destroyer cannon, but its attack range is not as wide as that of the destroyer cannon. Master Planetary Commander, at 9 o'clock, the 2nd Defense Line Battleship Group, the command ship was shot down, and the commander was killed. Please, Master Planetary Commander, give an order. Let the first line of defense battleships dispatch MS and mobile fortress troops to attack and cover the retreat of the 2nd Defense Line of battleships. At 6 o'clock, the Tianyi mercenary squadron's fleet began to advance while firing mobile drill missiles and men of particle missiles one after another, targeting the first line of defense Dion Army battleships. Armored frigates also fired all their huge floating cannons to the front. The missile group launched was deliberately used as a cover when the Dion Army battleship group of the 2nd Defense Line was defeated, and the missile group flew above or below these battleships. The MS of the Dion Army and the mobile fortress who were fighting at the forefront also retreated with all their strength. They wanted to return to the mothership, but the Tianyi mercenaries did not give them a chance. Moreover, AG-3's MS and mobile fortress also chased and killed the defeated battleship group. The defeated battleships are still protected by troops, otherwise they will be massacred one-sidedly. The MS and mobile fortress troops sent by the Dion Army battleship group on the first line of defense were warmly greeted by the first wave of mobile drill missile group. MS and the mobile fortress troops are desperately shooting towards the mobile drill missile group. There are more than 5,000 motorized drill missiles. When the missile head and the body are separated, the missile head is faster and more flexible. Although MS and the mobile fortress have turned on point defense systems or barrage attacks, more than 80% of the mobile drill missiles have been shot down. The remaining less than 20% of the mobile drill missiles still caused a lot of losses to the Dion Army MS and mobile fortresses. The 2nd Pomenov particle missile group, below, and the 3rd mobile drill missile group, above, rushed to the target as a cover when the first wave of mobile drill missile group raided the enemy MS and mobile fortress. Although there are some MS and mobile fortress drivers who have solved the first wave of mobile drill missile groups and responded quickly to attack the 2nd and 3rd wave missile groups. But only a small part was shot down. To make matters worse, the missiles that were shot down were men of particle missiles. The men of particles emitted affected their communication equipment and radar, and even affected their guidance system. The 4th wave of mobile drill missiles directly caused many MS and mobile fortresses in Dion's army to suffer from the interference of men of particles, causing the function of the point defense system to plummet. Also, more than 5,000 mobile drill missiles intercepted less than 50% of them at this moment. which directly caused the loss of more than 70% of MS and mobile fortresses. Then, the fifth wave of mobile drill missiles passed the remaining troops. The commander of the battleship group of the Dion army on the first line of defense looked at his troops and the situation on the frontline battlefield. The commander ordered to launch the Sky rocket target is the frontline battlefield. Colonel and brothers are fighting at the forefront. Shut up and let them die with honor. Sky rocket battleship fires Sky rockets. The huge floating cannons of the armored frigates of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps immediately activated their defensive functions, and many huge floating cannons were connected to form a fishing net that spread out, ordering the troops fighting on the front line to quickly enter under the protective net. The Tianyi Mercenary MS and the mobile fortress who were fighting on the front line ran under the range of the protection net with full horsepower. The MS and mobile fortresses of Dion's army ran in two directions. One side ran towards the mothership, and the other side ran with the Tianyi mercenaries, and the MS or mobile fortress driven by the driver who followed the Tianyi mercenaries. When they ran under the range of the protective net, they either dropped their weapons to express surrender or opened the cockpit and raised their hands to signal the opponent not to fire. For the Dion army who surrendered, they issued instructions to let these pilots leave the airframe, and then arranged for troops to pick them up. Many of those MS and mobile fortresses who ran towards the mothership with all their strength were directly bombarded by Sky rockets. Even with excellent premonition of crisis capabilities, they still turned into fireworks when they dodged with all their strength. The commander of the first line of defense looked at the situation at the front line and couldn't help but angrily hammered the command table in front of him. He really didn't expect that he wanted to let the front-line troops and the enemy troops die together. The enemy had already prepared to defend against him. In fact, the Tianyi mercenary group was able to defend against the commander's hand, mainly through countless simulated battles, and had also estimated that the enemy might adopt such a method in order to win or when they were forced to do so. What annoyed the commander was that the attack just now caused many troops to surrender to the Tianyi mercenary group. The commander didn't think about it. He used the troops as pawns to sacrifice, so why didn't this make the members of the frontline troops feel cold? Of course, among the members of the troops who surrendered like the Tianyi mercenary group, there are adjusters, new humans, and residents of the Manhwa asteroid. Among the people who surrendered, the adjusted people accounted for the majority. The adjusted people did not have the various special abilities of the new humans. They may or may not be as good as the new humans in terms of combat ability, but they are definitely better than the new humans in terms of brains. When these surrendered adjusters knew that the commander was about to sacrifice them, their brains quickly worked and decided to immediately follow the Tianyi mercenaries. It was these adjusters who surrendered to the Tianyi mercenaries the fastest, followed by the residents of the Manhwa asteroid, and finally the new humans who accounted for the smallest minority. As for these adjusters, aren't they worried that their country will embarrass their families? In fact, all of these surrendered adjusters are members of artificial embryos. Basically, they have no family members at all, so let alone surrender. Even if it is treason, it is no big deal to them. Anyway, for these adjusters, the country has already sacrificed them as pawns, so why should they sacrifice their lives for such a country? But a small number of new humans didn't think of this. They just ran away for a while, and now they can only surrender. How about this family? They are also very worried at the moment. The residents of the little star in Manhwa are now worried about the safety of their families in the asteroid. At this moment, they are not only worried about their families, but also hope that the Tianyi mercenaries can defeat the Dion army, but they are more worried about the Dion army before they are defeated. Will they kill their family members as objects of anger? In terms of the progress of the Tianyi mercenary group fleet at the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions, it is not as ideal as the 6 o'clock direction. At 6 o'clock, the first defense line Dion fleet, the commander looked at the three-dimensional battlefield map. The Sky rocket attack just now basically lost his wife and lost his army. At this time, the announcer reported, there are 2 waves of missile groups attacking our fleet from above and below. The whole machine, turn on the point defense system. Countless missiles were shot down, and the pincer attack from the upper and lower directions made Dion's fleet desperately intercept them. As more and more missiles were shot down, more and more min of particles began to spread around, gradually affecting all battleships, MS and electronic components of mobile fortresses, etc., thereby affecting the point defense system. Some missiles even hit battleships, MS, and so on. Especially for men of particle missiles, in addition to the damage caused by the explosion when they hit the target, the men of particles spread more widely. Although all the missiles in the second wave were intercepted, 5% of the missiles in the third wave hit the target, and the men of particles had basically spread to the first line of defense. In the fifth wave of the mobile drill missile group, although the battleships and MS and other troops tried their best to shoot, more than 20% of the mobile drill missiles broke through the defense line and the barrage. As for MS, as long as the driver's skills are good, he can basically shoot down the missile at the moment of getting out of the way. If the mobile fortress is only hit by one missile, as long as it is not in the cockpit or chest, he can basically survive. In terms of battleships, due to the men of particles, the energy shield cannot fully exert its capabilities. Roughly 2 or 3 mobile drill missiles can basically penetrate the energy shield, causing great damage to the battleship. Captain Letty's looked at the three-dimensional battlefield map, and the battle situation at 6 o'clock was the most unfavorable, with the heaviest losses. Captain Letty's immediately transferred the reserve support force inside the asteroid to the direction of 9 o'clock. The technology of the men of particle, the leader of the planet Letus, is a very headache. Of course, he is not the only commander of all the Dion forces, because this weird particle has turned many of their electronic components, communication equipment, radar, and guidance. Weapons make a huge impact, especially for guided weapons. Once they pass through the dense area of men of particles, electronic components, chips, and guidance systems will be affected or even paralyzed. On the contrary, the Tianyi mercenary group will not be affected in any way, which leads to the two sides fighting in a different situation. Captain Letty's looked at the three-dimensional map of the current battlefield. The two directions of the battlefield at 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock also began to be pushed forward step by the Tianyi mercenary group. Damn it, the guided weapon is affected, and the message transmission is intercepted by the other party. No matter what, it will take at least 2 weeks. There were no war reporters at all on this battlefield, mainly because the Tianyi mercenary group did not want to have live broadcast guidance from war reporters, so they did not inform any media reporters of their actions. They even asked the United Army not to tell the media reporters about this big move. The main reason is not to let the news of this operation leak to Dion's army. Of course, the Tianyi mercenary group also has a purpose, that is, they don't want the United Army, including any forces, to know that they have invested in new Gundams and new weapons. On the battlefield at 6 o'clock, Age 3 fired another Lasty cannon and shot down several Dion warships. At 9 o'clock, Dantalin, T-type thruster, Gundam appeared on the stage, and also encountered a similar majestic Holy Machine. Under the attack of the T-shaped thruster, the Holy Machine was directly smashed into pieces by Dantalin. At 3 o'clock, it is also approaching step by step. Captain Letus looked at the situation on the battlefield. The relationship between the men of particles caused the frontline troops to retreat steadily. At this moment, Planet Chief Letty's can only order the entire army to return to the asteroid Manhwa. Planet Leader Letus prayed that within 2 weeks, the Sky Wing Mercenary Corps' Nyagama battleship or Wing Gundam would not come here. As long as the 3rd Expeditionary Force does not receive the report update of the Manhwa asteroid within 5 days, they will definitely know what happened here and immediately organize troops to come to the rescue. The distance of the Tianyi mercenary fleet in 3 directions is about 600 kilometers from the asteroid Manhwa. The Dionite warships inside the Wall of Zeus cannot attack the enemy forces outside. Why can Dion's warships enter and exit freely on the Wall of Zeus? But why can't weapons be entered or exited? Because the battleship of the Dion army has a special magnetic film, which allows the protection system of the Wall of Zeus to identify friendly forces, so friendly forces can freely enter and exit. However, these weapons do not have a magnetic film, so they cannot be fired. Even if the guided missile is coated with a magnetic film, it may also be paralyzed due to the men of particles. The 3 Tianyi mercenary fleets in different directions fired the battleship's main guns, laser cannons, and shield-breaking destroyers' electromagnetic accelerator guns at the same time. Captain Letus frowned watching the actions of the Tianyi mercenary group. When these weapons bombarded the Wall of Zeus, the scale was at least 3 times larger, and they had to be notified for at least 1 hour. It is possible to make the Wall of Zeus threshold exceed the limit and crash. Master Planet, it's not good. That battleship has no data, and their special weapons have gathered huge energy at this moment. Captain Letty's frowned and looked at the diva on the screen. The most powerful weapon of the diva, the laser weapon, the photon blaster cannon, is gathering a huge amount of energy at this moment and is about to reach 100% full charge. The photon burst cannon is charged to 100% energy. Photon burst cannon, fire. The cannon, which is red with a bit of brilliant color and bursting flashes, shot out from the super weapon of the diva. The photon burst cannon bombarded the Wall of Zeus. Planet Chief Letty's watched the data threshold of the Wall of Zeus soar like a rocket into the sky. Planet Chief Letty's jumped directly. The Wall of Zeus has a very high resistance to particle-based energy weapons. Why did the energy weapon issued by an unknown battleship make the threshold of the Wall of Zeus almost break through its capacity? What's going on here? Why doesn't the Wall of Zeus have the usual ability to resist the energy of the particle system? Master Planetary, the super weapon that has been found out so far is not the energy of the particle system, but the energy of the laser photon system. What? How is this possible? Letty's was extremely shocked, because the energy of the photon system, the author of the photon burst cannon has read the information is the photon system, but I don't know if it is correct. Welcome to correct me. The Kingdom of Dion is still in the research stage. Unexpectedly, the Tianyi mercenary group has already mastered the photon energy weapon. Master Planet, the Wall of Zeus has exceeded the limit, and the Wall of Zeus has collapsed. Under the bombardment of the photon burst cannon, the Wall of Zeus that wrapped the asteroid Hemla directly penetrated the asteroid Hemla. And what was even worse was that the energy transmission tube of the Wall of Zeus was pierced by the photon burst cannon. The Wall of Zeus dissipated like dust. Oops, order all warships to evade quickly. Captain Letus looked at the screen, and the Wall of Zeus collapsed for a moment. Electromagnetic bombs, missiles, etc. bombarded the fleet and issued an order in horror. Electromagnetic accelerator guns, motorized drill missiles, men-of-particle missiles, and laser cannons in 3 directions attacked the Dion fleet the moment the Wall of Zeus collapsed like a swarm of bees. Although the Vortex frigate turned on the Vortex beam to protect the Sky Rocket strategic ship, the mobile drill missile directly sank the Vortex frigate. Electromagnetic acceleration bombards the next Sky Rocket battleship. Before, the Tianyi mercenary fleet had been bombarding the Wall of Zeus, not indiscriminately. Each attack was aimed at the target. Moreover, another purpose of bombarding the Wall of Zeus is to weaken the resistance of the Wall of Zeus, so that the success rate of the photon burst cannon to penetrate the Wall of Zeus is increased. Therefore, the moment the Wall of Zeus collapsed, those attacks hit the target head-on. This time, the Dion army fleet on the Hemla asteroid suffered heavy damage in just a few minutes. What's worse is that the men-of particles are getting denser and denser, which affects the communication facilities of the fleet and the planet. Master Planetary, the enemy MS and mobile fortresses are rushing towards this planet under the cover of the enemy fleet's beam cannons and missile groups. The planetary defense system is activated, and the planetary defenders attack. Letty's really didn't expect that the Wall of Zeus was destroyed in one blow, and one of the energy transmission pipes was destroyed. After the Wall of Zeus collapsed, it would take up to 5 hours for the device to be repaired and restarted after the Wall of Zeus was damaged. Age 3 Lunatype. The shoulders of the body are equipped with 6 pairs of long-range floating cannon components, which can be used as multiple laser cannons. The legs of the body are replaced with large thruster components, which can increase the mobility of the body. The extra propellant storage tank prolongs the activity time of the body, and the right hand is replaced with the Britannia's rifle, which is more powerful than the Sigmasis rifle. Under Song Weigua's mental control, 12 long-range floating cannons fired at the surrounding enemy planes in all directions, and countless fireworks burst out around them. Then, the AG-3 Luna rushed towards the Hemla asteroid, while dodging the asteroid's defensive turret attack, while using the Britannia's rifle to destroy a defensive turret with one shot. 12 long-range floating cannons fired towards the defensive turrets at different positions. The defense turret of the asteroid is affected by the men of particles, the defense system cannot be effectively executed, and it can only issue bomb attacks. Although this random launch would mistakenly hit their own troops, it also made it difficult for the Tianyi mercenary group's missile group to break through. And it was also difficult for MS and mobile fortresses to rush in under the barrage of fire. Song Weihua, Li Xiuqing, and other Ms. pilots can break through the barrage and destroy those defensive turrets, so that the asteroid's defense capabilities will be weakened and the missiles and troops can rush in as much as possible. The electromagnetic accelerator guns of the shield-breaking destroyers can cause damage to asteroids, but this is not their purpose. The purpose is to occupy the asteroid Manhwa, not to destroy the asteroid Manhwa. After the shield-breaking destroyers solved the target, it began to turn its target to the Manhwa asteroid, and the power of the electromagnetic accelerator was weakened. There are 6 shield-breaking destroyers in different directions, firing weakened electromagnetic accelerator guns. When the electromagnetic live ammunition hit the surface of the asteroid, it caused great damage to the surface. When many surface parts were bombarded, the dust was picked up, and even cracks appeared around many of the ground. This not only caused damage to the defensive turrets under the attack of the electromagnetic accelerator, but also caused damage to the internal defensive turret sensors, delivery pipes, etc., which affected the operation of many defensive turrets. Under the continuous bombardment of the electromagnetic accelerator, Letus and all the staff in the command room felt the vibration. It took 5 minutes until the vibration stopped, and the staff immediately reported the damage of the asteroid. More than 50% of the defense turrets were damaged and could not function normally. Then the staff reported that the Tianyi mercenary fleets in 3 directions launched a wave of missiles at the same time. The Tianyi mercenary fleet in 3 directions launched a wave of mobile drill missiles at the same time. This was the last wave of missiles launched by all warships after the shield-breaking destroyer fired all the electromagnetic live ammunition. Ledes immediately ordered all the troops to shoot down all the missile groups. The MS and mobile fortress on the Tianyi mercenary side attacked the enemy's remaining warships, MS and mobile fortress, preventing the enemy from shooting down their missile group. The troops of the 2 sides fought fiercely. The Dian army wanted to shoot down the enemy's missile group, and the Tianyi mercenary group wanted to prevent the enemy from being shot down. More than 15,000 mobile drill missiles attacked the Manhwa asteroid, and the entire Dian army attacked desperately, only barely shooting down about 50% of the missiles. Nearly 8,000 mobile drill missiles attacked the asteroid from 3 directions. Ledes and the staff in the command room are all prepared for earthquakes. The asteroid is subjected to such a round of bombardment, which also causes the entire interior of the asteroid to vibrate. The asteroid's defense turrets are now more than 95% destroyed. The Tianyi mercenary fleet in 3 directions immediately dispatched suppressing troops to suppress and occupy the interior of the asteroid. The AG-3 Luna continued to fight outside the asteroid, attacking the asteroid's defenders. A single shot from Britannia's rifle wounded the forward Brock frigate in the harbor. The other sacred machines, Blood Red and Emerald Green, attacked the AG-3 Luna. With its powerful thrusters, the AG-3 Luna, in addition to dodging attacks, the Britannia's rifle and 12 long-range floating cannons give the enemy heavy blows. 12 long-range floating guns can carry out all-round long-range strikes. Dantelin, T-type thruster, rushed towards Lekulu. The energy weapons used could not cause damage to Dantelin, and the driver of Dantelin dodged the attack with his superb skills and stepped forward to punch Shattered and Emerald. YXS led some Pale Knights into a port, suppressed the port, and began to cover the spaceship of the ground suppression force to enter the port. A spaceship fleet of a ground suppression force outside the asteroid entered the port where the YXS and Pale Knights were suppressing. The members of the ground suppression force all wore Spartan uniforms and held different weapons, including live ammunition and energy. Some of the members of the ground troops also wear the outer bone marrow armor Ares armor, Search, Wolf Style, and Armor Elephant. The Wolf Style outer bone marrow armor is like a very small version of MS, with energy weapons or pulse electromagnetic weapons, and so on. The ground force defenders of the Dian Army asteroids also have equipment similar to Spartan battle uniforms, but this is usually given to special forces or the commander or captain of some troops. Ordinary troops wear simple outer armor, helmets, etc., and have good defense capabilities against live ammunition weapons. If the bullets of the ground troops of the United Army do not exceed 18 millimeters, it is basically difficult to cause damage. Of course, if it is an electromagnetic gun and a pulse rifle, 10 millimeters can still penetrate their outer armor. However, very few ground troops in the combine are equipped with electromagnetic guns or pulse rifles. Mainly for cost reasons, the Lianhe Army developed a unified rifle with bullets exceeding 20 millimeters, which can kill the target as long as the bullet hits the target a few times. Basically, the price of a pulse rifle is already the price of 20 uniform rifles. In addition to the price of the gun, the price of the bullets is also very different. The bullets of a pulse rifle are basically equal to the price of 10 ordinary bullets. If it was the coalition army that attacked, the defenders of Dion's army would not suffer much damage. It's just that the ground suppression troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are on the scene now. Most of the weapons held by the local troops of the Dion defenders are live ammunition rifles, and it is basically difficult for 20 millimeters bullets to penetrate the Spartan battle uniforms. The live ammunition rifles held by the ground troops of the Tianyi mercenaries are all pulse type or electromagnetic type. It is basically easy to penetrate the simple outer armor of these defenders. The wolf-style outer bone marrow armor slaughters the enemy ground troops one-sidedly in some wide aisles. In addition to the high defensive ability, the wolf-style outer bone marrow armor also has the function of energy shielding. The enemy's shield-breaking bazooka, specially designed to break energy shields, did not hit the wolf-style energy shield with several consecutive rounds, and could not destroy the wolf-style energy shield at all. Why is the Tianyi mercenary group so extravagant? All ground troops wear such powerful armor suits. Letty said while looking at the battle video captured by the camera inside the asteroid, looking at the Spartan suit. Looking at the outer bone marrow armor, Letty sighed and said that his country did not have such equipment. Since there are MS, mobile fortresses, battleships, guided weapons, etc., ground individual weapons have not been given much attention. Except for special forces equipment, ordinary troops do not have such equipment for those powerful individual soldiers. Basically, after occupying a certain place on the battlefield, the general ground troops only deal with some details and some suppression, and they have to rely on tanks, helicopters, drones, MS, etc. to help fight. Generally speaking, most of the individual weapons of ordinary troops are simplified and developed from some equipment of special forces. Letty's looked at the defenders in the asteroid. Except for those special forces who could fight with the ground troops of the Tianyi mercenaries, mainly elite troops and above, they were basically overwhelmingly beaten by the opponent. Master Planetary, the 4th and 7th ports have been attacked by the enemy, and they have also been suppressed by the enemy's forces. The enemy's ground suppression forces have also begun to enter these 2 ports. Letty's punched the table, and if it continued, the entire asteroid would be occupied sooner or later. Let us immediately dispatch troops and prepare to flee. Put those original residents in one place, and tell the original residents that if the defenders dare to surrender, then let them suffer the pain of losing their loved ones first. An outer bone marrow armor elephant, attacked the Dion army tank not far away in the form of a pictogram, and an electromagnetic gun penetrated the entire tank. Then, the pictograph transformed into an armored figure, took off the electromagnetic gun and held it in his hand, and shot it down with a single shot towards the drone above. In addition to the drones above being greeted by the ground troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, the Tianyi mercenary group also sent their own drone troops to deal with the Dion army drone troops. The residential area inside the asteroid is also in a mess at this moment. A stealth team with nano armor, search, found some local residents under house arrest by Dion's army. Moreover, it was discovered that there was a bomb installed in the place of house arrest, and the team immediately notified the superiors. The superiors also guessed the purpose of the Dion army and asked each team to add a nano-external armor, search, team to conduct investigations in various areas to see if any local residents were also placed under house arrest or threatened. From the electronic warfare Tianyi mercenaries who are good at hacking into the enemy's lines and networks. In addition to searching for the enemy's network, They also began to search for the structure inside the asteroid. On the other side, after Letus finished handling the action at hand, he took his cronies and began to head for his battleship. Letties thought that he escaped in such a mess, and didn't know how he would explain to Prince Christopher next. The Hemla asteroid is one of the most important strongholds of the 3rd Expeditionary Force, and now it has fallen. I only hope that my family can save his life. Letties got the information from the earphones. Those local residents who were held hostage, the bombs planted were dismantled, and those local residents were rescued. To make matters worse, the defenders of the previously threatened local residents opened fire on Dion's army. Have all the local residents under house arrest been rescued? My lord, some of them are still in the software, and you can press the bomb at any time. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Before Letties finished speaking, gunshots were heard not far away, and the cronies beside him screamed and fell to the ground. Lettuce, who was in charge of protecting his special forces, immediately picked him up and looked for a safe spot, while the other special forces members shot in different directions. Because the helmet scanners of these special forces have discovered the invisible Tiani mercenaries. This time, there was a gun battle between the people on both sides. The Letties headset has always been blind at the moment, unable to communicate with his subordinates. Letties was annoyed and scared at the moment. He really didn't understand why the Tiani mercenaries knew about their command room in such a short period of time. In fact, one of the main reasons is that when the Hemla asteroid was first occupied, some criminal organizations that escaped went to other areas to continue committing crimes, but were caught by Tiani mercenaries. Some of the internal structure and information in the La asteroid were sold to Tiani mercenaries in exchange for a chance of survival. When the Tiani mercenaries who entered the asteroid hacked into the enemy's internal network and inspected the internal structure, they had already acted immediately. The cronies that Letus brought went to the channel where his exclusive battleship was located, which was a secret channel specially created after the occupation of the Hemla asteroid. The Tiani mercenaries hacked into the internal network of the enemy target, but it would take some time to find more confidential intelligence documents. If Letties had walked into the secret passage earlier, the Tiani mercenaries would have unsealed the secret documents and files, and it would be too late to go to the secret passage to stop Letties. At that time, it may have to be stopped by the Tiani mercenary fleet outside the asteroid, and it is still a problem whether Letus can be caught by then. Letties would be intercepted, mainly because he was unlucky, and the search team of Tiani mercenaries ran into a dead mouse. Letties was not shot dead by the Tiani mercenaries, mainly because he was dressed gorgeously. The Tiani mercenaries immediately knew that his identity was not simple, and they had to capture Letties, a very valuable target, alive. Command, we have found a valuable target and request support. The Tiani mercenaries and the special forces of the Dion army are fighting. Under the protection of several special forces, Letties fled the scene with difficulty, while the other special forces retreated while fighting. Apart from letting Letties escape from the scene, the main purpose was to stop the Tiani mercenaries from advancing step by step. Under the of special forces, Letties entered a wide corridor, and suddenly a violent explosion occurred in the corridor. The powerful shock wave made Letties fall backwards, and he was on all fours in a state of embarrassment. The special forces immediately helped Letties up, and after the smoke from the explosion cleared, several Wolf-style and Ares armors wearing outer bone marrow armor drilled out of the huge pothole. The special forces immediately attacked the God of War armor and the Wolf-style. The pulse rifle of the special forces can't penetrate the shield energy at all, while the God of War armor and Wolf-style weapons can easily penetrate the armor of the special forces. Letties was already so frightened in the battle just now that he hugged his head and pushed back, watching the special forces protecting him, being killed one by one. Letties was so frightened that he kicked his legs wildly and desperately backed away, retreating to the wall and trying to escape the scene. But Letties was already so frightened that his legs went limp. Climbed forward desperately with both hands. As a result, there was a pair of feet standing in front of him. Letties looked up and saw that it was a Tiani mercenary looking down at him. Letties was rolling and crawling again and wanted to run in the opposite direction, but in front of him were God of War armor and Wolf warrior. At this moment, Letties shouted with snot and tears, "Don't kill me." Then he peed out of his crotch. At this time, the Tiani mercenary grabbed Letties' hair with one hand, and used the scanning function covering the helmet to scan his face. From the obtained information, he found that Letties is the planetary leader of this asteroid. Command: Captain Hemla has been captured. Lettis was handcuffed with both hands and was sitting on a chair anxiously. He knew that he was already a prisoner. Now he is in the detention room, and there are several people sitting in front of him. Although he is also a new human being with an extremely arrogant mentality in his heart, he is still afraid of being a human being. Now let him choose whether to die or live. He still wants to choose to live. At this moment, he doesn't care whether he is a nobleman or a noble Dion emperor. Now he just wants to live, because he is afraid of death. Li Xiuqing, Brigadier General Danma, see Chapter 387, and a colonel. The colonel first said, Earl Lettis, now you can answer whatever we ask. Don't play tricks. If you think you can deceive us, it seems that you are too naive. We also have new humans here. New humans deal with new in terms of human beings. You should also be an expert. If you are confident that you can lie to us, you can try it. Once you let us know that you are lying, we have a lot of ways to greet you. Lettis took a deep breath to calm down the fear in his heart. Although he found that the three people in front of him were ordinary humans, he knew that there must be new humans watching everything in the dark, and then said, As long as I know, I'll tell you all, but what I want is for you to promise not to kill me. Dama said, If you cooperate well, we can guarantee not to kill you, and even give you a more comfortable environment to live in during this period of imprisonment. The colonel took out a tablet and projected a three-dimensional map of Colonial Area Number 2. The colonel pointed to one of them and said, This is the Hemla asteroid. How many strongholds like this do you have? I don't know about that. Brigadier General Danma looked at Li Xiuqing, and Li Xiuqing used the headset communicator to call his subordinates to come in. The door of the detention room opened, and several members of the Shadow Mad Dog squad came in with torture tools. Lettis was so frightened that he quickly explained, I just said that I don't know. It's not that I don't know. Danma warned. It's better to be clear and not to say something that is ambiguous. Okay, I see. How many other places are there similar to the Hemla asteroid? I know of 2 more. Where is the location? Pointed out. Lettis pointed out 2 strongholds. Danma asked, Christopher Guy, where is he now? Do you know? And what plans does he have to say? I don't know the whereabouts of the eldest prince. He is often erratic. As for his plans, he will never tell our subordinates. He will only tell us to do something when he decides to do something. The colonel said, Your Excellency, I forgot to tell you one thing. Your handcuffs have a lie detector function. You have lied just now. Lettis turned pale with fright and hurriedly said, That. I forgot just now. All I know is His Royal Highness the eldest prince. Before he could say anything, a piece of white cloth was directly stuffed into his mouth. A member of the Shadow Mad Dog team directly took off Lettis's right shoe and sock, took a hammer directly, and hit his thumb directly. There was a sound of bone breaking and Lettis let out a painful cry, and Lettis struggled on the chair in pain. Danma warned again. The one just now was vigilant against you and dared to lie. Even if you tell the truth next time, you will still be punished. After Lettis's thumb was smashed, he didn't dare to do it again. He said everything he knew word by word. Danma snapped her fingers and said, Take this Lord Earl down and arrange a comfortable place for him. But if you do something misunderstood, Lord Earl, then don't blame the mercenaries of Tianyi Ruthless. Yes, I absolutely dare not make any mistakes. On the other side, after the Tianyi mercenary group occupied the Hemla asteroid, they began to count everything. The Tianyi mercenary group did not embarrass the local residents who joined Dion's army because their families were kidnapped, and let them reunite with their families after disarming them. The Tianyi mercenary group's approach also made the local residents feel good. In addition to being informed by the local residents that the Dion army was occupying the asteroid, they had done a series of things. Some secret tunnels, some secret factories, secret ports, etc. built by Dion's army. This was originally a 3-way area: drug trafficking, human trafficking, arms trading, and so on. After the Dion army occupied, in terms of human trafficking, the Dion army took away all the trafficked people for the purpose of training soldiers, and they completely destroyed the drug dealers. The drug dealers were either disposed of or arrested. Coolly. In terms of munitions, the munitions produced were too backward for the Dion army and were destroyed. The original munitions manufacturing plant was confiscated and remodeled, and the original manufacturing employees were incorporated into the Dion Army as logistics personnel. Regardless of the original forces, after the Dion Army occupied them, they were either drawn to work as coolies or they were incorporated into cannon fodder soldiers. Now that the Tianyi mercenary group has taken over, there are two options for the local residents. The first option is to leave here, and then the Tianyi mercenary group will hand them over to the United Army, and the United Army will make arrangements. The second option is to stay here. All the previous things must be removed, and no criminal actions are allowed. The Tianyi mercenary group will arrange jobs for local residents. Those who want to join the Tianyi mercenary group as long as they have ability, the Tianyi mercenary group is very welcome. In addition to the above matters, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps also sent a research team to study the Wall of Zeus. Then, study the asteroids. The asteroid Manhwa is designated as the 22nd subbase by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps official website publicized this matter. When the 3rd Expeditionary Force of Dion's army received this news, they were extremely shocked. The Wall of Zeus with extremely strong defense was actually broken. Christopher was even more shocked. According to the intelligence information he had, both Nyagama and Wing Gundam were fighting in other locations. Why would the Manhwa asteroid be breached? What puzzled him even more was that when the Mula asteroid was attacked again, it only announced that they were attacked by the Coalition Army, and the Coalition Army was several times larger than the Manhwa asteroid defenders. After retreating, when Christopher received the news, he didn't take it seriously. Even if the number of the combined army was more than 5 times, it would not be able to fight. What annoyed him was why the Mula asteroid didn't send a distress signal to them when it was attacked by the Tianyi mercenaries. Why didn't the asteroid Manhwa send out a signal until the technical team reported to him? It was because all the signals sent out were intercepted by the Tianyi mercenary group. Christopher looked at the report in his hand. The Tianyi mercenary group could intercept their signal. I thought your Tianyi mercenary group was only strong in military, but I didn't expect that software technology such as information signal is so advanced, and the Wall of Zeus will be pierced. At least 2 pseudo-agamas or 2 wing Gundams are needed to penetrate. Maybe they have already manufactured multiple Gundams or warships of that type, and more reconnaissance troops must be arranged for long-range reconnaissance. On the same day that the asteroid Manhwa was struck, the mother base is a modified meteorite, Happy Zoo, where there are many wild animals and various animals. In addition to the zoo that flies in the sky and runs on land, there is also an aquarium that is the fish in the sea. The Happy Zoo is Tao Xiang's proposal to Long Fei earlier to build a zoo for children, especially for orphans to have a happy smile. Long Fei, who has a lot of money, wants to build a zoo, which is a drop in the bucket for Long Fei. Originally, when Long Fei was considering whether to build a zoo, the 2 baby girls heard that their mother asked their father to build a zoo, so they happily ran to their father to act like a baby. Dad, let's build a zoo. Guaguofu wants to see and play with animals. Looking at the bright and watery eyes of the 2 precious daughters, Long Fei looked at his father expectantly. Okay, Dad builds a zoo. Long live Dad. Long Gua and Long Fu happily kissed Dad on the face. Happy Zoo opened today for the first day, and today all children get free tickets. Orphans are permanently free. The children in the orphanage watched the animals and fed some herbivores under the leadership of the director and teachers. Long Xian followed his brother-in-law, and 2 nieces. The purpose of Long Xian's visit to the mother's base was to report to Long Fei on the progress of the work, but in fact, he came to see his niece. Long Gua and Long Fu looked at all kinds of animals with glowing eyes, excited faces, clapping their hands and giggling. Following the animals can make the 2 little ones laugh happily. Fei, I really can't believe that you are willing to spend a lot of money to build a zoo for the sake of your 2 daughters. Long Xian said, as long as my daughter is happy, it's worth the money. You are really a spoiled girl. Husband, hurry up, my daughter wants everyone to take a photo with the elephant. Good. Long Fei and his wife each held a daughter, and Long Xian was in charge of taking pictures with his mobile suit. Auntie took pictures with us. X2. Good. The guards hold their mobile suits and take pictures of the boss and his family. Then in the performance place, watching the performance interaction between the trainer and the animals, the 2 little ones clapped their hands straight. Of course, the two little ones don't like all the animals. Animals like snakes, lizards, and crocodiles can cry when they see these two little ones. Hey, you two little ones don't like this kind of animal as much as Dad does. The two couples hurriedly comforted their daughters and made them happy. Long Xian used Long Fei's embarrassing story to tell his two nieces, Xiaogua Xiaofu. And he told your father what happened when he was a child. The two little ones looked at their aunt with teary eyes. In the past, your father was very afraid of snakes. There used to be a snake that ran into the house and scared your father until he disappeared. At that time, he ran faster than your aunts. At that time, Long Xian said that the embarrassing incidents of Fei's childhood made the two daughters burst into tears after hearing it. Daddy is afraid of snakes. Daddy is afraid of snakes. The two little ones repeated. Then, after watching all kinds of fish in the aquarium, and then in the performance place, watching the trainer write the interaction of dolphins and killer whales, the two little ones watched their eyes shine again. Afterwards, Long Fei asked the staff to let the two daughters interact with the dolphins, and the two little ones had a great time interacting with the dolphins. In addition to watching animals, the zoo also has some small amusement facilities, all of which are made into Q-version animals. Two children are playing on the seesaw. The weight of the two children is the same, and the seesaw is completely balanced. During afternoon tea time, Tao Xiang asked the guards to take out the lunchbox. The lunchbox was filled with snacks made by Tao Xiang. A piece of cloth was spread on a lawn, and the family sat together to eat snacks. Tao Xiang asked her two daughters, Guogua, Fufu, did you enjoy yourself today? Well, I'm happy. The two little ones replied to their mother with bright smiles on their faces. What's your favorite animal? Bear. Bear. Wow, that's a strong and fierce animal. Mom, can we have bears? Tao Xiang looked a little embarrassed and looked at her husband. Long Fei curiously asked his daughters, why do you want to raise bears? I want the big bad wolf to have a friend, and Xiong Xiong is so cute. The two little ones said in unison. Oh, the big bad wolf may be eaten by raging fire. No, Xiong Xiong is so cute. He will never eat the big bad wolf. The two little ones protested to their father. Tao Xiang said at this time, there are already big bad wolves at home, so we can't keep bears. If you like bears, Mother will take you to the zoo to see bears some other day. No matter what you say about bears, they are dangerous animals that will always harm people. In many countries, bears are not allowed as pets. Even if bears are allowed, Tao Xiang will never let her daughter keep them. The two daughters couldn't hide their disappointment when they heard what their mother said. Long Fei hurriedly comforted his daughters and said, although we can't keep bears, why don't you make a bear machine for you? And you can receive the bear machine as your birthday present on your birthday. Do you think it's good? The eyes of the two little ones were shining, and their little heads were imagining the appearance of the bear machine. Tao Xiang secretly tugged on her husband's sleeve and said, there are several harrows at home, and you can make a few more robots for them. Don't worry, this time is different. Tao Xiang frowned, but didn't say anything else. After that, the two little ones wanted to see the bear again. Seeing that the two little ones like bears so much, Long Xian couldn't help complaining to his brother. The animals that the two little nieces like are similar to what you like. Compared with those cute cats and foxes, these two little nieces like those animals more. A majestic and mighty animal. It can't be helped, second sister, as the saying goes, like a father, like a daughter. Long Xian shrugged his shoulders in agreement. In terms of feeding ferocious animals, there will be drones or robots responsible for delivering food. Bears are omnivorous animals, and there are tall fences to prevent these bears from stepping out. But bears, like mountain orangutans, allow children to throw food to these animals. Dragon fruit and dragon foo throw bread, fruit, etc. to the big brown bears from a high place. The big brown bears either run to the place where the food falls to eat the food, or sit on the ground and reach out to catch the food when it is thrown. Then eat the food. Guaguo fu, it's getting late, we're going home, and we're saying goodbye to the bears. The two little ones waved goodbye to this group of big brown bears. The brown bears who ate the food thrown by the two sisters would wave goodbye to the two sisters. Of course, not only wave goodbye to the two sisters. Before waving to the brown bears would wave goodbye to these humans. On the spaceship, Long Fei took out the design drawing and handed it to the development department, which was a birthday present he prepared for his daughters. My Healing Game. Not long after the Tianyi Mercenary Corps official website announced the news that it had captured the Hemla asteroid. In particular, it shows the powerful defense of the Zeus Wall of the Dion army, and how it can be penetrated by the new warship superweapon of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Among the videos shown on the official website, the battle videos of the new Gundam have made military experts and MIS enthusiasts from all over the world discover that the performance of the new Gundam is stronger than that of the old Gundam. Then, the official website also shows off their confiscated wall of Zeus contraptions and battleships among other loot. This made the authorities of various countries request the Tianyi Mercenary Group to share the device of the Wall of Zeus, and all countries expressed to the Tianyi Mercenary Group that they could make requests they wanted. In addition to many countries expressing their willingness to offer conditions to the Tianyi Mercenary Group, there are also strange countries that do not offer any conditions to the Tianyi Mercenary Group, but want the Tianyi Mercenary Group to share the spoils. And this wonderful country is the Wanluo Federation. Of course, this is not what the official said. It was the President Pulvey who was deposed that year and his diehard fans. The Tianyi Mercenary Group used our country's money to do things and drove away the evil Dion Empire. The spoils they got should go to us employers, but they dare to ask us employers to make conditions and increase money. How can they be so greedy? People. Then, Purvey came up with some revelations, provided by the political opponents of the current ruling party, the terms of the contract between the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the United Army, and so on. This caused an uproar among the people of various countries, and he was dumbfounded by many conditions, especially the reimbursement form reported by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The jaws of many people dropped in shock. The reimbursement form of the Tianyi Mercenary Group not only asked for money, but also asked for resources. There are also many experts and netizens on the internet who have conducted some battle damage analysis, and so on. Many netizens and experts also analyzed the report that it is the Tianyi Mercenary Group. That is, one bullet needs to be compensated for the price of 2 bullets. If 1 MS is destroyed, the battleship will cost the price of 2 and the material compensation for 2. This made everyone feel that this Tianyi Mercenary Group was getting richer as they fought. Another condition is that the Tianyi Mercenary Group must unite with the Allied army to cooperate with them in any battle and even obey their command. At the beginning, many people thought that the two parties could be regarded as partners. In addition, the military strength and combat capability of the Tianyi Mercenary Group were stronger than that of the United Army, and it was no big deal to obey the command of the stronger party. However, in Pulvey's subsequent reports, the people of various countries were once again in an uproar. It turned out that in many battles, the Tianyi Mercenary Group first let the coalition army play the vanguard or throw stones to ask for directions, and let the coalition army fight Dion's army first, and the Tianyi Mercenary Group observed from the rear. After finding out the bottom line of the target Dion army in that area, the Tianyi Mercenary Group took action against the Dion army. It can be said that it is the United Army that exerts the most force and obtains the greatest bitterness, while the Tianyi Mercenary Group exerts less force but achieves the greatest results. Some people commented on the internet that the United Army contributed money and effort and lost so many soldiers but got nothing. On the contrary, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps contributed the least amount of effort, but got the most money and benefits. This time, many people from all over the world criticized the Tianyi Mercenary Group for going too far on the internet, except going to the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Group to protest or curse. There are even many people from various countries asking their own countries to re-examine the contract between the United Army and the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Even some democracies, especially the people of the Wanluo Federation, came out to demonstrate and demanded that the contract be terminated immediately. The people of the Wanluo Federation who came out to demonstrate even said that their country is still at war, but they still want to send soldiers to die and send money to the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The Wanluo federal authorities stated that they only paid for it and did not send soldiers to fight in Colonial Area No. 2. The explanation given by the authorities still cannot be accepted by the demonstrators, and they still demand that the relevant authorities terminate the contract. The authorities' explanation is that the termination of the contract still needs the consent of most countries. On the other hand, the Tianyi Mercenary Group did not take the protests from the people of various countries seriously. More directly on the official website, If you want to terminate the contract, our Tiani mercenary group doesn't care. At worst, we don't care about anything. But when the time comes, Dion's army will take down more of your fields and cause more damage to you. If you ask us to hire us again, at that time, we will ask for more conditions. All of a sudden, non-governmental networks and even demonstrators in many countries were turned off. Because these people also knew that only the Tiani mercenary group could deal with Dion's army. If the contract is really terminated at that time and the Tiani mercenary group withdraws its troops, it will be very difficult for the coalition army to resist, especially the 3rd Expeditionary Force is very ruthless. After massacring most of the local civilians in the occupied colonial satellite, a small number of civilians are left in the colonial satellite, and then the occupied colonial satellite is bumped into another colonial satellite. This style of play made the United Army very powerless. It had to save people, evacuate, stop, and fight. How could the United Army wholeheartedly deal with the 3rd Dion Expeditionary Army? So no matter how unhappy the people of various countries are, the practical problems cannot keep them from bowing their heads. Who will let the United Army fail to live up to it? However, there are still people who continue to instigate and label the Tiani mercenary group, and that is pervy. Although the Tiani mercenary group is powerful, they are all a group of devils and devils who made a contract with the devil. Gundam is the symbol of the devil and the machine of the devil. The holy machine of the Dion army is also a symbol of evil. The emperor of the Dion kingdom Dis and Long Fei, the leader of the Tiani mercenary group, are the spokespersons of demons, because new humans are evil species, and the abilities that new humans possess are not gifts from angels or gods, but the power bestowed by the devil is the power to destroy our human civilization. Fardis and Long Fei are the incarnations of evil. None of them can believe it. We want to defeat these 2 evil spokesmen. Stand up. I am willing to stand up and defeat these 2 evil spokesmen. Because I am God's spokesperson, and it is God who asked me to come out and defeat these 2 evil representatives. Regarding Pervy's crazy words on the internet, except for the support of his diehard fans, most people basically think that he is a neurotic talking crazy. Long Fei and Fardis just laughed it off after reading the speech on Pervy's network. On the other hand, after receiving the information from Letties, the Tiani mercenary group began to plan the next move. Of course, apart from the Tiani mercenary corps putting in some new weapons for actual combat testing, the main purpose of these operations is to find Christopher's whereabouts. The Tiani mercenary group wanted to come to capture the thief first and capture the king first. The country of Meklina is the most marginal country in the number 2 colonial area and the country closest to the number 3 colonial area. As long as a general spacecraft sails out of this country, it will enter the territory of the number 3 colonial area about 100 kilometers away. Now the country of Meklina is at war, attacked by the next unit of Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Force. Fortunately, the United Army came to stop it. The main reason why the United Army was able to rush to save the country of Meklina was because the Tiani mercenary group learned the information from Earl Letus and passed it on to the United Army. Only then did the United Army know the next move of Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Force. The Expeditionary Force on the side of the Dion Army is the 2nd Brigade Fleet under the 1st Army under the Group Army. Colonel Null, the fleet commander of the 1st Army and 2nd Brigade of the Dion Army, looked at the current 3-dimensional battle map. The current battle situation made him feel puzzled and frowned. What's going on here? Logically speaking, the strength of the coalition army is far inferior to our army. To defeat our army, we must win by quantity. It is at least 5 times the number to defeat our army. Why is the current number if it is less than 3 times our army? It will fight with our army. At this time, a report came from the subordinate. Sir, the formation of the coalition army that is fighting our army has been found out. Half of the troops are from the Earth sphere, and Gao Zaku and Marasai from the European and Yakros kingdom accounted for it. Most. Colonel Nar touched his chin, nodded his head, and said, with a unit like the United Army, then such a battle situation will not be so strange. The overall military weapons of the Earth Circle are indeed stronger than those of the Colonial Circle. Several Gao Zhigu held long-range beam cannons and carried out long-range attacks, shooting down several Scorpions and other MS. After the Ouya cross-country obtained the design drawing of Gao Zhigu 3 years after the contract, the research team conducted many years of research and exploration. Almost in this year, Gao Zhigu's technology has basically been thoroughly understood. After the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company upgraded Gao Zhigu several times and replaced it with high-spec parts, the Ouya cross-country can basically upgrade Gao Zhigu and design some unique weapons for it. As for the Marasai research team, it has also conducted dismantling research. But knowing what it is and not knowing why it is, the research team dare not carry out any transformation. Therefore, Marasai's upgrades and design of those new weapons are entrusted to Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. For Gozag besieged a blood red, 2 Gozaga used 155mm pulse machine guns. 1 used an electromagnetic gun, and 1 used a laser axe for close combat. In addition to being busy with Gao Zaku, who is fighting close to it, Blood Red has to dodge the other 3 Gao Zakus, especially the one that fired an electromagnetic cannon at it. Blood Red burst into a ball of fireworks. For Marasai's besieged 1 Emerald, 1 Marasai was responsible for using the point defense system to contain floating cannons, and the other 3 besieged Emerald. The MS of the Ouya Crusaders try to contain the holy machine of the Dian army, and the MS of the Scorpion Tiger and other Ms.D. and other countries deal with it. If the MS and the combined army are GM2 or various series of daggers, the proportion will be higher. Then, the ratio required to win by quantity will also be reduced. The United Army on this battlefield, GM2 or various series of short swords, excluding the Ouya Crusaders, accounted for only 20% of the United Army. It is not that the countries of the United Army are unwilling to purchase more of these 2 MS, but the output of the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company cannot supply the required purchases of the countries in the entire colonial circle. Another main reason is that these 2 MS also carry out some upgrades and replacements with higher spec parts, are also expensive. Now 1 GM2 is calculated in Earth Circle currency, and 1 reaches 250 million yuan, which is a deliberately high price set by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. President Saki is sure that these countries will purchase these 2 MS in large quantities. The current 1 yuan Earth Circle currency can be exchanged for nearly 3 yuan colony circle currency. President Saki said that he is only willing to accept Earth Circle coins. The Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company took the opportunity to set such a high price, which also caused protests from countries in the colonial area. The countries asked the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to lower the prices of these 2 models. But Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company directly responded to these countries. If you want it, you can give it according to the price. If you don't want it, you can go to another company. This has caused many countries to buy these MS with tiers in order to prevent their soldiers from dying. Of course, except for warships, drones, etc., Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company took the opportunity to make a lot of money. Full. This is also one of the reasons why people from all over the world are unhappy with the Tianyi mercenary group. The mercenary group under the Tianyi group has already imposed such terrible conditions on the coalition army. The soldiers had to hand in on time and quickly, and they couldn't look both ways. Otherwise, the Tianyi mercenary group immediately went on strike and quit. Sun and Moon. Then, another arms manufacturing company of Tianyi Group took the opportunity to sell all the weapons at a high price, earning a lot of money from various countries. Many netizens on the internet are accusing Long Fei of not trying to get money with both hands, but with a vacuum cleaner desperately sucking money. As the person concerned, Long Fei didn't take it seriously at all, but expressed his attitude in his online book. I am a businessman, and a businessman wants to pursue profits. Since I have this opportunity to make a lot of money, why not do it? A beam gun in the hand of a scorpion hit a corpse-clothed dueling dagger. Fortunately, the armor was hard enough and resistant to beams, so the main body was not harmed. Then, a storm dagger pierced the scorpion with a single shot from a long-range cannon. Then, several 105 daggers with different backpacks cooperated to kill 2 scorpions and 1 wingbird. The MS developed by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company is good, with good performance and good weapons, and the chance of surviving from the battlefield is relatively high. It's a pity that the superior wants us to cherish it. Once the damage is serious, if there are no parts to repair, it may be necessary to use other Apollo or Phele Ms. Using those difficult-to-operate MS is almost like sending you to your death. I really don't know why the superior doesn't buy more GM2 or various series of daggers. It can't be helped. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company's mass production is insufficient, and it's so expensive. In order to get the GM2 or various series of daggers, some countries have raised the price a bit, so they can get these MS earlier. No matter what, we still have to drive carefully. Once there is any damage, we have to pray that there are parts that can be replaced. Otherwise, we will replace those difficult-to-control MS and pray for God to bless us when we go to the battlefield. I also heard that in order to be able to purchase these MS, our country not only appealed for help and donated to the people of the whole country, but also used some precious metals or hard currency resources to exchange for GM2 or various series of daggers. Humph! Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi group, eats meat with one hand, United Army, and blood with a big straw in the other, countries. A team of 12 dagger MS of each series fought while communicating, suppressing unmanned scorpion tigers and other MS. John entered the Torge's cockpit and piloted Torges onto the electromagnetic ejection pedal. John, Torges strikes. Torges ejected from the Ms. mothership. A pair of huge propellers opened. White flames spewed out, and Torges rushed towards the destination at a fast speed. A white trail moves across countless directions at an extremely fast speed and can even change directions at a high speed in an instant. Moreover, wherever the white trajectory passes, there must be a burst of fireworks. Torges holds the Dover cannon in his right hand and the knight spear axe in his left hand. The light beam fired by the Dover cannon can penetrate the mass-produced holy machine in one shot, and the knight spear axe can easily cut through the target. Torges' superb speed and high-speed movements that change direction instantly make it difficult for enemy planes to lock on. John has become more and more proficient in Torges, basically understands the performance of Torges, and can almost exert all the performances of Torges. Colonel Nar, the White Shadow Knight, was found on the battlefield. Send Captain Arthur Vick to attack. John drove the Torges, about 10 minutes after leaving the factory, and shot down 30 enemy MS with one plane, 10 of which were holy planes. John used to get the title Red Meteor when he was driving a special Murata, and now the Torges he was driving gave him the title White Shadow Knight, regardless of whether it was the enemy or us. Because of Torges' terrifying speed on the battlefield, coupled with the white body, he quickly interspersed on the battlefield like a white shadow, like a ghost. Therefore, both the enemy and the enemy gave Torges the title of White Shadow Knight. Of course, it was mainly because John's superb driving skills made Torges so famous that he could get such a title. When one Emerald was fighting with several Marasais, although the driver sensed a sense of crisis, it was too late, and a Dover cannon pierced through the machine from behind Emerald. Several Murata drivers saw the White Shadow Knight appearing on the field and immediately followed the White Shadow Knight to kill the enemy. However, even with full horsepower, Marasai could not catch up with Torges. Of course, Marasai did not follow Torges to death, but tried to follow Torges as much as possible to help attack nearby enemies. Torges kills a lot of enemy attacks, which not only reduces the pressure on his colleagues, but also allows his colleagues to support other companions. When John was killing the enemy, the siren suddenly sounded, and he dodged the beam cannon attacking him with his superb reflexes. A body, holy machine, that is also white has a head resembling a knight's helmet with two horns. It is 22 meters high. It holds a laser cannon in its right hand, a spear in its left hand, and a round shield on its left arm. The white holy machine asked Torges for communication. John agreed to the other party's request to communicate, and the two connected. My machine name, White Shadow Knight. My name is Arthur Vick. What is your name? John listened to the other party's self-reported name, his restraint and consciousness as a knight, and his respect for the other party. My name is John. The name of the machine? Torges. I don't know if you can communicate with me. What's your business? My machine is called White Shadow Knight, and your title is also called White Shadow Knight. I want to fight with your excellency so that my White Shadow Knight can get the title it deserves. At this time, when several blue machines rushed to the scene and were about to attack Torges, the White Shadow Knight raised the crossbar of his spear to signal them not to attack. When John's colleagues Gaozuku and Marasai were also about to attack, Torghese also raised his knight's spear and axe to stop them. John said to Arthur Vic, "Your Excellency wants to have a fair duel. You want to defeat me and win the title of White Shadow Knight. More than that, I want to kill you or be killed by you. I will do my best to kill you. This is my greatest respect for you, and then I will get the title of your White Shadow Knight. Okay, I accept your request for a duel, and I will fight for the title of White Shadow Knight." White Shadow Knight, Asavik, Torghese, John. Come on, X2. The two MSs, Torghese and White Shadow Knight, shot at each other and dodged each other's shots. The two White Shadows crossed from time to time, and both dogfighting and BZ tactics used all their tricks. Numerous Haizakus and Marasais fought with mass-produced holy machines of various styles. Both Torghese and the White Shadow Knight are mechas that have developed their speed, defense, and power to the extreme. One side dives and shoots at speed, while the other dodges and counterattacks, and the two sometimes fight directly. Torghese's Knight spear and axe came over, and the White Shadow Knight blocked it with his spear, and then stabbed Torghese back in an instant. Torghese parried the spear with the Knight's spear axe, and then fired with the Dover cannon. The White Shadow Knight dodged and counterattacked instantly, shooting at Torghese one after another. Torghese also dodged the attack. The two even chased and bit each other from time to time, and one of the bitten parties made a big slide or a big flip to bite the other side at the moment of dodging the attack, or even used the surrounding area during a big climb or speed dive. Environment, using those wreckage as a cover-up, took the opportunity to go around behind the opponent. The two did not give in at all, and fought each other with all their strength. There are loopholes. John seized the opportunity to bombard the White Shadow Knight. The White Shadow Knight used his spear to resist the Knight's spear axe that also bombarded Torghese in an instant. The melee weapons of the two were destroyed by the opponent one after another, and the firearms of the two were also aimed at each other. The White Shadow Knight pointed his gun upwards first, and John saw the opponent's move. Torghese similarly points his Dover cannon upwards, then both throw their guns away, and then both draw their beam sabers from their shields. The two are like ancient knights, using this sword and shield to duel with their opponents, fencing against each other, and shields blocking swords. The two have always been in an evenly matched situation, and neither can suppress the other. The movement of the two bodies is like a movie-like duel between knights, and the rhythm of the two was also captured by the war reporter on the remote camera and reported on the live broadcast. Colonel Nar looked at the duel between the ace in his hand and the ace of the enemy. An adjutant asked Colonel Nar whether to send special forces to help the White Shadow Knight shoot Torghese coldly. Colonel Nar raised his hand and stopped. "If you really do this, Captain Arthur Vic will definitely kill me, because this is a humiliation to his chivalry. If you help him like this, he would rather die in the opponent's hands." After hearing this, the adjutant said with a look of disdain, "What era is this? What chivalry is needed? Not to mention that this is a battlefield. What is needed is openness. What is needed is victory. Is there something wrong with Captain Arthur Vic's brain?" "Adjutant, I advise you not to say such things. No matter what you say, Captain Arthur Vic is a knight bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor, and more importantly, he may be the future son-in-law, and what you said let other knights hear it. It will be the fuse that will kill you." "Sorry, sir." This subordinate retracts the forward. Knights are special nobles in the Dion Empire. Knights are titles of nobles that only knights can get. Only knights who have made contributions, mainly military exploits, can get such titles. There are special grades, first grades, second grades, and third grades. The third-level knighthood, nobles below the earl must first salute the third-level knighthood. The second-level knighthood, nobles below the marquis must first salute the second-level knighthood. First-class knights, except for the king, all nobles must first salute. The super knights only need to kneel down to the emperor, and the lowest slaves from the king to the bottom must kneel down on one knee to the super knights. There is no hereditary system for the knights from the special class to the third class, but the knights who have the knights, after their death, the salary of the knights during their lifetime will be divided equally among the children's generation for 20 years. Arthur Vic is a second-class knight. Colonel Nar watched Arthur Vic fight, and was still worried that he would die in defeat. Even if His Majesty the Emperor didn't blame him, His Royal Highness, the princess who admired Arthur Vick, would definitely have with him endlessly. Colonel Lull still dispatched a force to rescue Arthur Vick immediately if he was defeated. Colonel Nar, another coalition fleet, appeared at 7 o'clock, about twice the size of our side. Colonel Nar frowned. What about their troop arrangement? Remote camera shooting and computer calculations show that half of the MS are Vita, and the remaining half, 30%, are GM2 and various series of short swords. Moreover, a jet black Gundam and a white Gundam were found. Body. Colonel Nar looked at the projected three-dimensional map, and there were indeed Black Strike Gundam and G-Bouncer on the battlefield. Now, the fleet of the 1st Army and 2nd Brigade of the Dion Army is being attacked from two sides. If it is composed of troops from countries in colonial areas, GM2 and various series of daggers account for less than 20%, which means that the number exceeds our army 3 times. Colonel Lull still has the confidence to win. Su Jingyun drives the G-Bouncer, and Su Chaoga drives the Black Strike Gundam to attack. Su Jingyun's combat experience has become more and more rich as the number of sorties has increased, and she has become more familiar with the technique of driving MS. G-Bouncer's right-hand Ganon Dodd's gun pierced through a blue machine. Sister, good job. You're not bad either. Su Jingyun praised his younger brother as he watched the pitch-black Gundam hold 2 guns and killed 2 blood-red and emerald-green guns in an instant. Since the Hanxia Empire acquired G-Bouncer, many top scientists were dispatched to carry out research, and the country has made many breakthroughs in MS technology. The scientific research team even started from MS thermonuclear engine, which has a power generation of 2300 kW. Although it cannot be mass-produced, it is still a huge breakthrough. The scientific research team is confident that the 2300 kW thermonuclear engine can be mass-produced within 3 years. The scientific research team is more confident that it can reverse engineer a mass-produced machine from G-Bouncer. Mini Vita equips different backpacks to cooperate with each other, and its combat effect is more ideal than that of the 105 dagger. Vita's long-range weapon backpack, when supporting from a distance, shot down many Scorpion Tigers and other MS, and many Blood Reds were sniped. The two sides attacked, allowing Dion's army to be suppressed by the coalition army. Colonel Nar looked at the three-dimensional map and knew that if he continued to fight at this moment, his side would be the one who would lose. Moreover, he also discovered that the intelligence of this battle had been leaked before being attacked by the opponent's preparedness. Colonel Nar was a little annoyed. His superiors didn't incorporate the war cones and mobile fortresses into his troops. Otherwise, his troops wouldn't have been so embarrassed in this battle. Colonel Lull immediately gave the order to retreat. The retreat signal flares up, and Dion's army begins to retreat. Your Excellency John, let's save this duel for the next time. Okay, I look forward to the next time we can decide the winner. John watched his opponent withdraw from the battlefield without any pursuit. This battle, he and his opponent were tied. Small book booth. John knew that his Torgis had to be upgraded, because next time, the opponent might drive a stronger machine to challenge him. The Allied army cheered as they watched Dion's army retreat in defeat. However, the commander and some people also knew that the victory of this battle was due to mental calculation or inadvertence, and they got accurate information from the Tianyi mercenary group. The two coalition fleets went to the country's base satellite for a series of repairs. Somewhere inside the base satellite, Brother John, long time no see. Su Chaoga greeted John, who was resting. His Royal Highness, long time no see. Su Jingyun followed behind her younger brother and also nodded to John in greeting. John said, "Our battle is considered to be one of the few victories of the Union Army." Su Jingyun nodded and said, "Many international media have already reported on the battle we won." John said without any joy of victory, "We can win because the opponent didn't guard against us, and we were beaten away by almost 5 times the number of us." Su Chaoga said, "However, what can be a little joyful is that the loss in this battle is much less than the usual miserable victories." Exactly, John nodded. Su Jingyun said, "Several wars in the Meklina country have basically been settled. These wars are all caused by the Tianyi mercenary group's request for the United Army to form a main force with our Earth Sphere troops and to attack unprepared battles. The law and the scale of the enemy several times more beat them away." John said, "I think we can win better than usual this time. Thanks to the Tianyi mercenary group, which has accurate information. At this time, someone not far away said sarcastically, "Fortunately, we were not used by the Tianyi mercenary group as a weapon in this battle. Maybe we should be grateful for the friendship between you guys and Chairman Long Fei. That's right. From now on, we will follow your troops more often. Not only can we win more victories, but we can also survive the battlefield." Su Jingyun and the others frowned and looked at the people not far away. These people were soldiers from other countries, and the soldiers from these countries were Anglo-Saxon soldiers. If there is someone here who is an old acquaintance with Chairman Long Fei, maybe Chairman Long Fei is willing to develop a tailor-made miss. Matthew, you're overthinking. You have to be a woman, and a beautiful woman. It's best to be a high-ranking princess. Maybe you can get a tailor-made MS by acting coquettishly and selling your body. That's right. The princess of a certain country also said that she once loved Chairman Long Fei, and she might have become his mistress. Anglo-Sajuan laughed. Su Chaoga was a little upset when he heard these people humiliating his sister insinuatingly. When he wanted to teach these people a lesson, he was stopped by his sister. "Don't worry about these people." John glanced at the two siblings, but didn't say anything. Suddenly, among those people who were making insinuations, someone said, "It is said that the Uya cross country can get the MS called Torgis, so why not give the Pope his own saint to Chairman Long Fei to play with?" John couldn't help it at this moment, saying he could, but his woman couldn't. The soldiers of the nearby Uya cross kingdom also heard what these people said, and glared at this group of people who were ready to attack at any time. At this time, a water jug hit one of these people directly in the face. "Bastard, who threw it?" "I." A young man in his 20s stood up, and there were many people standing with him beside him. These people were all soldiers of the Hanxia Empire, because they just heard about these sandy photography humiliating their princesses. The third princess, Su Jingyun, is the heroine in the hearts of these soldiers, and to humiliate their heroine is to humiliate them. "Hey, you are indeed a slave raised by a dictatorship, helping your master to get ahead." Suddenly, John picked up a wrench nearby and threw it directly at the soldier who had just humiliated the Saint Anna. "Ah!" The soldier who was hit by the wrench screamed and fell to the ground, bleeding directly from his forehead. John's action also caused the soldiers of the Uya Crusaders to follow suit. In an instant, the soldiers of the two countries fought. The soldiers of the Hanxia Empire also attacked the soldiers who had just humiliated their princess. Su Jingyun wanted to stop it, but her younger brother also rushed in to join the battle. Soldiers from the Eurasian Crusaders and the Hanxia Empire joined forces to attack the Angrusa army. Su Jingyun shook her head. At this moment, Anglusa Jun, who had just humiliated her, was punched to the ground, right in front of her. Su Jingyun thought that the person in front of her had just humiliated her, and she was actually very upset in her heart. Recently, she was also a little upset, and she felt like hitting someone a long time ago. Today someone happened to provoke her and fell right in front of her, Su Jingyun thought. "It seems that I am the one who wants to cause trouble the most." Su Jingyun directly raised her foot and stepped on it a few times, then shouted to all the Hanxia soldiers in front of her, "Soldiers, beat me hard, and I will take care of everything if there is anything." Oh! With the support of the princess, the soldiers of the Hanxia Empire let out a loud roar and swung their fists harder at the Angrusa army. In the satellite of this military base, soldiers from the Uya Crusaders and the Hanxia Empire joined hands to beat the Angrusa army. Soon the conflict between the soldiers of the three countries also aroused the shouting and fire of soldiers from other countries. Some media reporters in the satellite of the military base picked up the cameras and hurriedly broadcast live to film the conflict in the satellite of the base. A media reporter photographed Su Jingyun throwing a wrestling bomb to a general of the Anglusa army. Su Jingyun then issued an order to the generals of the Hanxia Empire. "Give me a hard beat-up on these Angrusa soldiers who humiliated me. If my father blames me, I will bear it all." For a while, everyone from ordinary soldiers to generals joined the fight. However, judging from the whole process, the Angrusa army was beaten on the ground. In the Meklina military satellite base, at the same time as the conflict. In another place, at the junction of No. 2 colonial area and No. 3 colonial area, a battle took place between the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' military-class fleet and the Dian Army's military-class fleet. From Letty's, I learned that Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Force, Christopher's personal guard, had already infiltrated the number 3 colonial area. It's just that he doesn't know the exact location of the eldest prince himself. The number 21 subbase of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps is also investigating. There will be a battle here, mainly the intelligence part of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, mainly from the 21st base, and some camouflage detectors placed here found anomalies. This incident was earlier than the attack on the Hemle asteroid. Afterwards, a reconnaissance force was sent to hide in a meteorite field for a disguised reconnaissance. In another wreckage area, some optical camouflage, disguised wreckage, detectors were placed for long-range detection. In some places, camouflaged meteorites, sounders, radars, etc., are placed for remote search. Sure enough, it was found that huge pheromones entered and exited from the junction of the number 2 and number 3 colonial areas from time to time. The Tianyi Mercenary Group used anti-optical camouflage devices and phantom particle devices to conduct a series of investigations, and discovered that the Dion Expeditionary Army used optical camouflage to hide. The Tianyi Mercenary Group began to conduct a series of long-distance tracking and exploration, thus beginning to grasp their whereabouts, as well as the time when they entered and exited the number 2 colonial area. From the information learned from Letty's, it can be basically confirmed that Christopher is hiding in colonial area number 3. The Tianyi Mercenary Group began a series of preparations. First of all, before Meklina was attacked, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps ordered the United Army to organize troops mainly from the Earth sphere, causing several brigade-level fleets under the Dion Expeditionary Army to be raided and suffered great damage. Defeat. The thwarted 3 brigade-level fleets wanted to escape into the number 3 colonial area, but were ambushed by the ambush troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Then, the military-level fleet of the 4th Army of the Dion Expeditionary Force dispatched into the number 2 colonial area and entered the country of Meklina to rescue its colleagues. As a result, before the 4th Army fleet of Dion entered colonial area number 2, the mercenary fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, disguised as a meteorite in the meteorite area, launched an ambush against the 4th Army fleet of Dion. Brigadier General Shan Wenwu served as the commander of the 3rd Army fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Group against the Dion Army. The 16 shield-breaking destroyers launched electromagnetic accelerators and waves of mobile drill missiles and men of particle missiles. Half of the targets of the electromagnetic accelerator are not skyrocket battleships, but vortex frigates. The commander of the 4th Army fleet of the Dion Expeditionary Army was Major General Encore. When he was ambushed, he immediately ordered the entire army to evade. General, 8 frigates of the skyrocket battleship and the vortex frigate were hit by the electromagnetic acceleration cannon, completely losing all action capabilities. Let them abandon the ship immediately, and all MS and mobile fortresses will attack. General, the missile groups of the Tianyi Mercenary Group are attacking us one after another. Turn on the azimuth system and the anti-missile system. Be sure to shoot down all their missiles in the distance, and calculate how many kilometers the enemy is from our side. Tianyi crusade against the 3rd Army, launching missile groups one after another, and the shield-breaking destroyer continuously fired electromagnetic accelerator cannons. For the 4th Army of the Dion Expedition, all warships dodge and launch anti-missile missiles and anti-missile beams. In addition to the shield-breaking destroyers, armored frigates, archangels, Loch Hylam, and various early warships that have been modified, there is another huge MiS mothership in the Tianyi crusade against the 3rd Army. The total length is 630 meters, and the maximum width is more than 200 meters. The hull is surrounded by densely packed various armed forces like a mountain of swords. It is the same level as the R.A. Kylam class with a joint megaparticle turret and a multi-purpose large missile launcher device. Moreover, this MiS mothership has 4 large MS hangars, which doubles the MS's readiness capability. The number of MS's that can be carried reaches 48, and more than 80 MS's can be carried in wartime, and as many as 16 MS ejection decks can allow the equipped MS to MiS troops quickly completed the combat deployment. The name of this MiS mothership is Reborn. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps will develop the rebuild, mainly after a series of refits have been carried out on the battleships. Although the hangar has increased the carrying capacity, The destroyers and frigates can barely carry 20 ms even in wartime. This problem has been discovered during the simulated battle between the Red and Blue Army, and the severity of this problem has been further expanded in the actual combat with the Dion Army. The battleship MS of the Dion Army can carry at least 50 ms. Although the Tianyi mercenary group modified the original warships and enlarged the hangar, the gap with the MS of Dion's army was only slightly narrowed. If it weren't for the use of electromagnetic accelerator guns, mobile drill missiles, and min-of-particle missiles as advanced attack tactics, let the enemy suffer severe damage first and block the enemy's radar, communication facilities, etc. The MS of the Dion army and the mobile fortress, who are comparable in strength to them, will definitely overwhelm them in terms of numbers. Therefore, in the battle between the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion army, even if the two parties were of the same size, the Tianyi mercenary group first caused the Dion army battleship to suffer great damage. Dion's army can rely on the carrying capacity of the battleships to close the gap in the number of MS and mobile fortresses sent by the unscathed battleship fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group. This is also the reason why the Tianyi mercenary group will lose more than 30% after winning many battles. Therefore, in order to solve this problem, Long Fei took out the blueprints of the Reborn mothership, built several ships first, and conducted a simulated battle between the Red and Blue armies. Sure enough, it can solve the problem of carrying capacity, although there are no superweapons such as super mega particle cannon and electromagnetic accelerator. Although the price of the Reborn mothership is more expensive than that of Lock Hai Lum and the Archangel mothership, it is at least much cheaper than the Broken Shield destroyer and armored frigate. The Reborn mothership is calculated as 80 billion Earth Circle coins in terms of Earth Circle coins. There are currently 15 Rebuild motherships in service, and 28 are under construction. During the recent battles of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, in every reimbursement form submitted to the coalition army, nearly 30% of the reimbursement fee will be allocated to the construction of the Rebuild mothership. The Tianyi crusade against the Third Army had 4 Rebuild motherships, each carrying nearly 90 ms. In order to evade the electromagnetic acceleration guns of Dion's Fourth Army, the point defense systems and anti-missile systems of all warships were all affected, resulting in a drop in accuracy and hit rate. However, the attacking MIS troop and mobile fortress troop rushed to the location of the Tianyi Crusade Third Army, and even tried their best to shoot down the attacking missile group. However, the rear was suddenly attacked. Several waves of mobile drill missiles and min-of-particle missiles attacked the rear of Dion's Fourth Army. Major General Encore couldn't believe how the Tianyi mercenary group managed to get hold of their whereabouts and ambushes on their sailing route. The rear of the Fourth Army fleet of the Dion expedition was attacked by a group of mobile drill missiles and min-of-particle missiles. Although Dion's army responded immediately, it laid down many mobile drill missiles and min-of-particle missiles. However, there are still many mobile drill missiles that hit many battleships and the MS and mobile fortresses responsible for escorting the battleships. Many min-of-particle missiles bombarded the Dion Expedition 4th warship, and the min-of-particles spread throughout the Dion Expedition 4th fleet. This made it impossible for the fleet to get in touch with the troops rushing to the front. Rear Admiral Encore received all the sky rockets, and all the strategic ships were destroyed. It was the Crusader Vanguard that attacked the 4th Army fleet of the Dion expedition later. Pioneer Cross leads 1 Rebuild mothership and 24 Irish-class motherships. The Gundam units of the Crusader Army, such as the F-90, are relatively small, and the Reborn mothership is equipped with more than 100 F-90s. After the Irish-class mothership has been upgraded, the MS carrying capacity can carry 24 units. Mainly MS such as F-90 are also possible. More than 500 units of X-1, X-2, X-3, Dark Hound, mass-produced Gundam Flint, and F-90 of each equipment rushed to the rear of the target fleet to attack. Tianyi crusade against the Third Army fleet, and among the troops sent out were Shining Gundam, Kowloon Gundam, and Rishin Gundam. Shining Gundam is still driven by Dongfang Invincible, Goki drives Kowloon Gundam, and Chun-Li drives Rishin Gundam. This hand of mine is flashing and roaring. He's yelling for me to beat you. Kill, flashing hand. The flash was as high as the brilliant cyan flashing palm, and it rushed towards Fenrir in wolf form. Fenrir sprayed a fierce beam cannon. In front of the flashing palm, the beam cannon hit the wall like water and scattered in all directions. The flashing palm pierced the wolf's head directly, and the flashing palm drilled directly into the fuselage. Fenrir burst out with a blue light from the inside, and then turned into dust in the universe. Kowloon Gundam rushes into the flock like a tiger, and holds a light beam cloth like a martial arts peerless master, knocking down the surrounding enemies with a piece of cloth. Under the sway of Kowloon Gundam, the light beam penetrates into the target's body like a dexterous snake and destroys it. Then Nine Dragons Gundam came up with a straight-up punch, which directly smashed the magic wolf Yu Xiao into two pieces. If Long Fei saw this move, he would definitely call it Rising Dragon Fist. Then, Nine Dragons Gundam grabbed a jade green right foot, and then used a big windmill. This rapid rotation directly made the driver of jade green dizzy, almost vomited out yesterday's meal. Then, Kowloon Gundam directly smashed the emerald green to a blue, and the beam cloth instantly pierced the two holy machines. Rising Gundam holds a beam sword. The appearance is like a blue dragon sword, mainly modified by Long Fei, just like an ancient fierce general rushing into the enemy's line to kill the enemy. Rising Gundam started the thrusters, and wherever the long white light trail passed, there must be a body that was split in half by Rising Gundam's beam sword. Then, Rising charged straight up and slashed down at Taifeng with a knife. Although Taifeng was holding a trident to block the beam saber, he was still split by the beam saber, and was split in half from the beginning to the end. If Long Fei watched Rising Gundam's battle, he would have to say, "Is this playing Wuxuan?" Then, Rising Gundam fired the beam bow on his left arm again, and shot through a blood red that was fighting the enemy with one arrow. From the screen, Chun-Li saw that the Flash Gundam was slanted at 45 degrees and pierced through several holy machines in a flying kick. When Long Fei saw such a flying kick, he would definitely call it a night kick. The powerful combat power of Shining Gundam, Sunrise Gundam, and Kowloon Gundam not only stunned the companions, but also stunned the enemy side. The three Gundams have also directly become the target of the enemy's key attack. The three Gundams also just joined together. "Uncle, it seems that Dion's army is paying attention to us." "What? Invincible, are you scared?" "How could be?" Chun-Li joined the conversation between the two. "These cruel Dion soldiers who hurt innocent people dare to challenge us, and we will kill as many as they dare." "Yes, my darling is right. Nine Dragon Gundam and Rising Gundam are the Gundams that Long Fei made for Hao Gue and Chun-Li. At the beginning, the two masters and apprentices only took the two Gundams sent by Long Fei, but did not control the Gundams. But after seeing the Dion army treating the people so cruelly, the warriors of the two masters and apprentices decided to stand up to deal with the Dion army to protect the weak chivalrous heart. The two masters and apprentices also decided to start learning how to drive Gundam. Today's battle is the battle between them and Dongfang Wudi, and it is also the first battle between their two masters and apprentices. The three saw many Dion army MS and mobile fortresses attacking them. "Invincible, Chun-Li, there are too many of them. It's not an option to knock them down one by one. Use that trick." "Good. X2. Nine Dragons Gundam instantly turned into a rapidly spinning blue-red ball of flames and lightning. Super Overlord Movie Bomb. X3. Look at the trick. Shining Gundam and Sunrise Gundam pushed forward with both palms at the same time, and the Super Overlord movie bullets rushed straight away like cannonballs. Although there are many new human drivers in the Dion army who sensed a great sense of crisis, reacted immediately, and quickly avoided. However, they move fast and can bounce faster. Where the Super Overlord movie bullets passed, countless fireworks exploded one after another, and countless MS and mobile fortresses in the Dion army were destroyed by the Super Overlord movie bullets. Mind-controlled MS, various mass-produced holy machines, and mobile fortresses are countless in the Super Overlord movie. Flash Gundam and Rising Gundam both shot at the same time. Flash Gundam pulled out the beam swords and rushed towards the enemy. Rising Gundam used the beam bow on his left arm to cover Flash Gundam and move forward. The other MS and mobile fortresses of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps also attacked more vigorously after the Super Overlord movie bombs were launched. After the launch of the Super Overlord movie bomb, Kowloon Gundam also made a Tai Chi gesture. Other holy planes attacked Kowloon Gundam. Haogaway snorted coldly. Nine Dragons Gundam held the beam cloth and turned it quickly, like a big fan, blocking the beams coming towards it one by one. And at the moment of rushing towards the opponent, the beam cloth quickly swept across, directly hitting the target. The body was cut in half. The pilots of Dion's army couldn't believe it. Although they had heard rumors of Gundam, it was as powerful as their holy machine. However, many pilots now see that the combat capabilities of these three Gundams, such as the Flash Gundam, are even more terrifying than the rumors. The mass-produced Gundams seen at the scene simply cannot be compared with these three Gundams. Major General Encore could not receive the information given to him by the frontline troops at this moment. If he saw the combat capabilities of these three Gundams, especially the Super Overlord movie bombs, they would instantly destroy countless aircraft. Coupled with the current situation at this moment, Major General Encore immediately issued an order to retreat. Zhona communicated with her sister. Sister, in the crusade against the Third Army, Teacher Dongfang, Chuanli and Master Haogaway just heard that they made a very terrible trick, which directly killed more than 200 mechas. That's amazing. We have to work harder. Our Crusaders are one of our boss' personal guards. They have the most advanced and best equipment team. If the performance disappoints the boss, maybe the boss won't give us more well-equipped. The X1 and X2 Corsair Gundams cooperate with each other. X1 is responsible for killing enemies in close combat, and X2 is responsible for long-range attacks and covering X1's progress. Major General Encore looked at the three-dimensional map. Although the radar was not paralyzed, it was also greatly affected by the min of particles, and its operation and so on became much slower. Although the communication facilities have not been paralyzed, they have also been greatly affected. The communication frequency must be adjusted from time to time, otherwise it will fall into a blind tone state during communication. The communication between the airframes must be connected to the airframes of the companions with communication wires to communicate. Although Dion's Fourth Army originally had 250 warships of various types, it was just beginning to be ambushed by the Third Army of the Crusade Army, and was raided by groups of electromagnetic accelerator guns and mobile drill missiles. Dion's Fourth Army directly lost 40 warships, of which 12 rocket battleships and vortex frigates were destroyed. Then, the rear was attacked by mobile drill missiles and min of particle missiles of the Crusader Army. The size of the missile group is not as large as that of the Crusade against the Third Army. Dion's Fourth Army suffered even more serious losses. More than 80 warships of various types were destroyed. The main reason for the severe damage is that most of the MS and mobile fortresses were sent to the front line, which gave the Crusaders a chance, one such a victory. An F-90, I used the flying shield to rush into the enemy's troops, and with the shooting gun in its right hand, it pierced into an enemy's Emerald Holy Machine with one shot, and then destroyed it with a beam of light from the cannon on the top of the gun. When other holy planes attacked the F-90I, the F-90I used the flying shield to escape. Then, several F-90s launched a long-range attack to help their colleagues' F-90I escape from the enemy's attack, and they also shot down several enemy planes by the way. Major General Encore learned from the intelligence received by his subordinates that more than 500 Gundams from the rear attacked them. If it was in normal times, Major General Encore would not take the 500 Gundams seriously, but at this moment the entire army was disturbed by min of particles, and the guided weapons could not be used. Most of the MS and mobile fortresses were sent to the front line and could not be transferred back. General, the troops who sneaked into our rear are the Crusaders of the Tianyi mercenary group. The subordinates passed on the information they had. Major General Encore frowned. The Crusaders, he had heard that they were one of the personal guards of Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group. Moreover, Major General Encore had read the intelligence and learned that the handling style of this elite force was basically the same as that of space pirates. At this moment, because of the min of particles, he couldn't get the situation where things are going hand in hand. General, for different styles of Gundams were found at the scene. They are the 4 signature Gundams of the Crusaders who have information. Major General Encore is now hearing bad news one after another. At this time, the Dion Expedition 4th Army Fleet sent out a signal flare, and the beautiful red light illuminated the entire surrounding. Troops fighting at the front returned to the fleet. The Tianyi crusade against the Third Army troops continued to pursue the enemy. After the Muramasa knife of the X-3 pirate Gundam cut through a Typhon mobile fortress with a single blow, a brilliant red light lit up above it. Rebecca, it seems that the goal is to retreat. We don't need to use too much force. We can take as much as we can. Joya told Rebecca. Understood, Captain. The Dion Expedition 4th Army Fleet retreated to the rear and returned to the number 3 colony area. Colonel Marissa clearly knew that his Crusaders' troops would not be able to stop this huge fleet, so they moved aside and continued to attack. The Tianyi crusade against the Third Army Fleet temporarily continued to pursue, until the target completely entered the number 3 colony area, and the target officially stopped after the optical camouflage was turned on. The purpose of Tianyi's two-sided attack against the Third Army and the Crusaders was not to destroy the target. Instead, drive the target back to the number 3 colonial area and let Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Force disperse the troops in the number 2 and number 3 colonial areas to separate them. The Dion Brigade-class fleets that attacked Meklina earlier were also chased by the Tianyi mercenaries when they retreated. The Tianyi mercenary troops who were in charge of the pursuit also did not kill them all. They killed as many as they could. Once the target fled into the number 3 colonial area, they stopped chasing. Then, detectors and so on will be placed in the 2 colonial areas, so that the 3rd Expeditionary Force of Dion belonging to both sides can support each other. This is the tactic used by the Tianyi mercenary group to contact the colonial countries in the 2 regions and the United Army to carry out the search, and to prevent the Mars Circle from sending reinforcements into the colonial region. The Tianyi mercenary group first prepared to wipe out the Dion army in the number 2 colony area. Apart from announcing to the media about the occupation of the Hemla asteroid, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps did not make any announcements to the media at all in the subsequent series of actions. Even the official website did not make any explanations, nor did they make any announcements. Update. Even when the Tianyi Mercenary Group asked the United Army to cooperate with them, they also requested that no media reporters be allowed to follow them. The main thing is that the Tianyi Mercenary Group doesn't want to startle the snake. Now, the Tianyi Mercenary Group has separated the Dion 3rd Expeditionary Army to separate the colonial troops on both sides. The Dion Army in the number 3 colonial area clearly knew that it was separated by the Tianyi Mercenary Group, but the Dion Army in the number 2 colonial area did not know that it was separated at all. The Dion Army of the former even discovered that the secret communication network was invaded by the hacker troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and it was impossible to tell the Dion Army of Colonial Area Number 2 this news for a while. Even if the information is sent out, it will be intercepted by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. However, the Tianyi Mercenary Group also knew that although their hacker troop temporarily invaded the Dion Army's secret communication network, the Dion Army would soon be able to remedy it and restore the normal secret communication network. By then, it will be clear to the Dion Expeditionary Force in Colony 2 that they are separated. Therefore, the Tianyi Mercenary Group must seize the opportunity at this moment to wipe out the Dion Expeditionary Army in the number 2 colonial area in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, once these expeditionary forces escaped into colonial area number 3, it would be much more difficult to eliminate them. Marco Polo Fortress, which was a military fortress of a superpower in the colony of District 2 60 years ago. Later, the country fought all the year round, which led to an empty treasury, a sharp drop in the economy, and the deteriorating living conditions of the people, which eventually caused the country to be torn apart by civil strife. As a symbol of their past, the Marco Polo Fortress was gradually forgotten by others after the superpower was torn apart and perished. The 6th Army Fleet of Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Army used the Marco Polo Fortress as their important stronghold. Why did the Dion Army know about the Marco Polo Fortress? Because when that superpower was falling apart and dying, many scientists were recruited by the Martian Circle. The Dion Empire also took in some scientists from the Marco Polo Fortress, as well as some members of the design team involved at the time. When Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Army invaded the colony in District 2, it immediately dispatched the 6th Army to occupy the forgotten Marco Polo Fortress. The internal structure of the Marco Polo Fortress is exactly the same as that in the design drawings sent by the design teams back then. The Sixth Army began to transform the internal structure of the Marco Polo Fortress. In addition to the Marco Polo Fortress, there is another important stronghold close to a large meteorite fortress of the Garth Empire. It was also one of the fortresses of the superpower back then, but before it was fully refitted, the superpower had already split and perished. This fortress has no name, and the unnamed fortress was also one of the participants and builders of those years, who ran to the Dion Empire after the country's demise. The Second Army of Dion's Third Expeditionary Army is also occupying the unnamed fortress, but when it was refitted that year, it was only 20% complete. The Second Army did not carry out much transformation, except for the expansion of some internal constructions, so that the Second Army can obtain basic logistical maintenance guarantees. But no matter whether it is the unnamed fortress or the Marco Polo Fortress, they are all the key targets of the Tianyi mercenary group. However, in the two fortresses, the Tianyi mercenary group let the coalition army participate in the battle. The Tianyi mercenary regiment will each send an army-level fleet, and the coalition army will fight on the scale of a group army. The coalition army that attacked the unnamed fortress was the size of a large group army, a total of 6 army-level fleets, mainly composed of troops, and the Garth Empire sent 3 army-level fleets. The Garth Empire will send 3 military-class fleets because they have received information from the Tianyi mercenary group and learned that the unnamed fortress is about 500 kilometers away from the border of the Garth Empire. This made the Garth Empire feel as if others were not allowed to snore on the side of the couch. Therefore, the Garth Empire seemed to be actively participating in the attack on the unnamed fortress, but in fact it was also fearful. The military-level fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group that attacked the Marco Polo Fortress came from the First Army under the first large group army of the Tianyi mercenary group's mother base. Major General Isis commanded the mother base's First Army and First Army, which was also the first army to crusade. In addition to the First Army, the Shadow Mad Dog Team, Dire Hound Team, Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, and Sword and Shield troops all participated. Salamanda served as the supreme commander of this operation. The earlier separation tactic was also a tactic planned by Salamanda. Inside the bow of Torres II, the Captain Colonel Regina sat on the left, and Major General Isis sat on the right, and Lieutenant Colonel Salamanda sat on the right. Colonel Regina felt extremely stressed, but she was transferred to be the captain of No. 2 Torres last month, and the identities of the two people beside her were not simple. Major General Ai-Cc is a well-known general of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Although not as famous as Lieutenant General Shrek, she is also a famous general who has made countless military achievements in the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Although Lieutenant Colonel Salamanda's military rank is not as good as hers, he planned and directed countless battles against Dion's Third Expeditionary Force. As long as the Marco Polo Fortress and the unnamed fortress on the other side are captured, Salamanda will immediately be promoted to 2 ranks. More importantly, Salamanda is the #1 celebrity next to their boss, Long Fei. Many people in the mercenary corps wanted to curry favor with Salamander himself. Major General Isis asked Salamanda, "Lieutenant Colonel, don't you want to drive your Gundam to battle today?" "No, stay here. I can get the first credit immediately, and I can command the troops to fight." The staff sent a report. The entire fleet of the United Army Group Army launched a beam attack, and the Marco Polo Fortress launched a group of anti-beam missiles. The anti-beam particles spread very strongly. The entire ship of the United Army still fired beam cannons. The anti-beam particles began to gradually dissipate under the impact of the beam cannon. The entire ship of the United Army launched guided missiles. Salamanda ordered. The whole warship launches the Mobile Drill Missile Group and the Min of Particle Missile Group, and mixes the missiles with the missile group launched by the Joint Army. Isis saw Salamanda's tactics and tried to destroy the defense system of the Marco Polo Fortress as much as possible. The Min of Particles affected or paralyzed the defense devices and communication equipment of the Marco Polo Fortress, thus affecting the combat capability of the Marco Polo Fortress. At this time, Ai-Cc asked Salamanda a question that was not on the battlefield at the moment. "Lieutenant Colonel, is there a detail among the prisoners of Dion's Third Expeditionary Force?" "What details?" "The pilots captured recently are more and more Holy Machine pilots are teenagers. When you and your old comrades escaped from the Martian Circle, the soldiers of the Dion army were all teenagers. When I was still in the Martian Circle, the average age of the Dion army soldiers was around 20 years old. Now I also found out from the report that the average age is around 17 years old. Then, Lieutenant Colonel, do you think Dion's army will soon run out of soldiers? It's possible that the population of the Martian sphere was only about 500 million when I left. Even if their newborn babies are born desperately in the past few years, it will not be able to make up for their lack of soldiers in a short time. Lieutenant Colonel, by the way, half of those captives were women. Salamanda glanced at AICC and nodded. The ratio of men to women in the Martian Circle is about 200 million men and about 300 million women. Therefore, the Dion Empire allows men to marry more wives, and the lower classes can also marry 2 wives as long as their economic conditions permit. Salamanda half-jokingly said, "If the kingdom of Dion does not start a war, it will be a country that many men dream of, and they can't wait to marry more wives there." Cut. AICC rolled her eyes. The staff sent another report. Our mobile drill missiles destroyed nearly 30% of Marco Polo's defense devices, and the men of particles are almost spreading around the entire Marco Polo fortress. Turn on our superconducting communication network, and then bring the entire coalition army closer to our communication network. The coalition forces stopped firing guided missiles. The relationship between men of particles, the guided missiles of the United Army will also turn into headless chickens in the area of men of particles and run around uncontrollably. The coalition launched a group of ordinary missiles for bombing. Salamanda ordered the suspension of mobile drill missiles and men of particle missiles. Generally, missiles belong to the traditional point-and-shoot missiles, and the missile group flies towards the target fortress like a barrage. Marco Polo Fortress used the affected beam turret to intercept the bombing missiles, and the warships in the fortress released the same missiles as MS and Mobile Fortress to intercept the bombing missiles. Except for most of the defenses around the Marco Polo Fortress being destroyed by general missiles, not many beam turrets were destroyed, not many MS and Mobile Fortresses were destroyed, and the battleship was not damaged at all under the protection of the energy shield. Lieutenant General Jean Rouet, the commander of the Marco Polo Fortress, was a little annoyed. Seeing the current situation, it was not good for them. How long will it take for the Wall of Zeus to activate? It will take another hour to return to the general. Lieutenant General Jean Rouet was a little upset. The Zeus Wall of the Hemla asteroid that was knocked down did not need to be recharged or time-limited at all. However, there were some problems with the device he got here, and it needed to be recharged to activate the Zeus Wall. Capacity and time constraints. What's even worse is that before the new device arrives, this side is under siege, and the signal cannot be transmitted. The MS of the United Army and the Tiani mercenary group and the mobile fortress troops attacked our fortress under the cover of the missile group. The whole army is fighting. In Torres Hangar 2, Yu Yangchun drives the 00 Gundam, Rika drives the Seraph, Angelica drives the Cherub, and Alonso drives the Fallen Angel. Yu Yangchun, 00 up to 7 swords, /G, attack. Blazing Angels, Cherubs, and Fallen Angels attacked one after another. At this time, both the Lianhe army and the Dion army discovered that 4 new Gundams appeared on the battlefield. The Fallen Angels rushed into the enemy's formation in the form of a fighter plane, launched GN missiles to disrupt the enemy's formation, and improve the combat environment for colleagues. Then it immediately transformed into MIS form, and the GN double-barrel beam rifle attacked the target in front. 00 Gundam holds GN Long Sword 2 in his right hand and GN Short Sword 2 in his left hand, and sweeps a Blood Red in half, then transforms the 2 weapons into rifles, and hits the mentally controlled Scorpion and other MS one after another. Then, a blue 2-handed solid giant sword attack towards 00 Gundam. 2 rifles reverted back to their original shape. GN Long Sword 2 blocked the oncoming physical giant sword, and then shot out the tip of GN Short Sword 2 in the left hand. When the blue driver sensed the crisis, the tip of the sword had penetrated the cockpit. The sword head returns, and the GN Long and Short Sword 2 turns back into a rifle to shoot. Seraphim held GN Rocket Launcher 2 in both hands, suppressed it with powerful firepower, and then combined into double bazooka. A huge GN energy ball directly devoured several holy machines. The GN cannons on both shoulders and knees also suppressed fire in different directions. Cherub holds GN Sniper Rifle 2 for long-distance sniping, shooting down countless enemy planes one after another. 00 Gundam connected a pair of GN fist blades, and then threw them out like a frisbee, and then many MS were cut in half by the GN fist blades, and then all turned into fireworks. The Battle of the Four New Gundams attracted the attention of the Allied Army. With the help of the Superconducting Communication Network, the high-level officials of the Allied Army present saw the battle scenes of the four new Gundams. That's amazing. The Tianyi mercenary group has been releasing new Gundams recently, and they have achieved a very high advantage on the battlefield. It's a pity that the Gundam is only owned by the Tianyi mercenary group, not ours. Although we, the United States of Anglo-Democracy, have restored some of their damaged mass-produced Gundams and conducted research on their technology. The overall research has indeed made some progress in our technology. Although the two mobile suits obtained by the Uya cross-country and the Hanxia Empire are not known as Gundams, they have the performance of Gundams. These two countries have also conducted research. I heard that they have improved a lot of technology in their entire country. Humph, if I can choose a finished product from the Tianyi mercenary group, I want that solar furnace, that black technology like infinite renewable energy, that can be said to subvert the entire world's energy. Although we can't get the advanced technology of the Tianyi mercenary group, the technology of the Dian Empire is also advanced in our international countries, and it also has the value of reference research. After 00 Gundam shot down various mass-produced holy machines one after another, then the GN Sword 2 destroys the cannon, and the blade below cuts off a magic wolf Yueshao in half. Then the muzzle was aimed at the front, and a single shot pierced through countless bodies. Yu Yangchun looked at the report on the screen, and the total number of shots he shot down had reached 70, excluding types. Suddenly, Yu Yangchun sensed a sense of crisis coming from behind. A scarlet-red holy machine with horns on its head, Qixia, held a beam giant axe and slashed towards 00 Gundam. 00 Gundam uses GN Sword 2 to destroy the cannon, blocks the beam giant axe with the blade, and then pushes forward. Qixi's pilot was surprised, and the screen showed that the thrust of the enemy Gundam suppressed his holy machine. 00 Gundam swung Qixia and was immediately pushed far away. Qixi's driver immediately turned on the enhancement mode. Huh. Yu Yangchun snorted coldly and turned on Transam 00 up to 3 red status. Qixia's beam giant axe became a bit huge, almost 20 meters long, and rushed to 00 Gundam with one axe. 00 Gundam changed weapons and replaced them with a pair of GN long and short swords too. In the state of 3 reds, the beam sabers extending from the ends of the 2 GN swords were fully 40 meters long. The moment Qixi's giant beam axe slashed, 00 Gundam actually received a cross slash. The beam giant axe was directly split by a pair of beam sabers, and Qixi was split into several pieces. The exposed hand of 00 Gundam directly makes it the most beautiful body on the battlefield. Moreover, 00 Gundam not only rushed to the enemy's formation instantly after beheading Qixi, beheading countless enemy planes one after another. At the scene, many Dian troops stayed away from 00 Gundam. Yu Yangchun looked at the status of the 00 Gundam on the screen, and he remembered that the boss Long Fei once told him that the 00 Gundam is a double solar furnace, and the effect of Trans-AM is much stronger than that of a single solar furnace Gundam, 7 times the effect. I remember the boss told him that although he has made some adjustments to the details of the body, the 00 Gundam cannot turn on the Trans-AM for too long, no more than 2 minutes. Otherwise, the superb operation of the 2 solar furnaces will cause the load to fail and explode. Yu Yangchun looked at the screen showing that the startup time had been 1 minute and 45 seconds, and Yu Yangchun turned off the Trans-AM. The 3-red state of 00 Gundam is over, and none of the Dian army dares to approach it, challenging 00 Gundam. 00 Gundam turns 2 GN Longsword 2 into a rifle and rushes towards the enemy. The pilots of the Dian army holy machine did not dare to approach the 00 Gundam at all, and they all kept a distance to shoot. After the pair of rifles were charged, they fired a powerful arrow-shaped beam of light, killing the two holy machines in an instant. The rifle can also toggle functions such as shotgun mode and burst mode. Lieutenant General Jean Rue captured the relationship between the 00 Gundam and the men of particles from the remote camera. Although the picture taken by the remote camera is not clear, you can still see the powerful combat effectiveness of the 00 Gundam. Lieutenant General Jean Rue received the special Holy Machine Chi Xie and was instantly killed by the opponent in the booster mode. Lieutenant General Jean Rue was shocked and speechless and said in his heart, "With such a powerful and superb combat power, our country's new generation of Holy Machine technology is still in the state of research and development. I don't know if our country can manufacture the new generation of Holy Machine technology if it is successfully developed. What kind of Gundam can you produce with such powerful combat power?" Lieutenant General Jean Rue always had a big question in his mind. In the battle between the two sides, the MS and mobile fortresses of the United Army suffered the most losses, followed by the Dion Army. The two sides have been fighting for almost an hour. Lieutenant General Jean Rue receives the Wall of Zeus and can open it after 15 minutes of charging. During the battle on the front line, the combined army's losses were not as serious as usual. Their mobile fortresses and MS received the help of the superconducting communication network of the Tianyi mercenaries to communicate with their companions over long distances. On the contrary, because of the men of particles, the Dion army was unable to carry out long-distance communication, which made them unable to cooperate effectively in combat. The combined army and the Tianyi mercenary regiment joined in and followed the instructions of the Tianyi mercenaries to cooperate. The United Army and Dion's army ebbed and flowed, and the damage ratio of the two sides reached 2-1. The Tianyi mercenary group is using the United Army, and the troops fight so that the United Army can cooperate with their actions, and let the United Army be responsible for containing the Dion army. The Tianyi mercenary group carried out a cutting tactic, first cutting up the Dion army's troops little by little, or just carrying out some dispersal tactics. Then, the coalition army besieged the less Dion army with the more side. From time to time, the Tianyi mercenary group used the tactics of breaking up into parts, dispersed some groups, mixed in with the coalition troops that were besieging Dion's army, and then took the opportunity to kill Dion's army. Then, the scattered groups began to regroup again for the next wave of operations. In this way, the Tianyi mercenary group exchanged the least loss for the biggest loss of Dion's army. The battle damage ratio between the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion army reached between 1-7 and 1-8. The high-level members of the United Army, who were observing the situation on the battlefield, felt displeased at being used by the Tianyi mercenary corps as spearmen. However, in the current battlefield situation, the damage of the joint army was lower than usual, and the joint army held their noses and endured it. On the other side, Salamanda commanded part of the battleship team in a more dispersed formation. The shield-breaking destroyer began to line up its position, ordering all troops to avoid the launch trajectory of the electromagnetic accelerator. The electromagnetic accelerator launches. In the Marco Polo fortress, Lieutenant General Jean Rue heard that all the battleships were under the attack of electromagnetic accelerator guns. Order all warships to evade, and all warships must last for 10 minutes. The bombardment of the first wave of electromagnetic accelerators caused the Dion army to lose 20 warships of various types. It was because the enemy's long-range cameras could not capture the position of the destroyer that broke the shield, which caused serious losses to the enemy warships in the first wave. The second wave of electromagnetic accelerator guns was evaded due to the rapid reaction of the enemy, and only 5 warships were shot down. The third wave of electromagnetic accelerators was also coordinated with the Mobile Drill Missile Group. In addition to evasion, the warships of the Dion Army also carried out a point defense system, as well as escorted MS and mobile fortresses to intercept, but a total of 17 warships were still attacked. Destroy. The fourth wave of electromagnetic accelerator and Mobile Drill Missile Group did not destroy a single enemy warship, because the Wall of Zeus was opened. Lieutenant General Jean Rue ordered his subordinates to launch a full-strength attack to hit the target at all costs. Lieutenant General Jean Rue estimated that the battleships of the Tianyi mercenary group must have battleships like the Yagama, the purpose of which is to penetrate their Zeus wall. Moreover, Lieutenant General Jean Rouet estimated that after the Tianyi mercenary group took down the Hemla asteroid, they must study the Wall of Zeus and know how strong the Wall of Zeus is. Lieutenant General Jean Rouet estimated that the Tianyi mercenary group would definitely send at least 2 pseudo-Agama Ms motherships to fight. He thought that the Hemla asteroid would be shot down, so he sent 2 pseudo-Agama Ms motherships, otherwise Zeus would be defeated. How the walls are pierced. After seeing the signal flare from the Marco Polo fortress, the Dion army fighting on the front line immediately changed their tactics and rushed to the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group with all their strength. The troops fighting on the front line looked at the countless Dion troops defeated by them, and there would still be other Dion rushing forward to follow up the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group. Salamanda, who watched the transformation of Dion's army on the battlefield, saw through the opponent's purpose. How much are the mega superparticle cannons of the 2 Nyagamas charged? The 2 ships are charged to 90%. How long will it take to fully charge? 10 minutes more. Salamanda began to mobilize troops and deliberately moved the 2 battleships in front of the Yagama to the side, as if the door was wide open, so that the Dion army could know that the 2 Yagama Ms motherships were really S position. The Dion army fighting on the front line saw that in the huge fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group, there was a big hole between 2 large fleets of this size, found the Ms Nyagama mothership, and immediately fired a signal flare to inform other colleagues. Many Dion army MS and mobile fortresses rushed towards the target. In addition to the beam cannons and mobile drill missiles launched by various warships towards the Dion army, the Tianyi mercenary fleet was intercepted by the MS and mobile fortresses of the guarding fleet. Moreover, there are bloodthirsty wolf squad and sword shield troops intercepting it. Under the instructions of Salamanda, the combined army also avoided the range of the mega superparticle cannon of the Ms Yagama mothership. With the cooperation of the bloodthirsty wolf squad and the sword and shield troops, and the impact of the mobile drill missiles, the Dion army's troops could not rush to the outermost edge of the Tianyi mercenary corps' fleet. The 2 Nyagama Ms mothership mega superparticle cannons have been fully charged. Order all troops within the range of the mega superparticle cannon to avoid. Count down to 5 seconds, and the mega superparticle cannon will launch. 5, 4, 1. At the scene, only the Dion army was still within the range of the mega superparticle cannon, and only the new human Dion army was on the periphery. The sense of crisis made them escape from the range immediately, and it was too late for the other Dion army to find out. The 2 Nyagama Ms motherships will launch mega superparticle cannons at the same time. Countless Dion army MS and mobile fortresses were swallowed by the mega superparticle cannon. 2 mega superparticle cannons hit the Wall of Zeus at the same time. In a short period of time, the Wall of Zeus directly exceeded the threshold, and the Wall of Zeus collapsed. No, no, no. Lieutenant General Jean Rouet uttered his last mournful cry. Because, when one of the mega superparticle cannons pierced through the Marco Polo fortress, the penetrating part happened to be at the position of the command room. The moment the Wall of Zeus collapsed, the Tianyi mercenary fleet fired wave after wave of electromagnetic accelerators and mobile drill missile groups. The Dion army was in a panic after the Wall of Zeus collapsed, the Hemla asteroid was shot down, and only the high-level people knew about it. The general soldiers didn't know about it, and the collapse of the Wall of Zeus made them panic. The commander was killed, and the command room being destroyed, coupled with the relationship of men of particles cannot receive any news. The defense system of the Apollo fortress was unable to operate all the time, and was severely hit by electromagnetic accelerator guns and mobile drill missiles, and Dion's army was severely hit. Some fleets can only act independently for the time being, until the superiors can send orders. 00 Gundam turned on Transom, holding Jian Giant Sword 2 in both hands, and the giant sword extended a huge beam particle sword, which directly exceeded 1,000 meters in length, and swung the sword directly. In an instant, several Dion warships were cut in half. The Tianyi mercenary group invaded the entire army line of the Marco Polo fortress and released the news that their commander died in battle. This made Dion's army in the Marco Polo fortress start to fall into even greater panic. Many soldiers of the Dion Empire would rather die in battle than surrender. On the contrary, those low-level soldiers, mainly from slave status, do not have the idea of the supremacy of the Dion Empire. They just want to survive, and they are unwilling to obey the orders of the superiors to fight to the death. In order to make these low-level soldiers submit, the superiors directly shot these low-level soldiers who did not obey orders. Although some low-level soldiers succumbed, it caused more low-level soldiers to resist. Civil strife broke out in the Marco Polo fortress and various warships. Thors drove the Penelope Gundam and launched floating missiles to shoot down many enemy planes. The total height of 26 meters caused the surrounding drivers to look sideways. Both the enemy and us feel that this Gundam is huge. Penelope Gundam was developed and manufactured last month, and Longfei was handed over to Thors to drive. Towers led the Dire Hounds to carry out suppression around the Marco Polo fortress. Although Penelope Gundam looks huge, it has excellent mobility, moves quickly, and dodges countless attacks, even if a beam hits Penelope Gundam. Penelope Gundam's flying armor component FF, fixed fight, can also rely on the barrier formed by Minov particles to block the attack of the beam. At this time, some warships of the Dion army raised their white flags to indicate their surrender. If MS and the pilots of the mobile fortress saw their motherships raising their white flags, they would stop fighting and abandon their weapons. For about an hour or so, the warships of the Dion army outside the fortress surrendered one after another. When the Tianyi mercenary group and the coalition army invaded the Marco Polo fortress, the suppression force found that many members of the Dion army were beating their own families. This made all the suppression troops feel very puzzled, especially the Tianyi mercenary group. They felt even more puzzled. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation in so many suppression battles. Some Dion troops found that they did not launch any attack when they suppressed the troops. Instead, they disarmed and surrendered directly, kneeling on the ground with their heads in their hands. Major General AICC looked at the scenes filmed by the suppressing troops and asked Salamanda, "Lieutenant Colonel, what's going on? Can you see the clues? I estimate that most of these soldiers who surrendered are low-class people or slaves, especially those low-class slaves. If you say that they are the least loyal to the Dion Empire, they are low-class slaves. The rebel army can fight for so many years. Mainly, it is also relying on these lowly slaves to cooperate with each other. Then do you think there are any new humans or adjusters among the soldiers who surrendered? There should be, but it is estimated that there should be very few. After all, new humans and adjusted humans have a very high status in that empire, which leads them to always have a superior mentality in their hearts, making them look down on people they look down on. If you always surrender, it will be a great shame and humiliation for them, and it will be more uncomfortable than killing them. Instead of doing this, it is better to die in battle. The offensive and defensive battle of Marco Polo Fortress ended in about 12 hours. Then about 2 hours later, AICC received that the unnamed fortress had also been knocked down. The biggest threat in the number 2 colony area has been eliminated, and the remaining Dion army in the area has become useless. After the 2 fortresses were knocked down, the confidential information obtained allowed the Tianyi mercenary group and the United Army to grasp the location of the remaining Dion army. Clearing up the remaining rats will be handed over to the Union Army. Isis and her team left after a few days of repairs at the Marco Polo fortress, ignoring the protests of the United Army and taking away the Wall of Zeus device. Dion's battleships, MS, and other Tianyi mercenary groups did not take away many. Most of them were given to the coalition army for research. The Tianyi mercenary group had fought so many times with Dion's army, and the Tianyi mercenary group would take the wreckage away when cleaning up after the end. Part of the wreckage was handed over to the decomposition and reduction metal furnaces of each base for processing, and the other part was handed over to the decomposition and reduction subsidiary of Tianyi Group. As for the captives, some were handled by the Tianyi mercenary group, and the other part was handed over to the United Army for arrangement. Inside a Rabier warship, Salamanda, Li Xiuqing, and AICC were interrogating the captives. The prisoners who were interrogated were not high-ranking officers, but soldiers at the bottom. The captive in front of Salamanda uttered some secret signs and gestures. The captive's eyes lit up, and he immediately responded to the next sentence and gesture of the signal. Salamander asked the captive, "What is your name?" "My name is Brooks." Is there any change in the current underlying military structure? Children born to low-class and middle-class civilians join the army. Most of the slaves like us are low-level soldiers. The same thing is, as long as they have military merits, it is easier for them to be promoted. Li Xiuqing asked, if the children of the upper class and the special class join the army, and the children of the nobles join the army, what about their treatment? Brooks replied, let's put it this way, no matter how good the slaves are in training, they can only get the rank of privates when they get official military ranks, middle and lower civilians, and at least third-class soldiers. You can also get a rank of corporal, senior, and special civilians. Although they have received physical training similar to ours, they also have special training. Generally speaking, if they graduate, they are at least corporals, and those with excellent grades are directly second lieutenants. The children of the nobles are almost the same as the children of the upper class and the special class in the army. Isis asked, has the slave-born soldier made a name for himself? Slaves who have made great military exploits will not only be promoted, but their status as slaves will also be abolished, and they will be regarded as low-class or middle-class citizens. But in fact, no matter how much credit a slave has made, he will be taken away by others. Li Xiuqing said, according to what you said, the low-level soldiers in your ranks, especially those who were born as slaves, were oppressed to the point of misery. Yes, so among the low-level skills, especially those who were born as slaves, there is a heart of resistance that wants to overthrow the empire. Unfortunately, the rebels all failed and escaped from Mars. Many slaves who participated in the past were killed. Elimination, of course, also includes many of our low-level soldiers. AICC asked, then your soldiers at the bottom no longer have any resistance? No, everyone is actually waiting for the opportunity. Sarmanda asked, I guess the previous secret communications and some codes have probably been figured out by Dion's army. Yes, we also made some new codes and some new gestures, as well as some secret communication channels. So there are many secret communication channels. I only got one, and I don't know if the Dion army has already mastered. Salamanda said, it doesn't matter. Can you give it to us? Thinking about the current hostility between the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion Empire, Brooks decided to hand over one of the secret communication channels he possessed to the other party. Salamanda asked, at present, the secret resistance organizations that came in from the bottom have been integrated, or are they as scattered as before? Although some of them have been integrated, most of them are still in their own way. Then, Salamanda and his team asked the bottom-level military captives, hoping to extract some information from them. For example, in addition to the secret resistance group of the low-level soldiers, there were also some external organizations against the Dion Empire. They also obtained several secret communication channels. What Salamanda didn't expect was that many organizations before he left were in a mess. A certain country's colonial satellite in the number 2 colony area, where Isis and her team take a rest, it belongs to the rest time during work. Yu Yanchun and Li Xiang went shopping together. At the scene, many people looked sideways at him. Because the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has regulations, if it is during the rest time, you must wear a uniform. You can choose a casual uniform. Both men, in casual uniforms, had the permission of their superiors to leave the mothership freely during the rest period. Many people looked at the members of the Tianyi mercenary group, men, women, and children, old and young, and some people even looked back when they saw the members of the Tianyi mercenary group passing by. The recent media has also reported that in the number 2 colony area, the important stronghold of the Dion army has been cleared by the Tianyi mercenary group, and the rest will be handed over to the coalition army to deal with. In the colony of District 3, traces of the 3rd Expeditionary Force of Dion were discovered. The borders of the colonies in Districts 2 and 4 have already begun to blockade. The purpose is to prevent the 3rd Expeditionary Force of Dion from escaping from Colony Number 3. District. Li Xiang and Yu Yanchun are currently choosing local souvenirs at a stall. Now, many international media, including media in some democratic countries, are hyping the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group. In particular, Gundam is the focus of their reports, boasting that Gundam is a sharp weapon on the battlefield, and the victory of the Tianyi mercenary group depends on Gundam to win the battle. As for the instructors and generals of the Tianyi mercenary corps who were involved, they laughed off the media's exaggerated praise of Gundam. The Tianyi mercenary regiment can win the battle not only by the Gundam, but also by other powerful weapons, the combat ability of the excellent mercenaries, and the excellent mobilization and command ability of the commander. These are the keys to victory. At this time, a mother brought her child to Li Xiang and Yu Yangchun and asked, "Two Tianyi mercenaries, can I have my child take a photo with you?" The two looked at the mother in front of them with some doubts. Seeing the expressions of the two, the mother explained, "It's like this, my son admires the Tianyi mercenary group very much and wants to take a photo with you." Only then did the two understand, and they happily took pictures with the little boy. At the same time, the two found that the little boy was holding a box for an assembly model. The pattern of the box was Yuanzu Gundam RX 78-2. The Gundam assembly model was a toy produced and sold by Tianyi Game Company, a subsidiary of Tianyi Group. Yu Yangchun asked the little boy, "Little friend, do you like Gundam?" "I like it. When I grow up, I want to join the Tianyi mercenary group, and I want to drive a real Gundam." Then many children came to take photos with the two of them. Both of them noticed at this time that most of the children who took pictures with them were boys, and each had a Gundam assembly model box in their hands. Then the two learned from the children that the Gundam models were bought at a toy store. The two went to the toy store and found that the toy store had an agent selling Gundam assembly models. Moreover, the toy store also sells children's uniforms of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. When the two entered the toy store, all eyes were on the two. "Ah, it's Tianyi mercenaries." A little boy pointed at Li Xiang and Yu Yangchun. These toy stores also sell other toys, but many children are not keen on these toys, and many children, especially boys, are particularly keen on the Gundam assembly model. At this time, a waiter walked up to the two of them, saw the patterns on their shoulder badges, and shouted exaggeratedly, "Ms. Driver, you are Tianyi mercenaries driving MS." The eyes of everyone in the store were completely on Li Xiang and Yu Yangchun, especially the boys who were staring at them intently. It is reasonable to say that only the MS pilots of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps generally know the patterns on the shoulder badges of Li Xiang and Yu Yangchun. Rika asked the waiter, "You used to be the Ms. Driver of Tianyi Mercenary Corps?" No, my cousin is the Tianyi mercenary. He once told me that this pattern represents the pattern of driving Ms." At this time, many boys ran to the two of them and asked for a group photo. The two were also very happy to take photos with these children. Both parents took pictures of the children. After the photos were taken, the children continued to choose the Gundam assembly model they wanted. Yu Yangchun saw that there were many Gundam assembly model boxes on the goods. These are all according to long phase requirements. According to the 1/1/ etc. Said in the previous life, there are HG, MG, etc., and the Gundam assembly models are in accordance with the real scale. There is also a Q version of the body shape. The appearance of the Q version of the Gundam assembly model is the cute type with a big head and short hands and feet. Yu Yangchun looked at the various Gundam assembly models on the shelf, touched his chin, and considered which model to buy. Li Xiang was holding several bear dolls in her hands at this time, and seeing Yu Yangchun holding the Gundam Girl assembly model box in her hand, she said to Yu Yangchun in a somewhat displeased tone, "Yangchun, you really want me to drive you out room?" Yu Yangchun hurriedly put the Gundam 2 assembly model box back on the shelf, and then said, "I'm just a little curious to take a look at it." I also heard that the boss at that time in the Gundam assembly model seemed to say that he planned to use some beautiful female pilots as the model design Gundam Girl models. But I don't know why. There are only a few of them, and the ones I saw are not our colleagues, but female stars promoted by the media and entertainment company of Tianyi Group. Li Xiang stared at Yu Yangchun with squinted eyes and asked, "Then you want me to be a model designed by Gundam Girl?" No, I will never allow it. You are acquainted." Then, Yu Yangchun asked Li Xiang in a low voice, "It is said that the boss originally wanted to use our female colleagues as models to design Gundam Girls. Why did he change his mind in the end and use some other female stars as models to design Gundam Girls?" "It's very simple. Because brother-in-law was kicked out of the room by my sister and punished him not to be in her bed for 2 weeks, so brother-in-law's original plan had to be cancelled. The boss is really a strict wife. Brother-in-law, it's not that he is strict with his wife. It's that my brother-in-law loves my sister. Basically, my brother-in-law obeys my sister in many small things. By the way, why do you hug so many bear dolls?" I remember that you didn't sleep with dolls in your arms a few years ago. It's not what I want. I bought it for my two nieces. They will have their birthdays in a few months. This is the birthday present I plan to buy for them." Then, after paying, Li Xiang asked the waiter to help her wrap these bear dolls into gift boxes. Just as the two were about to leave the toy store, Salamanda just walked in. When the two were about to salute Salamanda, Salamanda raised her hand to stop. Rika asked, "Sir, are you here to buy toys for the children?" "Yes, I want to come here to have a look and buy some for those kids." "Then let's help the chief choose." "Okay, then thank you." Salamanda knew that the two in front of him were one of the strongest MS pilots in the Tianyi mercenary corps, especially the girl who was the boss's sister-in-law. He knew that the boss loved his sister-in-law very much, so he readily accepted Li Xiang's proposal, which was also a way to give her a little sister some face. In a private box of a leisure cafe, an industry under the Tianyi group, Salamanda, Yu Yangchun, and Li Xiang sat drinking coffee together. Previously, the toys purchased in the toy store had been sent to the designated place by the store. "Special school, do we have any tasks to do next?" "Next, we will go to Colonial Area Number 3 to destroy the remaining Dion 3rd Expeditionary Force," Yu Yangchun said. But what people really didn't expect is that their Zeus Wall's defense is so high. Rika also nodded and said, "It is not inferior to the large armor mask, developed from the research and development of the armor mask of Super Hyperion Gundam. The Super Planetary Defender, developed from the Planetary Defender of MD Burgo, and the Super Large Beam Shield." Salamanda said, "It depends on where it comes from. The Wall of Zeus is very strong in defending the beam of the particle system, but it is weak in the aspect of the photon system. The photon burst cannon of the Diva penetrated it in one shot. When the Mura asteroid was destroyed, they did not know the details of the Wall of Zeus, so they let other warships bomb the Wall of Zeus together." Yu Yangchun stroked his chin and said, "Superplanetary defenders are more ideal than others in terms of defending the energy of the photon system. So each has its own merits. No wonder my brother-in-law wants the mother base to set up 4 layers of protective shields, a large armor mask, a superplanetary defender, a super large beam shield, and a large floating mask net." Yu Yangchun continued, "It is estimated that as long as the study of the Wall of Zeus is done thoroughly, the boss will probably set up an additional protective cover for the mother base." Rika asked Salamanda, "Special Colonel, when you were on Mars, did the Dion Empire have these weapons?" "Not at that time. I only heard that they were in the process of research and development. It is estimated that after my companions and I escaped at that time, they developed successfully one after another." "Special Colonel, is the eldest Prince Christopher still in Colony Number 3? Salamanda said affirmatively. "He must still be there. This prince has a very good face. He absolutely cannot accept the current fiasco. He must be thinking of a way with his courtiers now, how to get the place back." Yu Yangchun asked. After the first expeditionary army retreated after the disastrous defeat of the Garth Empire, the second expeditionary army fell into a quagmire in the Wanluo Federation. Instead, it was the third expeditionary army. The current revolution of Mars is about to correspond to the number 3 colonial area. But why the Dion Empire has not reinforced the third expeditionary force until now? This is really puzzling. Special Colonel, what do you think of this matter? The Kingdom of Dion probably doesn't have many soldiers available. Although they can make a bunch of war cones, unmanned Scorpion MS, etc., the men of particles can affect their electronic components and even paralyze them. Electronic components, so that they cannot be controlled automatically, which directly hits their usual tactics. If reinforcements are really going to be sent to help the third expeditionary force, then the most important weapon is people, especially the driver. So, it's not that the Dion Empire doesn't want to reinforce the third expeditionary army. In fact, there are no extra soldiers to reinforce the third expeditionary army. Right. At this time, Li Xiang thought of a question and asked, "Special Colonel, I remember that they still have artificial satellite cannons and destroy battleships. Why didn't they bring them to the battlefield? If the artificial satellite cannon is not brought here, it may be an indispensable combat force for their homeland defense battle. It is estimated that there are not many of them, and there may be only 2 of them. Moreover, the size of the destroying warship is so big. It's too easy to be a target on the battlefield, So I guess if they didn't build a few more destroying warships, they probably wouldn't be included in the expeditionary force. I don't know how far my brother-in-law and the Dion Empire ended up fighting. Then it depends on whether Dion's army has stepped on your brother-in-law's bottom line. If so, it will be immortal. Yu Yanchun said, if you really step on the bottom line of the boss will be really scary. Speaking of which, why did my brother-in-law decompose and restore the remains of those battleships, MS and mobile fortresses of the Dion army? Well, the main reason is that there are always Martian metals in these wreckages, and to be honest, these metals are always important metals for our Tiani mercenary group. As far as I know, the boss may need these metals to build a new bodyguard, and something like the Emperor's bodyguard. Yu Yanchun said, no way, special school. Isn't the sword and shield army the boss's guard army? Why does the boss want to create another guard army? Salamander smiled, stretched out his index finger and shook it, and explained, Captain you have made a mistake about the sword and shield troops. The sword and shield troops are not considered the boss's guards. At most they are troops like military police. It is more our job to evaluate all members of the entire Tiani mercenary group. The sword and shield troops will fight, but also evaluate all members, and even take some punitive measures. We are considered among the troops directly under the boss. The work is the most complicated one, and the guards are honest, and the other 4 troops are not like it. Li Xiang said at this time. We seem to be digressing. How did we talk about the army directly under my brother-in-law? Salamander nodded awkwardly and said, it's really digressing. Having said that, there is a great possibility that the Dion Empire has no soldiers at the moment. Even if there are, they must stay in the mainland. If the United Army can be sure that if the Wang Army has no soldiers to use, maybe they will gather troops to attack the Dion Empire again. After hearing what Salamander said, Yu Yangchun expressed his opinion. Special school, whether the United Army will attack the Dion Empire again. I think there are 2 points. The first point depends on whether the Earth Circle is willing to participate. The second point is whether we are willing to join. The former is that although the United Army has many soldiers available, most of these soldiers come from the Earth Circle. If the Earth Circle is unwilling to join, the Colonial Circle will also have no soldiers to use, or the most important thing is our side. Without the Minov particle missiles projected by our side, then the Dion Empire can dispatch those automatically controlled war cones and scorpions. Entering it, when the time comes for both sides to win or lose, the one with the greater chance of winning is Dion Empire. Papa Salamander clapped his hands and gave Yu Yanchun a thumbs up and said, Captain Yu's analysis is very accurate. As you said, it lies in the former aspect. The Earth Circle is unwilling to participate in the second attack on Dion the Imperial Kingdom. The main reason for this is to take down the Dion Empire. What benefits can the Earth Circle get? Besides, the Earth Circle and the Martian Circle are so far apart, and there is a Colonial Circle in between. Maybe after the war is over, the Colonial Circle and the Earth Circle will directly turn against each other. Now, when the supply line is so long, can the Earth Sphere really rescue the troops in the Martian Sphere? So the best result for the Earth Sphere is not to participate. The Dion Empire, which has suffered a lot of damage, and the Colony Sphere, which has suffered heavy losses, it is the best result for the Earth Sphere. When the Earth Sphere can fully develop the economy, technology, etc., the remaining 2 forces will only be repaired and reconstructed when their vitality is severely damaged. When Salamander said this, he paused, picked up the coffee cup, and took a sip before continuing. If we want to participate, the premise is that the coalition army will not be allowed to join, and the coalition army must have vitality. The serious injury can no longer carry out the next battle, so we can attack the Dion Empire, because no matter who wins in the end, the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle can no longer threaten our Tiani mercenary group and Dion. One kingdom, if our side loses, all forces will only rebuild. If we win, imagine that the technology of Dion Kingdom will definitely be taken away by us. If the Earth Circle and the Colony Circle still have the ability to fight, these 2 forces will join forces to attack us, and they will definitely rob us and the technology of the Dion Empire. When Salamander said this, Yu Yangchun and Li Xiang looked at each other. At the moment, Long Fei is in the 2nd Army Fleet under the 1st Group Army of the Mother Base, and Long Fei is looking at the documents in his lounge. The title of the Second Army at the moment is the First Army to suppress the First Army, and it is heading for the Third Colonial Area. The Third District Colonial Area, the third colonial satellite of Sci-Fi Kingdom. This colonial satellite has the 21st branch base set up by Tianyi Mercenary Group. It is also the only sub-base established in a democratic country among all the sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The sub-base is also the smallest in scale. At present, the size of the entire mercenary force of the 21st sub-base is only the size of 3 brigade-level fleets. However, such a scale is already larger than that of Waigwa's National Regular Army. In Colonial Area Number 3, all countries are currently searching for traces of Dion's Third Expeditionary Force. The troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Group can go directly to the military bases of various countries to prepare for rest, etc., and the military of each country will meet the requirements of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Annihilation of the First Army came to the 21st branch base. In addition to Long Fei, Tao Xiang also brought her 2 daughters and orphans such as Dio. Tao Xiang will bring her 2 daughters and Dayu and other orphans to Sci-Fi country. Besides wanting to visit the orphans and children here, Tao Xiang will take Dayu and other children to the Madelon Church to visit the priests and nuns there. In addition to the annihilation of the First Army, the crusade against the First Army also came to the number 3 colonial satellite of Sci-Fi Kingdom not long after the annihilation of the First Army arrived at the 21st branch base. Colony Satellite. In the on-site conference room, Long Fei, the heads of the 5 directly subordinate troops, and many generals held a round-table meeting. The very center of the round table projects a huge 3-dimensional map. The location is the colonial area of the Third Area. There are 100 colonial satellites and many meteorite fields in each location. Salamanda stood up and said, "Currently, we have obtained some secret communication channels from the bottom-level soldiers of the Dion Army. We can indeed get in touch with these bottom-level soldiers and get relevant information." Salamanda then pointed out 6 locations, of which 4 are meteorite fields and the other 2 are in space. Salamanda continued, "The location pointed out is mainly because we have already grasped their location, but we have not yet grasped the real location of Christopher, the eldest prince. What is certain at present is that these expeditionary forces are now chemical." "It's 0. Major General Millet, the commander of the First Annihilation Army, asked, "So now they may still use the previous tactics, which is to directly occupy a colonial satellite, and then use the occupied colonial satellite to hit another colonial satellite?" "Yes, once they get the chance, they will definitely do it." Major General AICC asked, "Christopher, will he use any means to win a war?" "It depends on what situation he is in. If he is in a good position, he will not use those so-called dirty tricks for his so-called face. If the situation is not good for him, then he will not take into account his so-called face, so he will use any means to win. For him, as long as he wins, all the previous unfavorable situations are just for him to turn the tables. Of course, this will also cause him to be impatient. Under the circumstances, he made a feint move. Will the Dion Believer organization act again? It's hard to say. At present, apart from the Second Expeditionary Army gaining a better advantage in the Dion Army, the First Expeditionary Army has retreated, and the Third Expeditionary Army is facing the crisis of being wiped out at any time. These so-called believers, my heart has been greatly shocked, and the only thing I have to worry about is whether some people with extreme thoughts will take extreme measures." Salamander replied. Major General Millet asked, "The current location of the scattered Dion army we have, do we want to destroy it?" "Not for the time being, so as not to overwhelm the enemy. We still have to continue to search the location of their scattered troops. We have to pay attention to those colonial satellites. After they occupy these colonial satellites, they will use their previous methods." At this time, there was a ding sound on the round table. It was a piece of information from the intelligence department, and now it has grasped the location of several other Dion guerrilla forces. Moreover, they have a better grasp of their actions. These Dion guerrilla forces will attack the military meteorite bases of other countries in order to deliberately attract the attention of our side and the coalition army. Then, cover other troops to attack other countries' colonial satellites. As for the troops responsible for attacking the colonial satellites of other countries, the whereabouts of these troops are currently unknown. Long Fei asked Salamanda, Special Colonel Salamander, what should we do about this matter? Salamander speaks her mind. After finishing the meeting, Long Fei was unable to accompany his wife and children to Medilla Church because he was still busy with work. However, in order to protect the safety of his wife and children, Long Fei sent special forces who are good at protection to take charge of protection. Ruelina herself likes children very much, so she asks Taoxiang to go with her, and Taoxiang accepts Ruelina's request heartily. Ruelina took Salamander, who had just finished her work, to Medilla Church. In Madelon Church, Taoxiang is visiting the priests and nuns of Medilla Church with a pair of daughters, Dio, and other children. The priests and nuns of Madelon Church looked at Dio and other children who hadn't seen each other for a while, and saw that the children were all wearing clean clothes. Their faces were much rosier than before, and some children even gained weight. The priests and nuns felt very relieved that Dayu and the others were taken in and taken care of by kind people. The priest showed a happy smile. Father McDillon feels very relieved when the children see that you are living so well. One of the chubby ones said, Aunt Taoxiang is very kind to us. The head of the orphanage and brothers and sisters take good care of us. Aunt Taoxiang also let us go to school. That's really great. Children, you must remember Aunt Taoxiang's kindness to you, and you must repay Aunt Taoxiang when you grow up. Father McDillon said with a kind and serious expression. Well, we will definitely repay Aunt Taoxiang when we grow up. Dayu, your braids are beautiful. A nun praised Dayu's braids. It was the sister nurse at the orphanage who taught me to tie it. The sister nurse is very gentle. Some children can't sleep, and she can tell stories to lull them to sleep. That sister nurse must be an angel. The sister nurse is as beautiful and gentle as an angel. At this time, Taoxiang talked to Father Medilla. Mr. Priest, how are the children doing recently? Blessed by Mrs. Long, the Madelon Church has received funding from Mrs. Long. The children not only have clean clothes to wear, but also have 3 meals a day. The children can also go to school and study, and I also teach the children to remember Mrs. Long favor. Taoxiang raised her hand and stopped. Father McDillon, I don't do charity to help these children for the sake of vanity or feeling good about myself. The priest doesn't need to teach the children all the time that I support them. I understand Mrs. Long, but I don't want the children to forget about the person who has been kind to them, and I hope the children know how to think of the source when drinking water. This is a mercenary wearing a Spartan suit type 2 whispering in Taoxiang's ear. Father McDillon, there are charities outside to donate to you, so I won't bother you. Oh, well, may the Lord bless Madame Long. Father McDillon clasped his hands together and saluted Taoxiang and walked out of the office with Taoxiang. There was a charity caravan in front of Medilla Church, which happened to be stopped by Tianyi mercenaries. The driver of the vehicle at the front got out of the car, and with a kind smile, he explained to the Tianyi mercenaries that his convoy was here to donate supplies to the Madelon Church. The Tianyi mercenary used the communicator to send a message to the superior in the church. Soon, the superior sent word to let him go. Originally, the Tianyi mercenaries outside were going to check the donations in the charity convoy, and even the entire convoy had to be searched. However, the superior said that these charity teams should not be embarrassing. After these charitable convoys entered the Madelon Church, the drivers in the convoy, etc., all began to get out of the car, putting down the donated materials in the RV or truck. The Tianyi mercenaries at the scene watched their every move. The staff of these charity teams are all wearing uniform blue uniforms, and one of them looks like their leader, a woman in business attire. Taoxiang continued to interact with the children. Father McDillon interacted with charities and thanked the woman in business attire for their support. The staff moved the materials into the church one by one. The woman in business attire also asked the priest to meet Taoxiang, hoping to exchange and interact with each other about their charity experiences. You wait a moment for this. I will ask Madame Long for instructions first, and ask her if she is willing to communicate with you. Soon, Father McDillon led the women in business attire to the amusement park in the church. The woman in professional attire found that there were many Tianyi mercenaries staring at her around the amusement park. The woman in professional attire came to Taoxiang with a warm smile. Hello, the beautiful dragon lady, Miss Taoxiang. My name is Lazia. Nice to meet you. Taoxiang smiled and shook hands with Lazia. The moment Lazia shook hands with Taoxiang, Her gentle smile turned ferocious, and when she was about to pull Tao Xiang over with all her strength, suddenly her arm seemed to be grabbed by some force, and the hand that grabbed Tao Xiang was in pain. And let go. Then, the whole person was lifted by a force and hit the ground heavily. Father McDillon was stunned, because Liziah seemed to jump back and hit the ground by herself. An invisible Skywing mercenary appeared and pinned Liziah to the ground. Madam Long, what is going on here? The Tiani mercenary holding Liziah pulled out the Jane pistol from Liziah's sleeve. Father McDillon was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect that the charity organization that recently funded the Mad Elon Church had a gun. Father McDillon had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that these charities are militants pretending to be? Although Liziah couldn't move, she laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm the only one who takes action? The members of your charity group have long been controlled by us. It is best to cooperate obediently and tell who sent you here. Ha ha. Do you think that only those charities are my people? Could it be, madam? Be careful. A nun took out a short knife from her robe, and when she was about to stab Tao Xiang, another invisible Tiani mercenary kicked the attacking nun away. Suddenly, the screams of children came from the other side. Tao Xiang looked in the direction of the voice and screamed, Gua Gua Fu Fu. Two nuns were about to attack Longhua and Longfu with short knives, but a nun beside the twins immediately blocked it with her body. As a result, the nun was stabbed through the heart with a short knife by one of the red-haired nuns. When another blue-haired nun was about to attack the dragon fruit, a figure flashed by and kicked the blue-haired nun down. Salamanda protected the two ladies and shouted to Ruelina, who was behind her, Protect the two ladies. When Ruelina was about to leave with the two young ladies in her arms, the red-haired nun drew a pistol from her clothes and was about to shoot the twins. Salamanda immediately blocked it with her body, pulled out the dagger in her coat instantly, and threw the dagger out the moment the red-haired nun fired. The bullet passed through Salamanda's chest, and the red-haired nun was stabbed in the head with a short knife, killing her instantly. Just when the blue-haired nun was about to get up, someone stepped on her chest heavily, and the invisible Skywing mercenary appeared and pointed a pistol at the blue-haired nun's head. Then a few nuns were subdued by the invisible Tiani mercenaries when they happened to attack. Salamanda, who was shot, fell to the ground, and blood flowed from the wound. A colleague immediately treated him with healing gel, and the others were around him to protect his safety. After the wound healed, he was immediately treated. He pulls away. Father McDillon and her other nuns are under control at the moment. Father McDillon said in horror, Don't hurt us. We didn't know it would happen. Such a thing. This thing. We didn't know. Father McDillon was very frightened at the moment, and his words were not smooth. Longhua and Longfu had already returned to their mother's side, crying loudly in her arms. The two sisters were terrified by what happened just now. Dio waited for the children to run to Tao Xiang and intercede for Father McDillon. Aunt Tao Xiang. Father McDillon is not such a person. He must not have hurt Aunt Tao Xiang, Longhua and Longfu. Yes, Aunt Tao Xiang. Sister Mary was stabbed to death in order to save Longhua and Longfu. Tao Xiang remembered the scene just now, when the nun was stabbed to protect her two daughters. Tao Xiang asked the Tiani mercenary behind her, Where is the nun who saved my daughter? Ma'am, that nun was directly stabbed through the heart and died on the spot. Dio said to Tao Xiang, Auntie, Sister Mary, there is an old mother in her family, and a younger sister who is in elementary school. Sister Mary usually does some tailoring work to supplement the family in her spare time. Now that Sister Mary is dead, there is no one to take care of my old mother and younger sister. Tao Xiang touched the top of Dio's head and said, Don't worry, Sister Mary's old mother and sister. Auntie will definitely send someone to take good care of them. Then, Tao Xiang instructed the mercenaries behind her. When you are investigating, don't make things difficult for Father Medilla and those nuns. Yes, ma'am. Salamanda Special Colonel. How is he? Madam, the special school is currently weak, but there is nothing serious about it, as long as it rests for a few days. Okay, I see. Tao Xiang looked at the twin daughters in her arms and said, Guaguofu, we are going to see Uncle Salamanda. You must say thank you to Uncle Salamanda. It is Uncle Salamanda for injured to protect you. X2. Salamanda, who was weak, was resting on the bed. Although the healing gel had healed his wounds, he was a little weak at the moment, and Ruelina was taking care of him. Tao Xiang led her twin daughters to the front of Salamanda. When Salamanda was about to get up, Tao Xiang stopped immediately. "What should you two little ones tell Uncle Salamanda?" Before the twin sisters came to Salamanda, they saluted and thanked Salamanda. "Thank you, Uncle Salamanda, for saving Guagua and Fufu. The two young ladies are serious." Salamanda said to Tao Xiang, "Madam, this is the duty. Please don't take it too seriously." Tao Xiang shook her head and said, "Please don't say that. You are a great benefactor to me and my husband by giving your life to save my child." God comes. The number 3 colonial satellite of the Sci-Fi kingdom seemed to have a catastrophic event inside. Tao Xiang and her children were attacked in the Madilan church. This incident made Long Fei extremely furious and immediately ordered the entire army to immediately block the number 3 colonial satellite. There are battleships, MS, mobile fortresses, drones, etc. in the sky above the colonial satellite, and the ground troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are on the ground to check and inspect every place. Even from the sky, you can see the chariots of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, military vehicles patrolling every road, and so on. The local government did not dare to protest at all. The location of the charity company that attacked Taoxiang has been controlled by the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and everyone at the scene was directly detained by the Tianyi Mercenary Group for questioning. Even all the materials within the entire group were thoroughly investigated by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The media reporters have keen senses. They know that something must have happened to make the Tianyi Mercenary Group do this. Media reporters also broadcast the incident live. There are many Ms. standing around the Madilan church, including Gundam, ground troops, etc., who have already guarded the entire surrounding area. Long Fei got off from a chariot, and Li Xiuqing followed behind Long Fei. Entering Medilla Church, Long Gua and Long Fu saw their father coming, and immediately ran to his father. Long Fei immediately picked up the two daughters, and Tao Xiang walked in front of Long Fei. Long Fei asked softly, "Are you okay with the child?" "It's okay, don't worry. In this case, why don't you and the child come back to me immediately?" Long Fei said angrily. Tao Xiang touched her husband's cheek and said, "I'm not worried that if you get angry, you will embarrass Father Medilla and those innocent nuns. Do you think that I will lose my mind directly? You are usually very sensible, but once someone touches your family, you will be very angry." Tao Xiang took the two daughters from her husband, kissed her husband on the cheek, and said softly, "I understand that you are so angry because you value your family, but I still hope you can be as calm as possible. Those nuns are innocent. They must not have known about the whole thing." At this time, a Tianyi mercenary came to report to Long Fei. "Boss, the whole matter has been investigated. Father Medilla and most of the nuns are innocent. They don't know about it. Those nuns who attacked Madame I just joined the Madilan Church in the past few months. And as for a nun named Yali, red-haired nun, I have already found out that she is a member of the Dion Believers organization and has joined this organization for several months. Anything else? We also found out about that charity group, and some of its members were also believers of the Dion Believers organization. And we also found out that one of the important high-level members of that charity group was a spy of the Dion Kingdom. And we also caught that spy and knocked out some information from his mouth. First of all, they found out that Madame often funded Madilan Church. So they also pretended to sponsor Madilan Church, from which they could take this opportunity to get close to Madame. This attack plan is what they did from several nuns learned from their mouths that Madame will come to visit the children of Medilla Church today. Their purpose is to arrest Madame or Miss and threaten the boss. If Madame and Miss cannot be captured, they will be killed. When Long Fei heard this, a trace of tyranny flashed in his eyes. Seeing the tyranny in her husband's flashing eyes, Tao Xiang immediately handed the child to Li Xiuqing, stretched out her hand, and patted the back of her husband's hand, telling her husband not to get angry. Long Fei took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then the Tianyi mercenary continued to report. And this spy also used the Dion Believer organization to get some women to join the Mighty's church. And then you know what happened next, boss. What about the rest of the charity? They are all ordinary people. As for the spy, the relevant intelligence organization of the Dion Kingdom hacked into the population identity data of the Sci-Fi Kingdom and tampered with the data. We will hand over this matter to the country concerned. Anything else? Currently, We have obtained other spy intelligence and information from the captured spy, and learned from his mouth that this spy is the Prince Christopher, the head of the Dion Empire. Humph. Long Fei snorted coldly. Then, the Tianyi mercenaries told Long Fei all the information they had. Husband, you have to go and see Salamanda. He was injured in order to protect our daughter. Good. When Long Fei first heard that his wife and children were being attacked, great worry and fear flashed through his heart. He was immediately worried about the safety of his wife and children, and was afraid of what might happen to them. Later, I heard that Salamanda was shot in the chest to protect his daughter, and the shot was only 1 millimeter away from the heart. For this, Long Fei is very grateful to Salamanda. When rushing to Medilla Church, Salamanda was returning to number 2 Torres for final examination and rehabilitation. In the ward of number 2 Torres, Salamanda was resting on the bed, and Ruelina took care of her. After the final examination, Salamanda only needs to rest for 2 days, and Salamanda has basically fully recovered. Salamanda took the medicine from Ruelina and prepared to rest after taking the medicine. At this time, Long Fei came to the ward, and when Salamanda was about to get up to greet him, Long Fei raised his hand to stop him. You are a patient now, lie down and rest well. In addition to expressing his gratitude to Salamanda, Long Fei said to Salamanda before leaving, from today onwards, you are my brother, Long Fei. Salamanda looked at the back of Long Fei leaving, and felt a burst of emotion in her heart. I used to be the captain of a country's knights, and those high-ranking nobles did not treat him as a grassroots person at all, nor did they treat him as a friend. Salamanda thought, I paid a group of people wrong back then, especially that woman Yo-Yo. I gave her my heart wrongly back then. She just used me as a tool, not to mention love. Even the things I deserved, I didn't have any. I didn't expect to leave the Martian Circle and join the Tianyi mercenary group. I met a boss who reused me to make me what I am today. In the Martian Circle back then, if those guys were willing to say thank you, I would still have to thank them. Thinking of this, Salamanda couldn't help laughing. Brother Salamanda, what are you laughing at? Ruelina looked at Salamanda suspiciously. Sharamanda shook his head and said with some emotion, if I was born in the same place as Li Xiuqing and the boss, and hang out with the boss like Li Xiuqing, I wouldn't encounter the messy things in the Martian Circle. Salamanda, don't say that. You still have me. Yeah, I do still have you. Otherwise I don't know if I will fall, and it's not too late. At least I meet a noble person. At night, Tao Xiang's screams came from Long Fei and his wife's room, followed by the screams of the 2 little ones. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah. X2. Long Fei was startled awake by his wife's screams. It turned out that when Tao Xiang turned around, she saw 2 small black shadows in front of her, which frightened her out, almost frightening her soul. What's the matter? Long Fei hurriedly asked his wife. Tao Xiang immediately turned on the bedside lamp, and it turned out that it was Long Gua and Long Fu. Tao Xiang's screams made the 2 little ones back away in fright. Tao Xiang picked up the pillow and threw it on the 2 little ones. You 2 little ones are going to scare Mom to death. Tao Xiang patted her chest with lingering fear. At this time, the door opened, and Tianyi mercenaries rushed in one after another to protect them. Boss, madam, are you all right? Long Fei raised his hand and said, It's okay, you guys go down. After watching the guards walk out of the room, Long Fei looked at the 2 little ones in front of him and asked, Why did you come to Mom and Dad's room? Mom and Dad, we can't sleep. The husband and wife glanced at each other, guessing what happened today probably frightened the 2 little ones, and the 2 little ones couldn't sleep. Tao Xiang picked up the pillows on the floor and said to the 2 little ones, Then sleep with Mom and Dad. Yeah. The 2 little ones climbed onto the bed of their parents, and Long Fei and Tao Xiang each coaxed a daughter to sleep. What Gundam is this? Why can its 2 guns be combined to penetrate several warships in one shot? With an interval of about 10 seconds, you can launch again. A fleet of Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Force, Brigade-class fleet, was encircled and suppressed by the 1st Annihilation Army. Long Fei appeared in the Flying Wing Type 0, EW prototype. Flying Wing 0's Zero-type system, Long Fei, can be controlled at this moment. Under the superb calculation of the Zero-type system, Long Fei personally conducts tactical command on the battlefield. More than commanded troops wiped out enemy troops in a very short time. When the Flying Wing Zero style, two destruction rifles are held on the left and right. Each directly sweeps across the enemy formation 360 degrees. The enemy formation collapsed directly and suffered heavy losses. After that, lead a sword and shield force into the enemy battleship group and combine the two destruction rifles. A single destructive beam from the double-barreled destructive rifle easily pierced through the energy shield and even pierced through several warships in succession. This made Dion's fleet flustered. Soon, the Dion fleet sent out a surrender signal. Long Fei drives the Wing Type 0 to return to the Ms. Mothership, an enlarged version of Loch Hylam, which can be called Loch Hylam S. Back in the hangar, Long Fei stepped out of the cockpit. "Dad." The two little ones flew up to their father. Long Fei stretched out his arms to hug the twin daughters. "Dad, Mama's back." "Well, Mama's back." Freedom Gundam returns to its exclusive location in the hangar. Momoka stepped out of the cockpit of Liberty Gundam. Long Fei came to his wife with a pair of twin daughters in his arms, and Tao Xiang reached out to hug Long Fu with a smile on her face. Long Fei turned to the nanny and asked, "Will these two little ones be obedient when we're not around?" "Boss." The two ladies are very obedient, and the two ladies know when the boss will come back, so they clamored to come to the hangar. Long Fei and his wife looked at each other and smiled. This is the ability of their daughters' new human beings. Long Fei has tested the abilities of his two daughters' new human beings. Both daughters have extremely high abilities and potentials, especially in telepathy and telepathy. In terms of performance, it can be said to be outstanding, and the evaluation is A+. If the potential is stimulated by training, the abilities in all aspects will be further improved. The husband and wife did not expect that both of them had not yet reached A+ in all aspects of ability at that time, and it was only after countless battles and training that their potential was stimulated to reach A+ or above. Unexpectedly, the two daughters have such powerful abilities at such a young age. Tao Xiang didn't bring her daughter back to the mother's base, but went to fight with her husband. Except that she wanted to fight side by side with her husband. She wanted to kill that Christopher herself, just like her husband. When she was attacked at that time, Tao Xiang always felt guilty that her daughters were in danger, and the person who wanted to hurt his daughter was Christopher. Because in a later period of time, some secret agents of the Dion Kingdom lurking in the Sci-Fi Kingdom were captured. According to the intelligence gathered by these spies, Christopher really wanted to kidnap or capture Tao Xiang, Dragon Fruit, and Dragon Fu, in order to blackmail Long Fei. Women are inherently weak, but mothers are strong. Christopher also touched Tao Xiang's bottom line. If Christopher's kidnapping target is her Tao Xiang can let her husband deal with Christopher directly, but Christopher wants to move his mind to her two hearts and minds. It was something she couldn't stand as a mother. The attack at that time not only made her Tao Xiang feel guilty, but even made her more angry as she thought about it. After she knew that it was Christopher who did it, Tao Xiang decided to stay by her husband's side. She didn't even want to kill Christopher with a single shot and take advantage of him. Tao Xiang even wanted to that man with a knife, and then cut the man's flesh one by one, and wanted the man to watch his flesh and blood being cut off. If Long Fei knew that his wife was going to take revenge on Christopher in this way, Long Fei might be shocked. But Long Fei would not feel that his gentle and virtuous wife had become cruel, because Christopher had touched the bottom line of their husband and wife. Long Fei has a principle: if he has any grievances with anyone, he will never touch other people's family members, because disasters do not affect his relatives. If anything comes towards him, don't touch his relatives. If he dared to touch his relatives, Long Fei would not only retaliate wildly, but he would even touch the relatives of the other party, and he would make the other party regret it. Therefore, once Long Fei catches Christopher, he will not let his wife do it, but let his mercenaries who are good at torture treat him well, and let him experience the top 10 tortures. Why didn't Tao Xiang send her two daughters back to her mother's base? Apart from the mother's reluctance to leave the children with her, the other point was that she was worried that the children would be in danger if they were not by her side. Therefore, Tao Xiang asked her two children to stay with her husband. Long Fei came to the bow command room. Rear Admiral Millet and Captain Carlot of Loch Hylam. Major General Millet reported the current progress to Long Fei. Our troops have wiped out several units of the 3rd Expeditionary Army of the Dion Army. At present, No reinforcements have been found on the Mars Circle to reinforce the Third Expeditionary Army. Well, Salamando once said that the Dion Empire may have fallen into a situation where there are no soldiers to use, and the men of particles can restrain and paralyze those electronic components, and their automatic control systems, war cones, and MS can no longer be used. Our troops are engaged. Yes, boss. The problem is that we are still unable to grasp the exact location of Christopher, and all the fringes of the number 3 colonial area, our scouts, etc., have not found any traces of Dion's army. In the vast universe, finding someone is really more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. At this time, the announcer sent a report message at this time. The crusade against the First Army sent a report that the colonial satellites of several countries in the number 3 colonial area were occupied by the Dion army. A total of 9 colonial satellites were occupied, and all of them were equipped with huge rocket propellers. Colonel Carlot frowned and said, "What's the matter with the joint army? Since it can't fight, why didn't you notify us as soon as possible?" Reporting to Colonel, news has come that the Allied army did not request rescue from us, but their rescue signal was intercepted by the Dion army. At this moment, we can receive the report or some of the Allied army retreated after being defeated. After a certain distance, we will be notified. Long Fei suddenly felt a very bad premonition and immediately asked, "Where are the 9 colonial satellites pushed?" "Earth." Long Fei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Major General Millet asked, "Can you immediately notify all the subbases on the Moon and the Earth Circle, and notify the countries in the Earth Circle?" Major General Isis of the First Crusade Army has already notified you as soon as possible. Long Fei said to Major General Millet, "Major General, let the whole army go to the Earth immediately." "Yes, boss." Countries in the Earth sphere are receiving notification from the Tianyi mercenary group that there are currently a total of 9 colonial satellites colliding towards the Earth sphere. The countries in the Earth Circle immediately mobilized the whole country, turned on the first-level siren, evacuated or took refuge for the people of all countries, and all the troops also began to mobilize. For the joint army fighting in outer space, all troops from the Earth Circle will immediately return to the Earth Circle. The subbases set up by the Tianyi mercenaries on the Moon and the Earth Circle also started to operate. 9 colony satellites crash into the Earth Circle. As long as a few colonial satellites crash into the planet, the climate environment of the planet will be changed immediately, and the climate of the planet can be turned into an ice age in a short time. At that time, humans in the entire Earth Circle will migrate to the Moon or outer space. 9 colony satellites have calculated the location of the landmass crashing into the Earth's sphere. 9 land locations involved in the country evacuated local civilians. The media also reported on this matter, which caused panic among the people. In fact, the authorities of various countries can conceal this matter, but paper cannot cover the fire. Condemnation. Therefore, the authorities of various countries still notified the matter so that the people can prepare early. In addition to reporting the incident on the 9th day, the media from all over the world strongly condemned the Kingdom of Dion, accusing this country of being so insane in order to win, and how much life this move would cause. Dear viewers, at this moment, the city where I am located, Yadin, the country's military forces, police, and relevant government departments are already conducting emergency evacuations for the local people. A female reporter is reporting on the spot at the moment. As you can see, the local people have already fled with their families, and as you can see, the roads are already full of vehicles. There are airports, ports, and some checkpoints for people to arrange evacuation locations. Many people left Yadin City by car, and next to my right is the largest port in Yadin City. At present, many ships are carrying local people away, but judging from the current progress. Wait a minute, it seems that a fleet appears in the sky. The female reporter checked with a telescope hanging around her neck. The female reporter exclaimed, "It's a battleship of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps." Then, the female reporter and the photographer began to track the location of the port where the Tianyi mercenary fleet landed. At the port where the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' fleet landed, the female reporters and photographers found many people with their families, waiting for the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' arrangement at the port where the Tianyi Mercenary Corps stopped. The photographer also photographed the opening of the hangar gates of the Tianyi mercenary group's battleship, and many helicopters flew out. The female reporter started the interview. "Excuse me, are you an employee of Tianyi Group?" "No, it's my son." The female reporter immediately interviewed the employees of Tianyi Group. "Excuse me, did you receive the notice from the Tianyi mercenary group early in the morning to let you evacuate here?" "Right. What time is it?" "We received it early, at least before your reporters reported it." "Did you not question it at the beginning? Could it be fake news?" "At least the Tianyi mercenary group won't be like you media who often broadcast a bunch of fake news to deceive the public. And when we received the information, the entire company began to notify us urgently, asking us to bring our families here and wait for rescue. By the way, let me tell you, the man in the red dress in front is the branch president of our Tianyi chip subsidiary." The female reporter asked the branch president, "President, I would like to ask, when the Tianyi mercenary group sent an urgent notice, didn't you have any doubts?" "There is no suspicion at all, because they are not like your reporters, who often spread fake news." The female reporter looked a little embarrassed. "Then what happened to the previous helicopter?" "Ask the Tianyi mercenaries about this. Don't ask me." The female reporter felt that the employees of Tianyi Group seemed to be very unfriendly to their media reporters. Then, the female reporter asked an employee of the Tianyi Group who was doing a roll call to enter the battleship or spaceship, "Excuse me, what happened to some helicopters flying to Yadin City before?" Many employees and family members of Tianyi Group are mainly in Atom City. They are unable to move and cannot come to the port. Arrange a helicopter to pick them up. Soon, many local citizens also ran to the port where the Tianyi mercenary fleet was located, and the ground troops separated them. Anyone who is said to be an employee of the Tianyi Group will hold the entire meeting. Once the employee is an employee of the Tianyi Group, the employee and their family members will be arranged to enter the ship immediately. If not, it will immediately block people. Soon, the helicopters that were about to leave returned to the battleship one after another. In about 3 to 4 hours, the Tianyi mercenary group had already arranged all the employees of the Tianyi Group into the ship. Just in time, another fleet of Tianyi mercenary corps arrived at this time, and most of this new fleet was civilian spaceships. The troops who were evacuating in this way felt a little confused. Shortly after the commanders of the two troops communicated with each other, they arranged for the Tianyi Group to evacuate the troops, and there were still some extra seats for the local citizens to board the ships and leave. After the first fleet left, the second fleet also began to land in the port. The second fleet did not conduct any further investigations, but directly allowed the local citizens to board and evacuate. The female reporter immediately made an inquiry. The person in charge simply responded, "Instructions from superiors, save as much as you can." This word also spread in the other 8 cities that were about to be hit by the colonial satellites. These cities had troops, spaceships, etc. arranged by the Tianyi mercenary group to evacuate the local people. Their mission is to save as much as they can. On the other side, the First Annihilation Army is rushing towards the Earth's circle at full speed. However, this is always too late. Wing Type 0, Delta Chi, Fallen Angel, Ritual, etc., Gundam, and MS that can transform into fighter form, all of which are equipped with additional propellant tanks in fighter form. The Shooting Star equipment of Freedom Gundam is also equipped with additional propellant tanks. Before entering the cockpit of Freedom Gundam, Tao Xiang comforted the 2 daughters, saying that her mother will come back soon and let the nanny take good care of the 2 daughters. Long Fei was driving the Flying Wing Type 0, waiting in the cockpit for the attack. Major General Millet requests a comlink. "Major General, what's the matter?" "Boss, your 2 sisters. We have sent people to take them away from the Earth's circle. One of the colonial satellites smashed into Yongqing City." "Well, I see. Boss, in fact, you don't have to do that. Everyone can handle it for you, boss." "Major General, I understand what you mean, and thank you for caring about the safety of my boss. I did this not only because I was worried about my 2 sisters, but more importantly, the Earth Circle is always my hometown. I can't see me. My hometown suffers such a disaster. I don't want to see my beautiful home planet being destroyed. As a child of his, I must protect it. Major General, I believe that if your hometown suffers such a disaster, you will definitely have the duty to ask for it. Go and protect him." "Understood, boss." On the other hand, after recovering from his injury, Salamander also decided to attack with the boss. Salamander instructed all members who followed the boss to pay attention to the whole surrounding area, especially the safety of the boss. At this moment, Salamander understood why Christopher would break up his remaining troops and deliberately fight guerrilla warfare. The current purpose is to directly smash the occupied colonial satellites into the Earth's circle. Then the team sent out by the Earth circle will be transferred back for rescue. And then the Dion 3rd Expeditionary Force, which will be broken up into pieces, will be reorganized into several large troops to attack or intercept those rescue troops. The colonial satellite with a huge rocket propeller installed at the front, the Uya Crusaders, and the allied forces of the Russian Soviet Republic came to the scene first. Destroy the rocket propeller first, and then send the advanced troops to search to see if there are survivors in the colonial satellite. When the advanced troops entered and searched, they were taken aback. All the corpses in the colonial satellite were inspected, and all died of poisoning, and some air residues were found to contain toxic gas. Moreover, it was found that the air filters and air pipes had poisonous gas devices, so it was certain that there were no survivors in the colonial satellite. Just as the advanced troops were about to withdraw, the coalition forces outside the colonial satellite were attacked. The invisible Dion Army Fleet, Brigade Fleet, appeared during the attack. The coalition fleet suffered a lot of damage in a short period of time due to the sneak attack, and the coalition quickly responded and fought back. Gaojiagu, Marasai, and Takar fought hard. Because the Dion Army Fleet has no relationship with men of particles, it releases war cones and unmanned manipulative systems such as scorpions and other MS to fight. Although the coalition fleet launched countless electromagnetic wave overload missiles to restrain the war cones and scorpions and other MS. The Dion Army Fleet didn't care about the tactics of the coalition forces at all, because their purpose this time was not to destroy the coalition forces. This tactic only slightly paralyzed part of the combat power, and basically did not affect the major problems such as the Jean-Cone Scorpion. Just to ease the pressure of the coalition forces a little, the Dion fleet directly launched a wave of nuclear missile attacks, and the target of the attack was not the coalition forces, but the colonial satellites. Numerous nuclear missile attacks directly shattered the colony into countless fragments. Such an attack directly confused the coalition forces. Then, the Dion fleet recalled the troops, turned on the cloaking device, and left the scene invisibly. Now, the colonial satellites have been blown into countless fragments, and the coalition forces immediately notify the authorities of countries around the globe. At this moment, after receiving the news, the authorities of various countries in the Earth's circle feel a headache at the moment. Because these countless fragments will spread to the entire Earth's circle, when these fragments directly hit the planet, many fragments will hit countless places, causing serious casualties. All countries immediately dispatch troops to treat it seriously, and those fragments must be knocked down. The second colonial satellite was also discovered by the coalition forces of countries around the globe, and the rocket propellers were destroyed first. Then, launch a bunch of nuclear bombs to detonate in front of the colony satellite, and let the detonation shock wave change the trajectory of the colony satellite. Originally, when the coalition forces finally breathed a sigh of relief, a bunch of nuclear missiles suddenly appeared and directly bombed the colonial satellites. The colony was bombed into a pile of fragments, and these fragments also drifted towards the Earth's circle. The coalition forces at the scene did not find the Dion army, but in order to reduce the pressure on the companions who were waiting in front, the coalition fleet immediately launched a group of beams and missiles, dispatching all MS and mobile fortresses, trying to destroy those debris as much as possible. On the third colonial satellite, when the coalition forces arrived at the scene, they found that the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group and the fleet of the Dion army had become a group. However, the coalition forces discovered that the Tianyi mercenary fleet suppressed the Dion army, and the Dion army did not send out war cones and other automatic operating system weapons. Because the battlefield has been covered by men of particles, the coalition troops immediately joined the battlefield, fighting together with the Tianyi mercenary group. The advanced troops of the Tianyi mercenary group rushed out from the colonial satellite. The Wing Gundam holds a destroyer gun and aims at the colony. Many MS and mobile fortresses of the Dion army locked the Wing Gundam to attack, while the MS and mobile fortress of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the Allied forces protected the Wing Gundam from being shot down. Then, the destroyer cannon unleashed a huge energy sweep back and forth, and the third colony was reduced to the debris and dust of the universe. After seeing the failure of the mission, the Dion army wanted to retreat, but their cloaking device was useless in front of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and the Tianyi Mercenary Group did not intend to let them leave alive. The second shot of the destruction cannon directly caused the Dion army fleet to lose nearly 3/4 of its size. The remaining 1/4 was eventually wiped out by the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the coalition forces. The Allied forces requested the Tianyi Mercenary Group to put the Wing Gundam into the front line of the Earth Circle because the destruction cannon of the Wing Gundam needed to destroy those countless fragments. Normally, the Tianyi Mercenary Group would never sell the account of any country. Last time, they all received instructions from the boss. Be sure to keep the Earth sphere safe. Therefore, this Tianyi mercenary fleet readily agreed to the coalition's request. The entire fleet went directly to the front line of the Earth Circle. In order to let the people in the Earth Circle ease their inner fears, the people in the entire Earth Circle were informed of the news that the third colonial satellite had been processed. The place where the third colonial satellite hit was the capital of the Russian Republic of Soviet Union. The people who had been evacuated in an emergency were relieved at this moment, and even cheered for it. Many people who were evacuated in an emergency also began to return home one after another. Various media speculate that the third colonial satellite can be dealt with. It must be the work of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Then, the official media released pictures of the third colonial satellite being destroyed. It was indeed Wing Gundam's destruction cannon that directly turned the colonial satellite into cosmic dust. Such a shocking picture made countless people in the Earth Circle feel that as long as there is Wing Gundam, the Earth Circle will be safe. There are even some people who are preparing to evacuate from their own cities and feel that there is no need to evacuate. However, the relevant government personnel of various countries also persuaded and informed that there is only one Wing Gundam, and it is not 100% to destroy all the colonial satellites that hit it, and the people should be temporarily evacuated. Many people evacuated reluctantly, some refused to evacuate, and those who refused to evacuate were enforced and forced to act on the scene by government personnel. The employees and relatives of Tianyi Group obeyed the company's arrangement. On the fourth colonial satellite, the Dion army adopted a different tactic and did not bomb the colonial satellite with nuclear missiles. There are many surviving people in the colonial satellite. This news was released by the Dion army, and the fragment was also passed on to the coalition army. The coalition forces are now requesting the coalition forces to investigate other colonial satellites that are colliding towards the Earth Circle, whether there are any survivors, and to rescue the survivors. When the coalition forces of the fourth colonial satellite came to rescue people, they were attacked and intercepted by Dion's army. This tactic of Dion's army deliberately made the coalition forces use their weapons in order to save people. Because there were survivors, the coalition forces did not dare to launch nuclear bombs. At this moment, in order to save the survivors, the coalition forces can only fight against the Dion army and request reinforcements to rescue the survivors in the colonial satellite. This also caused the coalition forces in the Earth Circle to allocate more troops to rescue, which is also the result of this tactic of the Dion army. Once the coalition forces are dispersed, the success rate of colonial satellites hitting the Earth's sphere will increase again. Once the climate of the entire planet changes, it will be a disaster for ordinary humans to the Dion Empire, and ordinary humans will lose the logistics resources of the Earth Circle, so the chances of winning the war initiated by the Dion Empire will increase a lot. The fifth colony is the same as the fourth colony. Many people are held hostage in the colony. In addition to fighting with Dion's army, the coalition forces also dispatched troops to rescue. This put the coalition forces under extreme pressure. However, the coalition forces here are luckier than the coalition forces fighting on the fourth colony. During the battle, a fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Group came, and the fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Group was responsible for dealing with Dion's army. Let the coalition immediately rescue the people in the fifth colony. What the rescue reinforcements couldn't believe was that the number of people in the fifth colonial satellite exceeded 500,000. This made the reinforcements feel abnormal pressure, because their warships could not take 500,000 people away. After the Tianyi mercenary group drove away the Dian army, they received a request from the coalition forces to help them take away more than 500,000 people in the colony. Regarding the 4th and 5th colonial satellites, the Tianyi mercenary group and the coalition forces did not expect that the Dian army would use such a damaging move. If it is too late to take all the people away from the colonial satellite, once they rush to the front line of the Earth's circle, is it necessary to destroy the colony satellite and sacrifice the people in the colony satellite to keep most of the people in the Earth circle safe? This incident also caused the top management of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to feel very headache. They really didn't know whether to launch Operation Alpha. Operation Alpha is announced only when absolutely necessary, or to frighten a weak-willed enemy. Operation Alpha was almost 10 years ago. The operation codename set up by the boss Long Fei was only to frighten a group of pirates at that time, and Operation Alpha was never launched again. If the 4th and 5th colonial satellites really rushed to the front line of the Earth's circle, if the people inside really cannot be evacuated, is it really necessary to launch Operation Alpha to immediately destroy the colonial satellites, sacrifice a small number of people, and save the lives of most people? Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and the commanders of all sub-bases are discussing. Each of them insists on their own opinions, and some generals feel that this matter should be decided by those countries in the Earth circle, whether to destroy those colonial satellites. What the Earth sphere will become then has nothing to do with them. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming immediately reminded these generals, the Earth sphere is the boss' hometown, and the boss will not sit idly by and ignore the safety of the Earth sphere. This made those generals continue to rethink whether to launch Operation Alpha. As for Operation Alpha, only Long Fei can issue this order immediately. Under normal circumstances, even the commander-in-chief has no right to initiate Operation Alpha. However, this is no longer the usual situation. Long Fei once had authorization in the event of a nuclear explosion crisis or a colonial satellite impact event. The chief and deputy commanders of Mukadai, as well as the commanders of all sub-bases, can hold a meeting and vote to decide whether to launch Operation Alpha. Li Jiaming, Fix, plus 22 sub-base commanders, a total of 24 people can vote. The commanders of the sub-bases in the Earth Circle, the Moon sub-base, and a small number of other sub-bases agreed to launch Operation Alpha. Then, the vote was decided, with 8 votes in favor of launching Operation Alpha, 12 against, and 4 abstentions. Start Alpha action vetoed. On the 6th colonial satellite, when the coalition forces arrived, they did not find any Dian army. They sent an advance force to investigate and found that there were also some hostages inside the colonial satellite, probably tens of thousands of people. The coalition immediately sent rescue troops. The rescue force was suddenly attacked while carrying out the rescue. It turned out that there were actually many MS of the Dian army who were invisible in the colonial satellite and launched an attack when the rescue force was rescued. When the coalition forces dispatched troops to fight in the colonial satellite, they were very cautious and did not dare to fight with their hands and feet because there were still hostages in the colonial satellite. To make matters worse, when the troops were dispatched to cover the rescue forces, the hostages mixed with Dian's army and attacked the rescue forces. This makes it impossible for combat troops to look at each other from head to tail. Basically, Dian's army uses different strategies to take down opponents. The 7th and 8th colonies have different or similar strategies to deal with opponents. The 9th colonial satellite encountered the first Crusade army of the Tianyi mercenary group. Attacking the stealthy Dian army's 9th colonial satellite, it even destroyed the huge rocket propeller. The first Crusade sends a drone unit to investigate the interior of the colony. It was found that in addition to human characters, there are remote-controlled nuclear bombs inside the colonial satellite. Major General Isis immediately dispatched some drones to place some Manhwa-particle missiles into the colony satellite to detonate, paralyzing the electronic components of the remote-controlled nuclear bomb. Then, place electromagnetic interference devices and so on the periphery of the colonial satellites as multiple insurances to prevent the Dian army from launching remote-controlled nuclear bombs. As for the hostages inside, when the Tianyi mercenary group rescued them, they sent a group of remote-controlled drones and machines with superconducting communication capabilities. make a broadcast to issue instructions to the hostages, and use the ground robot to take the airship. But before that, a scanner will be used to scan the whole body of the hostages. Once the weapons are found hidden in the sleeves and robes, they will be killed immediately on the spot. After all the hostages were rescued, Major General Isis gave instructions to take the remote-controlled nuclear bombs whose electronic components were paralyzed out of the colony satellite to detonate. Let the shock wave of the nuclear bomb cause the course of the colony to change. The Dion army of the 9th colonial satellite was basically wiped out by the First Crusade army, and only a small part surrendered to the First Crusade army. At present, the front line of the Earth's circle, the first colonial satellite that was blown into pieces by the nuclear bomb, has all floated to the front line of the Earth's circle. Battleships, MS, and mobile fortresses from countries around the globe bombarded those debris. The sub-base troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment, which was also dispatched to the forefront, did not join forces with the Earth Sphere Coalition forces. Because they found that the Dion army appeared nearby, and the invisible Dion army MS and mobile fortresses were mixed among the countless fragments. The Tianyi mercenary group let the coalition forces attack those fragments wholeheartedly, while they themselves dealt with the Dion army. In the frontline battlefield, in addition to countless war reporters who are developing and filming, there are also countless beams of light crossing, and there are fireworks from time to time. The coalition forces fired missiles and light beams one after another, aiming to smash and vaporize the countless fragments. The warships, MS, and mobile fortresses of the Tianyi mercenary group not only have to fight the Dion army on the periphery, but also fight the Dion army hiding in the debris. Because, from time to time, the Dion army hiding in the debris would snipe at the coalition forces. In order to expand their advantage, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps not only fired men-of-particle missiles at the debris and the periphery, but also pulled the coalition forces into their superconducting communication network so that they could communicate with each other. The Dion Army MS and the mobile fortress inside the fragment rushed towards the target like a squad of death squads in the fragment. The troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Group were worried about being accidentally injured by the coalition forces, so they could only shoot from long range. Because of this relationship, the Dion army in the fragments can take advantage of it. From time to time, they will snipe at the coalition forces, and they can even attack the Tianyi soldiers. Damn, there are too many. It can't be finished at all. The debris wreckage is upon us. Back and back, fight and back. The coalition forces at the forefront have not yet resolved the wreckage of the first colonial satellite, and the wreckage of the second colonial satellite is coming. The coalition forces can't solve it at all. Fortunately, the electromagnetic orbital elevators in the Earth's circle sent troops up one after another. Divided into 4 lines of defense, each line of defense is 2,000 kilometers apart. The last line of defense is in front of the Earth's sphere. In addition to dealing with the debris of the colonial satellite, the front line of defense also had to deal with the attack of Dion's army. Dion's army is not only in the front line of defense. The anti-stealth scanners or detectors of the Tianyi mercenaries spotted the invisible Dion army. The Tianyi mercenary group immediately attacked, and the two sides fought into one group. Although the Dion army seems to be scattered, adding up all the Dion army that joined this war has reached the size of 2 army-level fleets. The Tianyi mercenary regiment at the forefront, in addition to dealing with Dion's army, had to be more careful of the wreckage and debris that came rushing towards them. A Delta Plus managed to kill an Emerald with great difficulty. The machine itself was damaged and lost a hand and a foot, and was attacked by a Bylon. A sword pierced through the cockpit of the Delta Plus from behind. A wire-guided gun attacked Bylon, and when Bylon immediately dodged the wire-guided gun's attack, another beam of light attacked Bylon, and Bylon continued to dodge. MK held the beam gun in his right hand, and continued to shoot, trying to shoot down Bylon to avenge his companions. When Bylon dodged, the pulse cannon on her right shoulder also launched a counterattack. AMK handheld beam cannon attacked Bylon sneakily. When Bylon dodged, the last beam of the MK wired guided gun hit Bylon's rear thruster. Bylon's movements froze immediately, and MKI's double shoulder beam cannon hit Bylon with a single shot. When the wired guided gun returned to the airframe, 3 Blood Red besieged MK, and MK came to the rescue immediately. three Jie gang teamed up to shoot down one Blood Red. One Emerald launched a floating cannon and shot down three Murasame in one go. A Jesta cannon uses a high-power rapid-fire B and shoots a Blood Red through the machine one after another in rapid succession to destroy it. The war was extremely fierce, and war reporters were filming the battle remotely. Many people who watched the live broadcast, many sharp-eyed people, found that the Tianyi mercenary group could not display their usual fighting strength in this battle. Although there is still some suppression of the Dian army, the battle with the Dian army is basically only 6:4. Experts invited by some media at the scene analyzed that most of the Tianyi mercenary regiments currently fighting are from troops in the Earth sphere, and the combat environment that these troops are better at is in the atmosphere. So this will result in a 6:4 situation. The same is true of the coalition forces. Most of the subbases and coalition forces of the Tianyi mercenary regiment in the Earth Circle are good at fighting in the atmosphere. Even if they have received combat training in the space environment, their combat quality and ability are still not as good as those troops who are used to fighting in space and have rich experience. On the fourth line of defense, many debris from the colonial satellites have broken through the line of defense. In the coalition forces on the fourth line of defense, many MS and mobile fortresses were hit by wreckage, and the bodies were either damaged or directly turned into fireworks. Many warships were too late to withdraw. When the wreckage fragments hit, the battleship was severely damaged and forced to abandon the ship. The Tianyi mercenary group on the fourth line of defense not only had to deal with their opponents, but also helped the coalition forces withdraw from the wreckage area. Soon, the fourth line of defense received instructions from the headquarters and must withdraw from the designated location within 15 minutes. Another Tianyi mercenary fleet appeared on the third line of defense, and there was a wing Gundam. The coalition command immediately requested the Tianyi mercenary group to send wing Gundam to the designated location to destroy the wreckage of the colonial satellite. The appearance of wing Gundam became the key target of Dian's army. The flying wing Gundam is the key protection object of the Tianyi mercenary group and the allied forces. There are countless and mobile fortress guards around wing Gundam. Countless light beams attacked the wing Gundam, and the full-loaded blasting psychic Gundam launched the Harrow floating cannon and opened the protective cover to resist the attack of the light beams. The MS and mobile fortresses guarding the wing Gundam not only protect the wing Gundam, but also attack the Dian army. 10 finger beam cannons, 6 shoulder beam cannons, 8 leg beam cannons, 4 hip armor beam cannons, 2 waist armor beam cannons, a total of more than 40 on the body megaparticle cannon. More than 200 megaparticle cannons directly fire with heavy firepower. In an instant, many mobile suits and mobile fortresses of Dian's army were shot down. The countdown to the firing of the destruction cannon is 5 seconds. The Tianyi mercenary group and the coalition forces quickly withdrew from the attack range of the wing Gundam's destruction cannon. The destroyer launched a sweep. Countless Dian army MS, mobile fortresses and wreckage turned into cosmic dust. The launch of the destruction cannon immediately solved the current urgent need. This also boosted the morale of the coalition forces. The Dian army is now targeting wing Gundam even more. Experts who watched the live broadcast said that the battle became a survival battle for wing Gundam. If the wing Gundam is destroyed, the Nyagama and Diva of the Tianyi mercenary group can't make it to the scene. The crisis of the Earth sphere will envelop the whole world. As long as wing Gundam survives, the Earth sphere will survive the crisis safely under the protection of his destroyer guns. Wherever the wing Gundam flies at this moment, there will be a bunch of MS and mobile fortresses protecting it. Dian's army continued to focus on the heavy strikes and must destroy the wing Gundam. Wing Gundam is dodging, waiting for the charge to complete and the opportunity to fire. A force from a certain country that had withdrawn from the United Army and rushed back to the Earth Circle came to the scene. Su Jingyun, G-Bouncer strikes. Su Chaoga, Dark Strike Gundam strikes. G-Bouncer and Dark Strike Gundam led Zhong Weida to the third line of defense. When the Hanxia Imperial Army saw the third princess and the third prince leading their troops to fight side by side with them, the morale of the entire army rose. G-Bouncer shot through a Blood Red with a Dodd gun, and the Black Strike Gundam fired a cable to tie up a Emerald and shot down Emerald with 2 pistols one after another. My dear soldiers, Are you willing to fight side by side with Ben Gong and Sister Huang and live and die together? Su Chaoga shouted to the soldiers of his country. We are willing. All the soldiers of the Hanxia Empire let out a high battle cry. The national media of the Hanxia Empire, especially the live media, are reporting their country's Highness the Third Princess and the Third Prince. His Royal Highness, the Third Princess, does not give way to women. The Third Prince takes the lead and fights the enemy with all the soldiers on the front line. The two His Royal Highnesses fight for the country and the people. This is the country's luck. Su Weiran watched the live broadcast, worried and relieved that the two children were fighting on the front line. Originally, Su Chaoga was his youngest son, and he never thought of making this youngest son one of his heir candidates. For the education of this son, he has always adopted a state of relaxation and stocking. As long as the son's performance is not bad, it is enough for him. Let him be a carefree prince in the future. But the performance of this youngest son today is beyond his imagination, whether he should be trained together with his two elder brothers in the future, and then pick the best prince as the heir. Wing Gundam fired the fourth destruction cannon, and the wreckage of many colonial satellites turned into cosmic dust. The fourth line of defense that was originally breached was pushed back. Moreover, many MS and mobile fortresses of the Dian army were destroyed under the attack of the destruction cannon. However, the Tianyi mercenary group and the coalition forces also lost a lot. The fourth line of defense was basically restored. The advantage has already begun to tilt towards the coalition forces and the Tianyi mercenary group. Wing Gundam is still the key target of the Dian army, because there are other colonies crashing towards the Earth's sphere. Moreover, Dian's army not only attacked the 9 colonial satellites towards the Earth's circle, but also some huge meteorites equipped with huge rocket propellers were attacking towards the Earth's circle. Christopher was watching the war in the Earth's sphere in his office, and at this moment, he launched the attack on the Earth's sphere. The purpose is to let the United Army and the Tianyi mercenary group that blocked the number 3 colony area go to rescue the Earth's sphere. Then, in order to go to rescue the Earth's sphere, those troops will definitely split up. Then he can escape from the colony sphere and return to the Martian sphere. Moreover, if he could really hurt the Earth's sphere, even if he fled back to the Martian sphere in embarrassment, he wouldn't lose so badly. At the very least, if the climate in the Earth's sphere really changes, then the countries in the colonial areas will definitely be in a state of distress and panic in order to accommodate the people who escaped from the Earth's sphere. At that time, the Martian sphere will only need to be repaired for a few years to recover its vitality. On the contrary, in order to settle the refugees from the Earth's sphere who escaped from the colony, it will definitely cause their economic damage and resource consumption. The colonial circle will also lose the huge resource source of the Earth's circle. At that time, the Martian circle will definitely not have much power, and the colonial circle will definitely be defeated. At that time, the new humanism of the Father will definitely be realized, and the unification of all human civilizations will be realized. At this time, Mu Liao came to inform him that many Tianyi mercenary fleets entered the number 3 colonial area. Most of them stayed in the number 3 colonial area, and a small part went to the Earth circle. Most of the Tianyi mercenary fleet are in the number 3 colonial area, and they seem to be searching the hiding place of their Dian 3rd Expeditionary Force. Christopher frowned. He had a bad premonition. His plot was seen through by the Tianyi mercenary group. Christopher was a little annoyed at the moment. Why someone in the Tianyi mercenary group could see through his scheme. It was Salamanda, an opponent who had fought him many times, who saw through Christopher's trick. When Salamanda learned of the colony's crash into the Earth, he saw for himself that it was Christopher's plan. Because Salamanda knew that Christopher wanted to escape back to the Mars circle. So he used these tricks to divert his attention so that when everyone rescued the Earth circle, he could escape. And if the Earth was severely damaged when he escaped, when he fled back to the Martian circle, he could overturn all his previous defeats with a tragic victory. At that time, not only would he not be scolded by his own father, but those princes, ministers, and nobles who opposed him would not be able to accuse him of fleeing back to the Martian circle, because at least his merits outweighed his demerits. On the other side, the troops led by Long Fei were rushing to the Earth's sphere, and he felt very annoyed when he knew that the colonial satellite was about to hit the Earth's sphere. Because the plot of the colony's satellite hitting the Earth's sphere has appeared in many Gundam works, I just didn't expect such a thing to happen, and I was too confused. Long Fei thought in his heart. I really didn't expect such a plot. I thought it would only appear in the plot of Gundam. I didn't expect that Christopher would make such an anti-human action. Their new humanism is simply an extreme race in disguise. Doctrine. Such an action is genocide in disguise. When Long Fei and his party were on their way, the fourth colonial satellite had already reached the range of the Earth's circle. Although the rocket propeller was destroyed, it only slightly affected the speed. There are other coalition forces fighting Dion's army behind the fourth colonial satellite. The Dion army also intentionally hacked into the networks of these international media and intentionally informed that there were hostages on the fourth colonial satellite, and that there were 500,000 hostages inside. This time, many international media scolded Dion Jun for being despicable. This has caused the coalition forces to cast a ratchet. If the fourth colonial satellite is destroyed, the 500,000 lives will die in the hands of the coalition forces. Democracies that talk about human rights. If you let it go and don't attack, once the colonial satellite hits the planet, once the environment of the entire planet changes and the Ice Age emerges, then all the people on the planet will suffer from the glacial environment, and the death and injury will be even more serious. The coalition forces are now in a dilemma. If they really do this, it will be difficult to explain to the colonial circle later. If a nuclear bomb is used to detonate in front of the colonial satellite now, it may be difficult to change the navigation trajectory, because the Dion army will also stop it when the nuclear bomb is launched. And more importantly, the time at this moment is too late. Suddenly, the Tianyi mercenary group announced something to the live media at this moment. The fourth colonial satellite launched Operation Alpha. The announcement of Operation Alpha caused a stir all over the world. This operation made many people have no idea what Operation Alpha is, and everyone was taken aback by the media's explanation. Because of Operation Alpha, an action mission that even kills hostages. The Tianyi mercenary group's publicity to the media only said that it was temporarily targeting the fourth colonial satellite. If necessary, all the colonial satellites might launch Operation Alpha. Why is Operation Alpha, which was rejected before, passed at this moment? The main reason is that the colonial satellite has not reached the range of the Earth's circle before. If all the hostages inside can be rescued in time, the shock wave caused by the detonation of the nuclear bomb will be used to change the trajectory of the colonial satellite. The fourth colonial satellite not only rushed to the range of the Earth's circle, but was about to break through the fourth line of defense. The chief and deputy commander-in-chief of the Tianyi mercenary group and the commanders of the 22 subbases held an emergency meeting before voting. The result was 20 consents for abstentions, and Operation Alpha was launched against the fourth colony. Wing Gundam destroyer aimed at the fourth colony. At this moment, the media from all over the world quarreled, with some in favor of Alpha action and some against Alpha action. Under the protection of other colleagues, Wing Gundam launched the destruction cannon. The destruction cannon directly turned the entire colonial satellite into a huge cloud of fireworks, turning it into the dust of the entire universe. 500,000 lives were instantly wiped out under the attack of the destruction cannon. All of a sudden, the media from all sides set off a war of criticism. The media in the colonial circle, especially the media in the democratic system, reviled the Tianyi mercenary group and disregarded the lives of others. The Wanluo Federation's media even scolded the Tianyi mercenary group as the most active. The media that agrees with the Tianyi mercenary group to take alpha action or maintain neutrality think that this is also a strategy that depends on the two powers harming each other and choosing the lesser. Only a few people can be sacrificed to save more people. The high-level officials of the Tianyi mercenary group who were involved did not pay attention to the opinions of various media regarding the launch of Operation Alpha. Whether this matter is right or wrong, then leave it to future people to comment. After the fourth colony was turned into cosmic dust by Wing Gundam's destruction cannon, Christopher felt some bad premonition at this moment, and even a sense of horror shrouded him. When he watched the live broadcast and listened to the media explaining Operation Alpha, he originally thought that the Tianyi mercenary group was just talking, but he didn't expect to directly launch Operation Alpha to directly destroy the colonial satellite. Originally, He wanted to deliberately use the 500,000 lives as a shield to make these inferior people in his heart a dilemma. Unexpectedly, the Tianyi mercenary group sent Wing Gundam directly to destroy the colonial satellite with a destroyer cannon. He can even be cruel to his own compatriots. If I fall into the hands of this group of Tianyi mercenaries, wouldn't it be ugly for me to die? Although Christopher felt fear in his heart at the moment, now he felt that the Wing Gundam must be destroyed. As long as the Wing Gundam was destroyed, no matter whether it was a colonial satellite or those huge meteorites, as long as it hit the Earth's circle, he would be considered a victory. As long as he escapes back and takes this victory with him, his first successor will be more stable. On the battlefield of the Earth's circle, the troops of the Uya Crusaders from the colonial circle came to the battlefield. John drove Torghese to lead Gao Zaku and Marasai into the battlefield. The White Shadow Knight, Asavik, rushed towards his opponent after seeing Torghese. John didn't expect to meet his opponent, and the two fought together. A purple holy machine, Violet, led Blue, Emerald Green, and other holy machines to attack Wing Gundam. Azure Dual Gundam against Violet. Azure Dual Gundam threw a dart in his right hand towards Violet. Violet directly used the beam sword in her left hand to cut all the incoming darts in half, and the cut darts exploded directly. The explosion caused a small amount of damage to Violet. Azure Dual Gundam fired missiles, and Violet shot down all the missiles with the external pulse machine gun on her right shoulder. Violet also activated the missile pod on her right thigh, firing missiles to attack Azure Dual Gundam. Azure Dual Gundam shot down all the attacking missiles with the beam gun in its right hand. The electromagnetic gun on Violet's left shoulder fired electromagnetic bombs, and the armor-piercing shells of Azure Dual Gundam fired at the same time. When the two bombs collide, the electromagnetic bomb is even better, directly penetrating the armor-piercing bomb. The Azure Dual Gundam immediately launched the attacking electromagnetic bombs. Even though the Azure Dual Gundam has VPS armor that resists live ammunition, the driver dare not hit the electromagnetic bombs, fearing that the VPS armor will not be able to resist it. The two come and go with each other, fighting together. Violet's purpose is to destroy the Wing Gundam, but if she doesn't kill the Azure Dual Gundam first, it is basically impossible to deal with the Wing Gundam. In addition to Violet, there are other special holy machines of colleagues who are also being intercepted by other special Gundams. At this time, the 5th Colony satellite rushed to the 4th line of defense in the Earth's circle. A fellow Tianyi mercenary member informed the commander of the Tianyi mercenary regiment fighting in the Earth's circle that all the hostages of the 5th colonial satellite had been rescued. Wing Gundam rushes towards the target under the of other mechas. At the same time, Violet's left leg was hit by the armor-piercing projectile of Azure Dual Gundam, and the knee joint of her left leg was directly blown off. However, Violet also counterattacked, and the beam gun in her right hand hit the right knuckle of Azure Dual Gundam. The armor-piercing shells, missiles, and darts of the Azure Dual Gundam have almost been used up. Violet immediately rushed to the Azure Dual Gundam, and the beam saber in her left hand slashed towards the Azure Dual Gundam. Although the Azure Dual Gundam dodged and drew the beam sword from her left hand to fight back. The cannon mounted on Violet's left shoulder blasted off the head of the Azure Dual Gundam. Then the beam gun in the right hand hit Azure Dual Gundam one after another. Azure Dual Gundam was finally broken by Violet and turned into a ball of fireworks. The Violet driver immediately rushed to the location of the Wing Gundam. The Violet driver received a special holy plane from his colleagues and was destroyed by a special Gundam. In this battle, the ace drivers of the two sides basically died in battle. The other Dion Army MS and Mobile Fortress desperately rushed to the position where the Wing Gundam was, including Violet. The Wing Gundam destroyer is fully charged. Aim at the target and fire the destroyer. While other colleagues fought desperately, Violet also paid the price of blowing up the cannons on her right leg, left hand, and left shoulder, and broke through the layers of defense. When Wing Gundam's destruction artillery hit the 5th colonial satellite, Violet aimed at the back of Wing Gundam. The electromagnetic gun on the right shoulder was knocked away by a full armor Mk3 at the moment of firing, resulting in some deviations in accuracy. The electromagnetic bomb destroyed Wing Gundam's entire left arm, but this could not interrupt Wing Gundam's continuous attack. Violet continued to shoot at the Wing Gundam. Although it was bombarded by the full-armor Mk3 cannon, the shots hit the Wing Gundam. The Wing Gundam couldn't dodge when the destruction cannon was turned on. The successive beams hit the Wing Gundam's head, thigh, and right hand, and the last shot hit the destruction gun that had just fired the destruction cannon. The entire destruction gun was scrapped. The Wing Gundam and destroyer gun were destroyed, directly boosting the morale of Dion's army. The coalition forces and the Tianyi mercenary group were hit hard here. The war reporters who filmed the live broadcast remotely also spread the news. When the people in the Earth's circle watched the news, there was a burst of wailing, and many people were thinking hard about where to hide. On the other side, Christopher is showing a bright smile and arrogant laughter at the moment, and his strategy has been considered a success. As long as the Nyagama and the Diva don't make it, the Earth's sphere is ready for environmental change. At this moment, countries in the Earth's circle are rushing to prepare nuclear missiles, and now they can only use this last resort. The combat headquarters of the Tianyi mercenary regiment in the Earth's circle don't know what to do at the moment. Wing Gundam is their trump card. But this trump card was destroyed, losing the killer weapon of the destruction cannon. But no matter what, at this moment, we can only continue to fight. Moreover, they also believe that the boss, Long Fei, must have developed a Gundam with great lethality like the Wing Gundam. Perhaps such a Gundam is on its way. In the ongoing battle between the two sides, both sides have been throwing troops into the battlefield. Azure Dual Gundam, Red Aegis Gundam, Purple Heresy, Cyan Heresy, and Wing Gundam were all destroyed. Many specially made holy machines were also shot down by the Dion army, and more than 9 were shot down. War reporters also reported that a special Gundam was destroyed, and the media of the democratic system, especially the media of the Wanluo Federation, made a mockery of the destroyed Gundam. Gundam, who laughed at the invincibility, stumbled. However, the attitude of the Wanluo Federation's media has also aroused the contempt, condemnation, and collective rejection of many international media. Rebuking the Wanluo Federation should not laugh at the Gundam of the Tianyi mercenary group who are fighting together at this time. At this moment, it is related to the safety of the Earth's circle, and even more so, the safety of many lives, so there should be no ridicule. Torghese and the White Shadow Knight fought inseparably. G-Bouncer's shield tip in his left hand was hooked like Shigur's blade, cutting off a blue machine in the middle. Su Jingyun was extremely tired and gasping for breath at this moment. After fighting for more than 2 hours, she was almost beyond her limit. If you continue to fight, if you don't rest, your body will definitely collapse. Su Jingyun can only return to the mothership to rest for a while, and let the body repair by the way. Not long after G-Bouncer entered the hangar for repairs, Black Strike Gundam also began to enter the hangar for repairs. When Su Chaoga came out of the cockpit, he didn't even have the strength to catch the drinks handed over by the staff. Finally, other staff members have to help them go to the restroom to rest. Su Jingyun was sitting on the sofa in the lounge, wiping the sweat from her face and forehead with a towel. Su Jingyun looked exhausted. If she could, she really wanted to sleep for a few hours to recover. Su Chaoga came down to the lounge with the help of the staff, and Su Chaoga sat beside her sister. Su Chaoga didn't even have the strength to pick up a cup to drink water, so in the end, his sister fed him water himself. At this time, a school officer walked into the lounge with a tablet and announced to the two His Royal Highnesses that His Majesty the Emperor wanted to see them. When the two siblings and the soldiers at the scene were about to stand up, the school officer immediately carried them away and stopped them. Your Majesty has something to say. Your Highnesses and all the soldiers don't need to be polite. The school officer put the tablet on the table, and the tablet projected a three-dimensional figure. The Emperor Su Weiren looked around at the soldiers around the scene, and finally his eyes fell on the two children. Seeing the exhausted state of the two children at this moment, Su Weiren felt extremely distressed in his heart, and even felt a little bit of guilt and self-blame in his heart. The two children are for the country and the people, regardless of their own safety and danger. As a father, they can't do anything for the two children. They feel that being a father is really a failure. Soldiers and children, you have all worked hard. Your Majesty is serious, I won't wait hard. Soldiers, can you let me talk to the children? The soldiers at the scene were very surprised that His Majesty the Emperor would ask these soldiers. All the soldiers at the scene looked at each other in blank dismay. and they couldn't recover for a while, not knowing what to do. At this time, the effect of holding the tablet reacted the fastest and immediately saluted. "Your Majesty is serious. I will take my leave first." At the scene, all the soldiers immediately exited the waiting room. When the soldiers retreated to rest, Su Weiran looked at the two children in front of him with a serious expression, but he no longer had any serious expression, but only kindness. "My children, my father really doesn't know what to say to you. Originally, I was supposed to do the job of guarding the gate of the country, but in the end, I asked you two to do what my father should do. My father is the founder of the Hanxia Empire, the most useless emperor ever." Su Chaoga immediately said, "Father, please don't say that. This matter is voluntary by me and my sister. We just want to help the country and help father to share the burden and relieve worries. You have shared too much for the father. You have to rest well, and don't break your body." After Su Weiran said something to the two children, he hung up the communication. Su Weiran sat in his office seat and left 2 lines of tears. He really felt sorry for the two children. In the lounge, the officer took the tablet away after the emperor communicated, and then other soldiers began to enter the lounge to rest. At this moment, the two siblings were also lying on the sofa and fell asleep, and many soldiers at the scene also fell asleep with their backs to their backs or leaning against the wall. Not only them, but all the drivers who came back from the front line, after several hours of combat, their bodies were directly exhausted. All drivers get 4 hours of sleep. Su Jingyun regretted it a bit. Why didn't she ask Long Fei for a physical strengthening injection, so she wouldn't be so tired now? On the battlefield, there is constant fighting. Another Tianyi mercenary fleet came to the battlefield. The fleet includes the Minerva, Pulse Gundam, Savior Gundam, etc., all attacking. These Gundams can basically suppress the special holy machine of the current Dion army. Pawnee was driving a sword-mounted Impulse Gundam, holding an anti-ship knife in each hand, and instantly cut through the 2 bylons with a whirling movement. The sword-mounted Impulse Gundam is rushing towards a special pearl-colored holy machine, and the right hand is slashing at the pearl-colored holy machine with the sword. The pearl-colored holy machine drew out the beam saber to resist, but the siren sounded, and the output was not as powerful as the sword-mounted Impulse Gundam's anti-ship sword. The sword-mounted Impulse Gundam kicked away the pearl-colored holy machine and connected the handles of 2 anti-ship knives to form a double-ended knife. With his left hand, he pulled out a beam boomerang and threw it at the pearl-colored holy machine. The pearl-colored holy machine blocked the beam boomerang with the shield in its left hand. Sword-suited Impulse Gundam retracts the beam boomerang, then charges towards the target with his double-bladed sword. The sword-mounted Impulse Gundam grasped the hilt with both hands and used the double-ended saber, like a stick flower, slashing towards the pearl-colored holy machine one after another. The pearl-colored holy machine can barely resist with the beam knife and shield. The sword-mounted Impulse Gundam was suddenly separating the double-ended sabers. A beautiful windmill movement not only knocked out the shield and beam sabers of the pearl-colored holy machine, but also split the fuselage by the anti-ship sabers. The Savior Gundam fired the plasma converging cannon, shooting down many mass-produced holy machines in an instant. Although Dion's army is in a relatively unfavorable situation at the moment, the sub-entire army did not show any timidity or morale drop. Because as long as those colonial satellites rush to the Earth circle, the coalition forces and the Tianyi mercenary group will definitely be in a hurry, and the Wing Gundam will be destroyed. The Nyagama and Diva have not come to the battlefield yet. Even if there is only one colonial satellite, it is enough for them to drink a pot. When the two sides fought, either the organisms were shot down, or some of the organisms returned to the mothership for repairs. The drivers were also exhausted from hours of fighting. Even if the pilots of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps have undergone physique enhancement surgery or physique injection, the former is more effective. Their physical stamina is stronger than that of ordinary pilots. But the high-intensity battle, coupled with the extremely high death rate on the battlefield, the exhaustion of physical energy, and the pressure and mental pressure of death, the 5-hour battle gradually made them unable to bear it. When many elites of the Tianyi mercenary group or drivers of special forces return to the mothership hangar for repairs, they enter the rest cabin. This is the rest cabin that Long Fei set up for those fighters whose physique has been strengthened. After sleeping for an hour, the elite or a special pilot waking up refreshed, sipping a power drink, and getting back into the fight. After 3 hours of sleep, Su Jingyun and Su Chaoga received refreshing drinks and some food from the staff to replenish their mental and physical strength. The two siblings began to drive the airframe to attack again. This battle has been going on for more than 36 hours and is approaching 2 days. The battle is still going on. There are already countless wrecks floating in space, and countless lives have fallen in this war. Dion's army has invested more than 2 army-level fleets in this battlefield. In order to help the coalition army, the troops of the countries in the Earth Circle put most of their troops into the coalition army. At this moment, all the troops left in the Earth Circle are thrown into the battlefield of the Earth Circle. At this moment, the Earth Sphere forces of the United Army are heading towards the Earth Sphere for rescue with full power in different positions. After the 48th hour on the battlefield, the 6th Colony satellite rushed to the 4th line of defense in the Earth Circle. The battle in the 6th Colonial satellite was just over, and the internal coalition forces just rescued all the hostages. The United Army is launching nuclear missiles, but it is not known whether the yield of the nuclear bombs is insufficient or the location of the bombing is wrong. The 6th Colonial satellite was directly bombed a few sections away. This shocked the other troops on the scene to the ground. Although they tried their best to make amends, they were blasted into several pieces of wreckage and carried out round after round of bombing. However, under the interference of Dion's army, there was still a wreck with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer rushing into the atmosphere. The Flying Wing Type 0 driven by Long Fei rushed to the scene first, swooping towards the atmosphere. The additional propellant tanks installed, the new solid fuel developed by the Tianyi mercenary group, can sail at extremely fast speeds, with a speed of 10,000 kilometers, are released at this moment. Wing Zero fighter form, equipped with 2 destruction rifles and 6 dwarf swords, flies to the front of the 6th Colony satellite at a very fast speed. There was friction between the airframe and the atmosphere, and the airframe was glowing red. Long Fei in the cockpit thought, "Fortunately, the 3rd-generation Gundamium alloy has a strong ability to resist high temperatures, so I was not allowed to be in the sauna room." Long Fei then turned on the Type 0 system to calculate when and where to blast the wreckage into debris. The troops, led by Long Fei, drove at the fastest speed. Only then did they see that the Flying Wing Type 0 had already rushed into the atmosphere. Everyone at the scene felt that the pilot of this airframe was not dead at all. The Earth Circle is now in a mess. There are many war reporters from outer space who are live broadcasting, and even filmed the Flying Wing Type 0 in the form of a fighter plane rushing to the front of the wreckage at the fastest speed. The people who watched the live broadcast were engrossed in watching. They didn't understand what the pilot was trying to do to save the Earth's sphere. Wing Type 0 in fighter form transforms into Ms. form. At this moment, everyone exclaimed, "It's Gundam." Although the Dion army doesn't have any information about the Flying Wing Type 0, they still have a bad feeling when looking at the appearance, especially when they see the pair of sabotage rifles and 6 dwarf sword stars. Finally, the shape of the Flying Wing 0 made the entire Dion army feel ominous. Especially when the 2 destructive rifles of the Flying Wing Type 0 were each equipped with 3 dwarf sword stars, it was too late for Dion's army to stop them. The war reporters who were filming on the scene also began to report wantonly, saying that another Gundam that looked like Wing Gundam appeared on the battlefield, and it seemed to be the follow-up machine of Wing Gundam. Delta Guy, Fallen Angel, Ritual, etc. all formed MS forms. The Freedom Gundam driven by Tao Xiang is equipped with Meteor equipment, and the full gun door deployment system is activated. Aiming at many MS and mobile fortresses in an instant, the positron cannon of Liberty Gundam, etc., and the 120 high-energy converging line guns and 93.7 high-energy converging line guns and missiles equipped by Meteor, etc., the gorgeous beams and missiles attack the enemy party troops. In an instant, more than 40 units, including mobile fortresses, were shot down. On the other side, under the instruction of the Flying Wing Type 0 system, Long Fei fired the destroying gun from the destruction gun in the right hand of the Flying Wing Type 0. The Wing Type 0 destruction gun is more powerful than the Wing Gundam's destruction gun, and the beam volume is larger. After Long Fei's improvement, The Flying Wing Type 0 destruction gun is 1.5 more powerful than the Wing Gundam's destruction cannon. The destruction cannon of the Flying Wing 0 Gundam directly turned the wreckage of the 6th colonial satellite into cosmic dust. This scene made the people in the Earth's circle cheer, and the escape made many people cry with joy. The leaders of the countries in the Earth's circle wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. The scene just now made them feel like a roller coaster. When the entire planet was about to suffer a catastrophe, the appearance of the Gundam lifted the catastrophe. This rapid reversal made my heart can hardly take it anymore. However, the appearance of Wing Type 0, in addition to reassuring them, also made them feel a little fear, because this seems to be the successor of Wing Gundam, and its terrifying power is even better than the previous generation. Every leader had lingering fears. Fortunately, the Tianyi mercenary group is not our enemy. On the other hand, the morale of Dion's army was severely hit. Almost a day ago, the Wing Gundam was finally destroyed. Unexpectedly, a stronger follow-up machine came now. The destroyer gun in the right hand of the Flying Wing 0, after killing the 6th colonial satellite, retransformed into the form of a fighter and rushed out of the atmosphere. Then rushed to one of them, transformed into Ms. form, and also fired a destructive cannon, directly destroying hundreds of Dion Army MS and mobile fortress troops in one go. The destructive power displayed by the Flying Wing Type 0 immediately boosted the morale of the United Army and the Tianyi mercenary group. The reporter who was broadcasting the live broadcast was very excited at the moment and reported loudly, "My God, when Wing Gundam was destroyed at the beginning, many people, including me, thought that the Earth's circle might be in great danger. The Corps has dispatched a more powerful Gundam, and it is the successor to the Wing Gundam." Christopher watched the live broadcast, and the fear in his heart spread all over his body. The powerful destructive power of the Flying Wing 0 made him speechless. Because just calculated from the supercomputer, the destruction cannon beam fired by the Flying Wing Type 0 destruction gun is slightly more powerful than Yagama's mega superparticle cannon. Then, Christopher saw the Flying Wing Type 0 launch a third destruction cannon, destroying another 100 units. Christopher felt even more frightened in his heart. If the Wing Gundam launches the destruction cannon, the interval should be at least 20 minutes. Moreover, when Wing Gundam launches the destroyer, the energy must be gathered for about 10 seconds before it can be fired. During this time, as long as the driver finds that the destroyer has accumulated energy, he can escape immediately. As long as the body is fast, he can basically escape from the shooting direction. The interval between launching the destroyer cannon by the Flying Wing 0 is less than 1 minute at all, and the energy gathering before launching does not need 3 seconds to launch. What's even more frightening is that the Flying Wing Type 0 has 2 destruction guns. After one is fired, the other can be fired again. After the second one is fired, the interval time for the first one is over, and it can start firing again. During the live broadcast, the Flying Wing Type 0 fired the 4th destructive cannon. This made the Dion army at the scene feel extremely terrified. The Flying Wing Type 0 opened the propellers fully and quickly rushed to the formation of Dion's army with a single machine. The proud new human pilots of the Dion army, after witnessing the powerful destructive power of the Flying Wing Type 0 Gundam, are no longer as arrogant as usual. Some new human pilots even asked their superiors to issue an immediate retreat order, because that terrible destruction cannon has frightened many of their new human drivers. When the Flying Wing Type 0 rushed towards one of Dion's formations, none of the pilots dared to attack the Flying Wing Type 0, and many drivers were frightened and hurried away from the Flying Wing Type 0. The formation of large troops can be said to be self-organized. Even if the commander shouted to his subordinates to attack the Flying Wing Type 0, none of the subordinates obeyed. Some subordinates even yelled at the commander directly, and some subordinates directly told the commander to die. Don't ask them to die. The Flying Wing Type 0 rushed to the very center of the formation of the large army, and the 2 destruction guns pointed to the 2 ends, and the destruction guns fired a 360-degree omnidirectional rotation directly. The effective range reaches 50 kilometers in all directions. The formation of the entire large army was directly swept under the 360-degree sweep of the destruction cannon, and the entire army became the residue of the universe. At this moment, the brains of all the people who watched the live broadcast directly froze. Am I dreaming? Is this real? Am I dazzled? Some people who watched the live broadcast even slapped themselves directly. Their faces would hurt, and they were not dreaming. The flying wing Type 0 was suspended in its own place, just looking at a place with its head, which happened to correspond to a remote camera that was shooting a reporter remotely, and its eyes flashed a blue light. Withdraw? The whole army withdraws. The commander immediately ordered his subordinates to play the withdrawal signal flare. Many MS and mobile fortress drivers of the Dion army received the order to retreat from the commander, and all rushed back to the mothership. And some Dion troops who were fighting farther away really didn't understand why the commander gave the order to retreat until these pilots returned to their mothership and asked their commander for an explanation. The follow-up machine explaining Wing Gundam appeared in the command palace, and Commander Tan, who was explaining Wing Type 0, turned pale. The 360-degree sweep of the flying Wing Type 0 just now scared all the commanders out of their wits. Fighting any further would only increase the casualties in vain. The White Shadow Knight Arthur Vick and Torghese were tied again. The two also fought intermittently several times. The two also hit until the body ran out of ammunition. They returned to repair and then attacked again. When they met, they fought again. Lump. It was impossible to tell the winners several times in a row. After receiving the retreat order from his superiors, Arthur Vick could only return to the mothership. The warships of Dion's army all turned on optical camouflage, and all the troops retreated from different directions. Long Fei didn't expect that the flying Wing Type 0 just showed its destructive power and scared away Dion's army. However, Long Fei was a little surprised that there was no skyrocket battleship among the battleships of Dion's army. The sub-base in the Earth sphere has broken shield destroyers. Long Fei thought to himself, could it be that they know that there are shield-breaking destroyers here, so they don't send skyrocket battleships? And in this battle, the battleships of Dion's army kept a long distance from my fleet of Tianyi mercenaries. The flying Wing Type 0 has also been widely discussed by the media and experts from various countries at the moment. Since this Gundam can fire terrifying destruction cannons one after another, what kind of huge energy supply does the flying Wing Type 0 have? And how does the engine supply such powerful energy? The flying Wing Type 0 originally used the third-generation Special Minovs Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor, and later Long Fei developed the fourth-generation Minovs Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor. Moreover, the fourth-generation Minovs Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor also incorporates the Super Heavy Hydrogen Engine technology. The Super Heavy Hydrogen Engine, combined with the hybrid power of the nuclear engine and the heavy hydrogen system, has two generators that complement each other. Theoretically, there will be no problem of power failure or insufficient power supply, and it can even exert several times the output of various types of power mechanisms in the past. The original third-generation Special Minovs Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor of the Flying Wing Type 0 has a power generation of 8950 kW. If the Flying Wing Type 0 uses the third-generation Minovsky thermonuclear engine, the destruction cannon cannot do it. It can be launched again at an interval of 10 seconds, and the interval should be at least 1 minute. The generating capacity of the fourth-generation Minovs Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor is 4 times that of the third-generation Special Minovs Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor, exclusive to the Flying Wing 0 type, and the generating capacity reaches 35,800 kW. However, the fourth-generation Minovs Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor cannot be manufactured in large quantities, because the price of such a thermonuclear reactor directly exceeds 30 billion Earth Circle coins, which is almost the price of the newly manufactured Flying Wing 0. Long Fei looked at the screen at the moment, and the 2 destruction rifles and 6 dwarf sword stars had reached their limit. The destruction rifle and dwarf sword star made of the third-generation Gundamium alloy cannot continuously fire the destruction cannon. They must be made of the fourth-generation Gundamium alloy. The screen indicated that the Wrecker rifle and dwarf swordsman had to be allowed to cool down for a while. Long Fei twisted his neck. In order to rush to the Earth Circle for rescue, Long Fei and all the members of the troops he led had been in the cockpit for almost 36 hours. If everyone is wearing Spartan suit too, with the terrifying acceleration of propellant tanks added. Even if all members have undergone physical enhancement surgery, they may not be able to bear the pressure caused by the terrifying acceleration. It will take some time for the 7th and 8th colonial satellites to come to the Earth's circle, and the 8th colonial satellite, Longfei, has just received the news that another fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has already changed its trajectory. With the retreat of Dion's army, all the coalition forces in the Earth's circle greeted the cheers of victory. However, the whole army continues to be on alert because there is still a colonial satellite and some meteorites coming towards the Earth's circle. The war reporter in charge of filming spread the news of Dion's army's retreat throughout the Earth's sphere, and the people of all countries in the Earth's sphere cheered for joy. Nothing compares to the joy that comes when a crisis is lifted and life is guaranteed. The headquarters of the sub-base of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment in the Earth's circle arranged for Long Fei and his party to station warships to rest. Wing Type 0, Liberty Gundam, and Delta were modified to enter the hangar of the Minerva. Colonel Li Yugua, captain of the Minerva, greeted Long Fei in person. At this moment, Christopher started to pack his things and prepared to leave. Except for the failure of the plan, he just came across some news that many hidden strongholds were found by the Tianyi mercenary group. Even the flight routes of many meteorites were changed by the Tianyi mercenaries. Even many of Dion's troops who were carrying out these missions were wiped out by the ambushing Tianyi mercenary troops. Christopher understands that he has lost completely at this moment, and now he can run back to his own country, and he is not eligible to be the first heir to the throne of the prince of his own height. However, at this moment, Christopher doesn't care about so much. He just wants to go back alive. No matter how embarrassing he is, he has to survive. Even if he is ridiculed and punished by his own father, as long as he can live and keep the Green Hills, he is not afraid of running out of firewood. His Royal Highness, 2 more strongholds have been discovered. Mu Liao sent a message report. Christopher held his forehead with his hands, and now he is 1 head and 2 big. After Christopher launches his plan, Salamanda sees through Christopher's purpose. Salamanda immediately informed the superior commander of Christopher's destination and asked other troops to go to the location with the meteorite field to ambush. First, let the enemy's plan have a successful start, and then, after more enemy troops come to the meteorite field, wipe them all out. In addition to this hand, there is another hand that is the location provided by the bottom soldiers of the Dion army. After it is estimated that Dion's 3rd expeditionary force has almost appeared, it will start to collect the net. At present, only a small part of the hiding place of Dion's 3rd expeditionary army has not been grasped by the Tianyi mercenary group, especially Christopher. The Tianyi mercenary group has no clue at present. Christopher's location is inside a huge meteorite, which was modified a long time ago. The soldiers here are not from the bottom or are slaves. The status of ordinary soldiers is at least a medium civilian. Christopher is currently on his battleship Christopher, which is 1,500 meters long, 425 meters wide, and 100 meters high, and is about to leave here. The 7th colony satellite has changed its navigation trajectory, and the other meteorites have been resolved. Countries around the globe also breathed a sigh of relief. The 1st Annihilation Army came to the Earth's circle and landed on the lunar city of Wall Street. Solanum Nigrum and Long, when interacted with their 2 nieces, the Earth crisis was over, and the 2 sisters also planned to return to the Earth's circle tomorrow to handle the company's affairs. At the moment, Long Fei is entertaining distinguished guests at the 18th sub-base. Among the distinguished guests are the 3 princesses Su Jingyun, sister and brother, and their elder brother Su Chaoyang. Apart from expressing his father's gratitude to Long Fei for his contribution, Su Chaoyang's other purpose was to take the opportunity to please Long Fei. The powerful destructive power of the Flying Wing Type 0 has spread throughout the world. Su Jingyun frowned and watched her elder brother talking to Long Fei. Su Jingyun saw her elder brother's purpose, and then looked at her younger brother Su Chaoga. Su Chaoga didn't pay attention to the interaction between his elder brother Su Chaoyang and Long Fei at all. Instead, he looked at the Wing Type 0 and Freedom Gundam with bright eyes. If it was in the past, with Su Chaoga's behavior and attitude, Su Jingyun would not care about his younger brother. However, my younger brother has performed very well recently, especially his heroic behavior and the responsibility of the royal children when he was fighting on the front line of the Earth Circle. Su Jingyun must have guessed that her father had a high regard for her third brother and might bring her with her to cultivate her as one of the heirs. Su Jingyun thought to himself, "Third brother, third sister, I shouldn't have brought you with me at that time," and came to the mother base of Tianyi Mercenary Corps for exchange and study. "You have been like a big boy since you were a child, and you like mechas, military model these things. But your recent performance has been outstanding, and my father may change his previous attitude towards you." Su Chaoga didn't know that his previous life might have to change. He never thought about becoming an emperor since he was a child. For him, being a free and easy prince is better than being an emperor. Su Chaoga had no idea that his environment was about to change, let alone that his recent performance had attracted the attention of his two older brothers, making them feel a sense of crisis towards him, and they might even think of ways to isolate and suppress him. If Su Weiran saw the shining eyes of his third son looking at Gundam, he would definitely hint to the third son with earnestness. "Third son, you should be more mature, and you can't just think about these MS like before. You have grown up, you must help your father share his worries." Su Choyang talked with Long Fei and looked at the third brother not far away from time to time. This third younger brother usually doesn't pay much attention to him. He's just a prince who only knows how to have fun, and the emperor doesn't pay much attention to letting him have fun. But I didn't expect that the third younger sister just took her on a long trip to study outside, and then became a "that's amazing." Although I have been talking about the third brother in the past few days, the father is calm on the surface, but in his heart he is very happy. Long Fei looked at the eldest prince, Su Chaoyang, in front of him, and he also knew that this prince wanted to win him over. Although Long Fei didn't say anything on the surface and was only entertaining him, the hints in his words had already made his attitude clear. "Your Highness, I'm just a businessman and I don't know anything about politics. I just want to spread my Tianyi group to the whole world, and the whole world has Tianyi group." Su Xiaoyang heard the meaning of Long Fei's words, nodded and asked with a smile, "I wonder what Chairman Long Fei thinks of me as the third brother." His Highness the third prince is studying. If it is something he is interested in, he will study it very hard, but if it is something he is not interested in, it will not be changed. "Then you and my younger brother can become the emperor?" Long Fei thought to himself. "It seems that you are worried that your younger brother will dethrone." Long Fei replied, "Your Highness the third prince has absolutely no desire to fight for power. Your Highness the first prince, take a look at the two new Gundams not far behind me. If you let His Highness the third prince choose, you can get a new Gundam at the price of giving up your princely status. The three His Royal Highness would rather choose to be a Gundam than to be a prince." Su Chaoyang smiled and said, My third younger brother has always liked these things." He said in his heart, "I'm afraid that the old man in my family will have a seizure and suddenly decide to pass the throne to the third younger brother." And recently the Shu family made some moves. The two continued to walk and talk. A staff member informed Su Jingyun, "His Royal Highness, your mother wants to see you in the VIP room." "Thank you for your notification." Su Jingyun held back her younger brother who was about to go to the cockpit of Freedom Gundam and said, "Come on, my concubine wants to see us, so go to the VIP room." "Oh, okay." Su Chaoga looked a little disappointed, and you looked at the two new Gundams reluctantly. Su Chaoga said to his sister, "Sister, if you can be Chairman Long Fei's concubine, then I can pilot many Gundams." Su Jingyun blushed and kicked her younger brother's ass, cursing, "What nonsense! You want to die? Why did you kick me? Isn't what I said true? Gundam is such a great MS. Don't you want to drive a few more? You brat, why are you so outspoken lately? Has it been a long time since I hit you? It's been a long time since you hit Fang Jiahua." Su Jingyun was about to kick her brother again, and Su Chaoga ran away quickly. The two siblings chased each other and ran all the way to the VIP room. Concubine Shu Gui, Shu Yasi, the eldest daughter of Shu Tailong, saw her son and daughter chasing all the way to her VIP room. "How old are you two? Do you still think you were young? How decent." Concubine Shu Gui directly accused her child. "Yes, I know I was wrong." Okay, don't say anything. Let mother and concubine see how you are doing recently." After concubine Shu looked at the two children had experienced vicissitudes of life, especially Su Chaoga, who had always been innocent, looked a little mature. Concubine Shu Gue said to Su Chaoga, "Guer, your father is very happy with your recent performance. Your father is going to give you many rewards, and your grandfather is also very happy." Oh, although Su Chaoga is usually innocent, he also understands what his relatives look like, and he has already guessed what his mother said. Seeing her son's lack of interest, concubine Shu Gue asked, "Guer, why are you unhappy? Everyone is very relieved by your recent performance, especially your father who praised you so much." Su Chaoga said, "Then you and Grandpa will ask father for credit, and let father let me be one of the heirs to cultivate. My Guer has grown up and is very responsible. She knows what to do. Don't worry, your grandfather is your most solid backing. He will definitely make you the next emperor of the empire. As long as you—" "Enough!" Su Chaoga interrupted his mother loudly. Su Jingyun looked at her younger brother, and concubine Shu looked at her son very puzzled. "Did I say that I want to be the heir of the father? When you and Grandpa did something, did you discuss it with me? Did you decide on your own with my consent? Did you ever think about mine feelings? I've said it before, I don't want to be an emperor at all." Su Chaoga yelled at his mother in the last sentence. Su Jingyun directly raised her hand and pushed her younger brother's head and blamed, "What's your attitude? How can you talk to your mother like this?" "What attitude? Sister? Didn't you see if they thought about my feelings and decided on their own without asking me whether I wanted it or not?" Concubine Shu directly slapped the table angrily. "I thought you had grown up, matured and responsible, but in the end you are still like that. Do you just want to be a famous prince without power? You have made such a great contribution with great difficulty. Is this opportunity wasted without grasping it?" "Yes, I'd rather lose the opportunity. I'd rather the emperor don't reward me with anything, but you want to push me to the throne. It's just to improve the status and rights of your natal family. I don't want to do that. Your tools." Su Jingyun didn't say anything, just watched all this quietly. When her mother came, she also roughly guessed the purpose of her mother's visit. At first, she hoped that her mother could talk to them a little bit, instead of saying directly to her third brother. Telling their purpose, they hoped that the third brother can be an heir. As a result, he directly forced his younger brother to do what he least wanted to do. The younger brother was unwilling, but the mother forced him. Concubine Shu pointed at Su Chaoga and scolded, You disappointed me so much. When I gave birth to you, I always wanted to cultivate you into an excellent prince, so that your father can take a fancy to you. Every time your performance disappoints me, I decide to have another child. Unfortunately, after giving birth to you, my physical condition is not good and I cannot have another child. In the end, I decided to give up and let you fend for yourself. Forget about being a prince in name only. You managed to get ahead, but you didn't know how to grasp this opportunity and missed the opportunity in vain. You really let me down. Yes, I just want to disappoint you, because I don't want to be used by you and Grandpa as a tool. I can do whatever you ask me to do since I was a child, but I just don't do it well on purpose. Every time I performed unsatisfactorily, then you will be disappointed in me and will not let me be your tool man. Recently, my sister and I performed so well in the front line. It's not that we want to show off. My sister and I just want to help. It's all about sharing worries and doing something for the country and the people." Concubine Shu Gue blushed with anger when she heard her son's words, pointed at her son angrily, and said, "So you are very smart. You are very smart. But you have been hiding your abilities and playing your mother like a fool. Yunner, as a big sister, don't you see that your brother is pretending?" Mother and concubine. In fact, the third brother has been performing unsatisfactorily. I already knew that the third brother was hiding his strength. Concubine Shu Gue walked up to her daughter, raised her hand, and slapped Su Jingyun's face with a slap. "So you already knew it, but you kept it secret. It seems that you and your brother are just playing me for a fool." "I don't say. I just don't want the third brother to be forced by you to do things he doesn't want to do. The eldest brother and the second brother have never made things difficult for the third brother, because the third brother has never thought of fighting for the throne. If you now really forcing the third brother to compete for the throne, if the third brother loses, no matter if it is the eldest brother or the second brother, even if they don't care about the third brother, but mother, your natal family, the eldest brother or the second brother will not let them go, The third brother never what you have done from the past until now is actually to protect the concubine mother and your family. Humph, you don't need to worry about this kind of thing. My natal family is powerful enough. Even if your eldest brother and second brother can inherit the throne, it won't make things difficult for us. At this time, Su Chaoga spoke his mind. You actually don't love me and my sister, but you love power. You want to push me to the throne, or you just want to be the mistress of the empire? Let you and my sister be together. Your natal family will be able to dominate the government and the public, and all you want is your face all the time. Whatever you say, pack your luggage for me now, and return to China immediately. Your father wants to see you. I'm not going back. I don't care if you want to go back or not. If you go back, you have to go back. If you don't go back, you have to go back. Come and take the third prince out of here. Concubine Shu's entourage immediately held Su Chaoga's arms and pulled the third prince to take him away forcibly. Let me go. Su Jingyun interceded for her younger brother. Concubine Mu, don't force your brother like this. The more you force him like this, the more he will walk backwards with you. Slap. Concubine Shu Gue slapped her daughter again. You still have the face to plead with me. You have kept this from me for so many years and made me miss opportunities for so many years. I will settle this account with you properly. Take the third prince away immediately. Let me go. Let me go. I won't go back. The door of the VIP room opened, and the staff and Tianyi mercenaries at the scene saw His Royal Highness the third prince holding his arms and pulling him away. Su Jingyun went out to stop her, but was stopped by her mother. This scene happened to be seen by Tao Xiang passing by, and Su Jingyun looked at Tao Xiang for help. Tao Xiang immediately gestured, and the Tianyi mercenaries at the scene immediately stopped her. Concubine Shu frowned, looked at Tao Xiang and said, Madam Long, this is my family's business. Please don't interfere, and this is our royal family's business. It's not your turn to be in charge of it, as a commoner. Your Majesty, we people are not qualified to say a word about royal matters, but this is the base of the Tianyi mercenary corps. More importantly, this is not the domain of the Hanxia Empire. The distinction between host and guest, Your Majesty still has to respect herself. Concubine Shu looked at Tao Xiang with squinted eyes and said, If I guess correctly, your husband is still from the Hanxia Empire, right? He has the ID card of the Hanxia Empire. Indeed, my husband is still from the Hanxia Empire. Then you have to ask your husband if he dares to talk to me like this. Disrespect to the royal family is a felony. At this moment, Long Fei and the eldest prince also came to the scene. The eldest prince, Su Chaoyang, greeted concubine Shu Gue first. At this time, concubine Shu looked at Long Fei talking to his wife, squinted her eyes, and waited for Long Fei and his wife to finish speaking, then asked Long Fei, Chairman Long Fei, I want to take my son away. Is that okay? Of course it's no problem. The imperial concubine wants to take her son away. That's your family business. I have no right to interfere, but it still depends on your son's consent. I'm his mother, so he has to listen to me. With all due respect, your child is not your marionette. He has his own ideas and decisions, and you are not qualified to force him to make decisions. After finishing speaking, Long Fei made a gesture, and several Tianyi mercenaries let go immediately, with Su Chaoyang's entourage on his back. Chairman Long Fei, you are really presumptuous. How dare you be disrespectful to the royal family? If you want to talk about presumptuousness, Your Royal Highness, you are even more presumptuous. Don't forget that this is the base of the Tianyi mercenary group. Who has the final say here? The boss has the final say. All the Tianyi mercenaries at the scene said in unison. You heard it, Your Highness. I don't care if you take anyone away, but the person you want to take away is now in my territory, and you have to get my consent if you want to take it away. Chairman Long Fei, do you agree? Concubine Shu looked indifferently at Long Fei. He felt that Long Fei would definitely agree. As a result, Long Fei turned his head directly to Su Chaoga and asked, Third Prince, do you want to go home with your mother, or stay here? I'm going to stay here. Your Highness, you heard that your son wants to stay here, but he wants to stay here. I promised him to stay here. You have no right to take him away. Are you going to interfere with the affairs of the palace? I don't interfere with the imperial concubine's affairs. I have the final say here. Solanum Nagrumi and Long Xian also came to the scene with a niece in their arms. The two sisters sweated for their younger brother when they saw that Long Fei dared to clash with the imperial concubine. Chairman Long Fei is so majestic. It seems that he doesn't take Ben Gong seriously. Your Majesty thinks that I don't take you seriously, so just pretend that I don't take you seriously. I'll make it clear now that even if the Emperor comes to my place, he won't dare to play tricks on me. Prestige. Bold. How dare you ignore His Majesty the Emperor? Long Fei walked up to Concubine Shu and directly raised his hand to slap Concubine Shu directly on the face. The Solanum sisters turned pale with fright. They didn't expect their younger brother to be so bold as to beat a member of the royal family. Brother Su Jingyun was dumbfounded. Bold. When the followers were about to draw their guns at Long Fei, the rifles of other Tianyi mercenaries pointed at them, and the followers paused, not daring to act rashly. Concubine Shu Gue covered her right face with her right hand, pointed at Long Fei, and said, "How dare you hit me? If it weren't for the fact that you are Jing Yun's own mother, I wouldn't have slapped your face with my hand, but I would have hit you with the of a gun." Concubine Shu Gue pointed at Long Fei and was speechless for a long time. "Don't point at me. I'll call His Majesty the Emperor right now, and you can see if His Majesty blames me or wants you to apologize to me." Long Fei took out his mobile suit and called Su Weiran, and then told Su Weiran the whole story. Then, Long Fei turned on the speaker on the phone and held the phone in front of Concubine Shu. Before Concubine Shu Gue could speak, Su Weiran's order came from the mobile suit. "You immediately apologize to Chairman Long Fei, immediately." Concubine Shu Gue didn't expect His Majesty to ask him to apologize to the boss of a company, and she said, "Your Majesty, this Long Fei." Before she could finish speaking, Su Weiran said that she must not disobey the order. "Can't you listen? Do you understand what I said? You don't need to explain to me. You must apologize to Chairman Long Fei now." Concubine Shu herself really didn't expect that she would apologize to a businessman as the noble concubine of the empire, but she couldn't resist His Majesty's will. Concubine Shu Gue could only obey and apologize to Long Fei. Su Weiran didn't know what he just said. It was Long Fei who turned on the loudspeaker, and everyone around heard what he just said. Even if Su Weiran knew, he had to order his concubine to apologize to Long Fei. Su Weiran dare not offend the current Long Fei. He is not only afraid of Long Fei's military power, even if Long Fei does not use military power to deal with him. As long as he withdraws all the investment from Tianyi Group, the empire's economy will suffer greatly big impact. So no matter what, Su Weiran didn't dare to offend Long Fei. "Chairman Long Fei, I have no way to discipline my concubine, and I have wronged Chairman Long Fei. Once again, I would like to express my apologies to you." No one at the scene thought that his boss could make the emperor of his own country apologize to him. Looking at the whole world, the boss might be the first person in history to do such a thing. "Your Majesty the Emperor is serious, and I did not handle it properly. I hope that His Majesty the Emperor will ignore the faults of the grassroots." What Long Fei said was already a step down for his own emperor. Then, Long Fei turned off the speaker function, said something to Su Weiran, and then hung up the phone. "Nyong Nyong. Do you want to leave my sub-base with your entourage yourself, or let my people throw you and your entourage out?" Humph. Concubine Shu Gue could only snort angrily at this moment, and left the scene with her entourage. From birth to now, she felt that what she suffered today was a great shame. Once Concubine Shu Gue goes back, she must tell her father Shu Tailong about this matter. It's just that she didn't know that when she got home and complained to her father, she was beaten and scolded directly by his father. Shu Tailong didn't dare to offend Long Fei at the moment. If there was a conflict because of his daughter's offending Long Fei, His Majesty the Emperor would definitely arrest him as a scapegoat. On the other side, Su Chaoyong just saw all this in his eyes, and he was very happy in his heart. He hoped that if concubine Shu Gue wanted to continue to offend Long Fei, even if Long Fei didn't stand by him, at least she wouldn't stand by her third brother. Sighed. At the beginning, he was very worried about the relationship between his third sister and Long Fei, and then he was very worried whether Long Fei would help his third brother for the sake of his relationship with his third sister back then. After Long Fei patted Su Chaoga's shoulder, he said, "Go and have a good rest first, and dress up well later. Besides, today is your sister's birthday, so you have to celebrate your sister's birthday properly." "Okay." Thank you, Chairman Long Fei, for your help just now. You're welcome. This is just for your sister's sake. Su Chaoga left the scene and prepared to change into a nice dress for her sister's birthday party. At this time, Su Chaoyang called his entourage and ordered him to prepare a precious gift. He wanted to give third sister a birthday present. Although it was Su Jingyun's birthday today, she didn't feel any joy in her heart. Originally, when her mother came, she thought she remembered her birthday, but her mother had already forgotten it. Su Jingyun's heart hurts very much. He has always believed that no matter how much a mother loves power and ambition, she will always love her child in her heart. As a result, her mother's behavior today made her feel very heartbroken. Long Gua took the beaded necklace she had made, and her younger sister Long Fu came to Su Jingyun accompanied by the two aunts with the bow tie she sewed. Godmother, happy birthday. What the two little ones made was a birthday present for the godmother. Seeing the birthday presents made for her by the two goddaughters, Su Jingyun felt extremely touched in her heart. With tears in her eyes, she held the two goddaughters in her arms and said, "Thank you for my two precious goddaughters. Godmother likes you to make birthday present." "Godmother, don't cry." The two little ones wiped Su Jingyun's tears in person. "Godmother, I'm not crying. Look, Godmother is smiling." Su Jingyun smiled. Su Jingyun's birthday will not be very grand. Su Jingyun doesn't want to celebrate in a big way. He just wants to celebrate with his relatives, friends, and people he knows. The venue for the celebration is the largest VIP box in the sub-base. "Tao Xiang, the fruitcake you made looks so good. I like it very much." Su Jingyun looked at the fruitcake that Tao Xiang made for her and thanked Tao Xiang from the bottom of her heart. "Well, I was worried you wouldn't like it." "How could it be? I can feel your sincerity in the cake you personally made for me. The fruitcake is still my favorite grape and mango." Then, everyone began to sing a birthday song for Su Jingyun. Before blowing out the candles, Su Jingyun made a wish and everyone presented gifts. Then, she cut the cake herself and distributed it to everyone. The two sisters, Long Gua and Long Fu, even fed the cake to their godmother. Su Jingyun felt a little sweet in her heart and opened her mouth to eat the cake that the two little ones fed her. Su Jingyun also fed the two little ones cakes. Tao Xiang saw that Su Jingyun maintained a happy smile, but she was crying inside. Before the incident, Tao Xiang saw that Su Jingyun's biological mother just used her pair of children as tools, especially her younger brother, who was the tool that the mother wanted to use. This made Su Jingyun very sad. Tao Xiang knew that Su Jingyun and her brother would not want to go home for a while, and they didn't want to face their biological mother. Su Jingyun saw the eldest brother and the third brother talking and laughing not far away. The eldest brother and the second brother did not like each other, but they both loved the third brother very much. Because the third brother has no intention of competing for the throne, so the two elder brothers still take care of the third brother and do not bully him. Tao Xiang asked Su Jingyun, "What plans do you and your brother have next? Let's deal with the current work, and let's take one step at a time. Your mother may continue to think of ways to bring you back, especially your younger brother. Your mother still wants to use your younger brother. I can only discuss with my father. Don't bring the third brother in to cultivate. Let him be a happy prince." Tao Xiang bowed her head in thought. Sometimes children from ordinary families envy those born in rich and powerful families, but they don't know how many of these children are used by their parents as tools for their power and money. On the contrary, children born in rich and powerful families envy the children of ordinary families who can be free. Tao Xiangxin said, "It's true that every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite." On the other side, Su Chaoga discussed with Long Fei. "Chairman Long Fei, can I discuss one thing with you?" "What do you want to discuss with me? Can I join your mercenary group?" Long Fei looked at Su Chaoga with some doubts and asked, "You, a prince, are so inappropriate that you want to be a mercenary?" "Well, Su Chaoga hesitated to speak. He actually wanted to get rid of his mother, especially his mother's family. "Forget it, you don't need to say. What happened today? I can roughly guess why you want to come to Tianyi Mercenary, but you have to discuss this matter with your father and your third sister. I don't want you to come. It is difficult for me to explain to your father, especially your third sister, when something happened during the Tianyi Mercenary days." This time, Su Jingyun led the two little ones to Long Fei and asked, "After my brother and I deal with the next matter, can you let us join your Tianyi Mercenary group?" It seems that they really want to get rid of their mother. Long Fei thought to himself, "You want to join my Tianyi mercenary group? I welcome it. But before that, you must tell your father. If he agrees, ask your father to tell me. I have to tell him something matter." Good. In Su Chaoga's heart, he really hoped that his father would allow him to join the Tianyi mercenary corps with his third sister. In Colonial Number 3, battles broke out in different locations. There was a coalition army encircling and suppressing the extremely disadvantaged Dian army with absolute numbers, and there was also the Tianyi mercenary group attacking the Dian army hiding somewhere. The revolution of the Martian Circle already corresponds to the colony range in the third area. The Kingdom of Dian is dispatching reinforcements to rescue the 3rd Expeditionary Force of Dian. The 21st branch base is currently in the process of temporarily expanding and increasing the scale. Destroy the 1st Army and return to the 21st branch base. Coincidentally, there is a new Gundam to be handed over to the 1st Army of Annihilation. Koshi Gundam stood quietly in the hangar of the branch base, as if waiting for the arrival of his pilot. Many people are amazed by the 28-meter-high Gundam, and the idea of this Gundam in everyone's mind is that it is huge. Salamanda followed Long Fei and looked at Kushida. "This cozy Gundam is handed over to you. The Delta Kai guy is still not suitable for you. This one is more suitable for you. Try this cozy Gundam." "Yes, boss." Saramanda got into the cockpit of the cozy Gundam and started the cozy Gundam. Saramanda not only tested the Koshi Gundam in outer space, but also tested it in the colony satellite, because the colony satellite has a gravity system to test the effect of the Minovsky aircraft. Salamanda did not expect that it is not the same as the Minovsky suspension system. Although the Minovsky aircraft does not have the ability to suspend in midair and stay still like the former, this author's personal judgment. If there is any wrong, welcome correction, but the flying speed of the latter is better than that of the former. But both have one thing in common. That is, they can fly in an environment with gravity. Even though the Koshi Gundam is huge, its flying speed is faster than the Delta Kai. Salamanda even had a feeling that the technology of the Minovsky aircraft might render fighters useless on the battlefield. MS has replaced the main position of fighters in the space battlefield. Fighters still have a place only in sky battles with gravity environments. In sky battles, if MS does not have the ability to transform fighters or the assistance of flying pedals, MS will not be able to gain an advantage against fighters in sky battles. The Minovsky aircraft is different. Maybe in the sky battle in the gravity environment, MS may still be slightly inferior to the fighter plane in terms of speed. But in terms of combat, at least it will be more convenient than a fighter plane. For example, if a fighter plane wants to attack the enemy behind, it can't just turn around like MS. Fighters need a series of actions such as super maneuverability and cannot turn around like MS. And if the fighter plane wants to return to the original road immediately, it may be necessary to do a superb super excited action or a big turn. MS may only need to stretch the propeller a little bit, and then turn around and turn back immediately. There is a possibility that the Minovsky aircraft may make fighter jets withdraw from the battlefield from now on. When Koshi Gundam was being tested in the number 3 colonial satellite of Sci-Fi Kingdom, many local people rushed to take pictures with their mobile suits. Local media reporters also took the opportunity to report on the Tianyi mercenary group, using a new type of Gundam to test in their country. Laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. Some military experts discovered that Koshi Gundam could fly so fast like a fighter plane. They estimated that Long Fei of the Tianyi mercenary group must have developed a new type of technology, perhaps a new type of Minovsky suspension system. However, regardless of whether it is the new Minovsky suspension system or not, the Koshi Gundam being tested now has made many experts feel that future fighters may withdraw from the battlefield. After the test, Salamanda stepped out of the cockpit. "Special school, how is Koshi Gundam?" "Boss, although the Koshi Gundam is huge, its speed and maneuverability are really impressive. The school even thinks that future fighter jets may be withdrawn from the stage of history because of the Minovsky aircraft." "Not necessarily." "No way?" "Boss, if it is a pure fighter, there is a great possibility that it will be eliminated from the stage on the battlefield. It is hard to say that MS has a deformed fighter. I personally think that the Minovsky aircraft is at most just a fighter on the battlefield. It's just that there are fewer seats on the stage. Unless MS propeller engine can guarantee to be faster than the speed of the fighter, otherwise, the fighter will still have a certain effect on the battlefield. Then what is the purpose of the Minovsky aircraft developed by the boss? Well, the main purpose is to let those pilots who are used to fighting in a zero-gravity environment not become unaccustomed to fighting in a gravity environment. At this time, a staff member came to Long Fei's side, said a few words in Long Fei's ear, and left the scene immediately. Special school, just received something, we talked while walking. Boss, do you think this news is accurate? I don't know. At present, it is handed over to the appraisal team for appraisal. Special school, what do you think? People in our intelligence team have not been able to find Christopher's location until now, but a piece of information that came from nowhere and the source can't be found, it can actually tell us where Christopher is. This really makes the subordinates feel that this will not it's a trap. Not just you. Many people think this may be a trap, but what if this information is true? Then who is the person who gave us the real information? What is his purpose? Salamander rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and said, if the information the boss said is true, then there is a high possibility that the source of this information comes from the Dion Empire. If what you said is true, then the greatest possibility is that the second prince or the third prince gave us this information. It is estimated that they want to kill their elder brother with a knife and with my hand. Salamander nodded and asked, Boss, what are you going to do with this information? Do you want to take action? Yes, first send a few advance reconnaissance troops to investigate. If it is true as the intelligence says, that guy is really there. That guy Christopher, I want him to kneel in front of me, and I won't let him die so easily. As soon as Long Fei finished speaking, he continued. He is so immobile, he dared to touch my wife and children. If it weren't for the special school that you risked your life to protect my daughter, I really can't imagine if my daughter would suffer any harm. After I catch that guy, I want that guy to know what Ling Chi torture is, what life is worse than death, and I want him to regret it. Long Fei's eyes were filled with incomparable anger and resentment, and Christopher moved to Long Fei's bottom line. Salamander said, Boss, the last blow to him must be left to me. This is what you promised me, boss. Long Fei turned his head and glanced at Salamander and nodded. Yes, you can discuss with those generals now to see how to plan the action. Yes, I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.